Again, welcome to the stream. We are simultaneously streaming on the Ringo TV Reactions channel and the Ringo TV Raw channel. On the Ringo TV Raw channel, you will just see me and you will hear the audio of this particular testimony that we're going to bring to the public. Very, very shocking information. Very sad, very detailed. To the brother that shared the testimony, I would like to start off by saying, I'm sorry for what you went through, man. I am really, really touched by your testimony. I listened to your testimony 5 times back to back. Because it's interesting when you listen to it, you hear things and then you hear other things. But man, I'm glad you had the courage to come forward and share your testimony with the public and to hold that info in all them years and trust and believe your testimony is going to be used to set people free. There's a lot of people that may not know what's going on. You may not understand how serious this is, the severity of the case and the problems. This testimony is the most telling testimony I have ever heard on social media. Absolutely shocking, sad. When we get through this, if you don't feel no type of way, you have no soul. When I say this will make you cry, it'll make you cry. It'll make you have some sort of tears in your eye. It will make you emotional somehow. It will. This is literally a movie. This can be turned into a movie. The script is already written. It's that serious. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate all of you for taking the time out of your day to stop by the Ringo TV Reactions channel, Ringo TV Raw channel. And also for those that are on the Ringo TV Raw channel, understand that we're also on the Ringo TV Reactions channel where you'll be able to see everything. You understand? But if you want to tune in here, you can. And it is what it is. So that being said, let's get the tapes ready. You know how we do. We got to get the tapes ready. We're talking about the topic of my experience at Straightway. This will make you cry, right? I will let the brother introduce himself as he do what he need to do when he come in. All I know is that this particular video here is absolutely amazing. And he did this with one take. One take. I'm talking about just one take. And he was able to do this. He didn't have to clip, record, start, stop, play, none of that type of stuff. And he was able to successfully do what he needed to do. So, man, it's crazy. But that being said, let me see where we at. Hold on a second. Let me do this real quick. Okay. So we have that set. All right, we're ready to go. Okay, so the ground rules are as follow. When I play the tape, I'm not stopping it to react. I'm going to let the man share his testimony, his story, straight forward, right? That's all I'm going to do. Now, when I play the tape on the Ringo TV Reactions channel, you're going to only see him on the screen. I'm not going to flip it to me. I don't want to make it about me. You understand? I want you to feel his energy. I want you to feel what he's going through. I want you to feel his pain, all of that stuff. So I'm going to let the video play and you're going to only see him. You're not going to hear me talk for 1 hour. Do you understand that? Now, on the Ringo TV Raw channel, you be able to see me sitting down, just kind of watching what you're watching. Do we have the rules in place? Okay. That being said, let's go to the tapes. Again, shout out to everybody on the Raw channel, Ringo TV Raw, and Ringo TV Reactions. Hold on, let me fix something on my Ringo TV Raw channel. I see that there's a setting that I forgot to adjust. Let me set this real quick. My apologies if there's any lag, but let me fix that real quick. I got to put that to 10,000. So it should be good now. I got a little message telling me the bit rate is too high. So it should be good now, all right? Okay, that being said, those of you that are now joining in on the Ringo TV Raw channel, just to clarify, you will only see me on this end. On the Ringo TV Reactions channel, you'll be able to see the footage of what's going on. You'll hear the audio on the Ringo TV Raw channel, but you'll see the footage on the Reactions channel. On both channels, I'm gonna let the video play for 1 hour straight till it ends. Then I will share my commentary and my criticism and break down the video. It's that powerful. It's that telling. This video destroys the ministry of Straightway completely. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And I got new information that we're gonna bring out in another video. I told y'all I am not playing with this. This is the kind of work that I specialize in when it regards corrupt pastors and leaders and false prophets. Brace yourself for this message. That being said, put on your seatbelt. Let's get to the tapes. You know how we do. Let's do what we got to do. Hold on a second. All right. Let me see. Okay. Volume is ready. Video is ready. Let's go.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, citizens of YouTube. This is Elder Rufus, Brother Jamie, Brother Devlon, and Brother James. We've been here the last few days, and the reason why we're giving these updates is because the people at Straightway like to know what we're doing. We'd like to send a shout out to Elder Doug, thank him for his calculations and his computations, and if you want to call it that, I make up words as I go. But Elder Doug, he was down here, a couple weeks ago doing the electric. And stuff like that. So we're getting things done. We're getting it squared away and stuff for them to go ahead and start moving in. Of course, there's always stuff to be done. What did you learn so far in your learning experience of actually acquiring some land and having a home? It's pretty tedious, huh?
Extremely tedious, and I learned that the little stuff is the most important stuff.
Blessings, y'all. The reason I'm making this video, my daughter contacted me the other day, like 2 days ago, telling me about Pastor Rufus being kicked out of Straightway, basically. So, to introduce myself, my name is Jamie. That's how everyone knows me down in Tennessee. But I helped start Georgia's Straightway with, at the time, was Brother Rufus. Now I see he's a pastor. There was one other brother as well. There was 3 of us that started down there. This was before we had the land from Dowell. We had a house we rented down there. That was the house that Rufus was talking about in the video, and he was telling the truth. We weren't getting evicted from that place. We were doing fine. So just to clear the record with that. And since I've left Straightway, it was 9 years ago, 2015. January 1st, 2015 is when I left Straightway, the day I left. I went down there in, not sure when exactly. The year was 2011 when we started down there. I'm not sure the month or whatever. When me and my family, my wife and 2 sons, moved down to Georgia. So basically, I haven't talked to nobody, Pastor Rufus, Dowell, anybody affiliated with Straightway since the day I left. Nobody, not one. I had talked to a couple other brothers that had left around the same time as I did, or before, or whatever. I had talked to, I stayed in contact with a few. That's how I kind of put things together after I left. I'll explain as I go on what happened. My experience with Straightway. I'm not here for Pastor Rufus. No. I got much love for the man, but no, that's not why I'm here. I'm not here for Ringo. No, I'm not here about Dowell. That's not why I'm here either. The reason I came to share my experience with Straightway is for the people. So nobody has to go through what I went through. It's not right. It's wrong. I want to explain. I'll go as quick as I can make this video, but I want to explain from the time I got there, from the time I left, what happened, what I experienced through Straightway. I'm going to try to be quick, and I'm only going to hit on the bigger stories or the bigger experiences that I went through. And so you get an understanding of what actually living on the land is. Pastor Rufus never lived on the land. I did. Me and my family did for almost that whole time. We barely stayed any time in Georgia. This is how it went. We moved down there to Georgia. We all shared the house. We would go to Straightway on the Shabbats. And, Pastor knew that I'm good at building. Or, I got experience in it. I've done it my whole life. So I got skills in them areas or whatever. Well, once he seen how I was good at it, he sent for me and my family to move to Straightway. We weren't there very long, maybe, I don't know exact time frames. I'm not really good at that part, but maybe a few months, couple months, something we stayed there. We weren't there long at all. All of our stuff stayed there. My car, everything that I brought, everything, my food supply, everything that I brought to Straightway, I was left there. Me and my family were to move to Straightway. This is under Dowell, his decision to move us there. So we moved there. I got all kinds of props at the beginning. I was the man, he gave me all kinds of, because I could build, and a lot of the other guys on the land didn't have them type of skills. They were more just labor guys, they didn't really know how to do, they didn't have experience in that kind of, them areas or whatever, like I did anyways. So I was put up kind of above them in ranks or whatever. So it was like, you're already putting me in spots and stuff like that, where I felt uncomfortable in ways almost, So anyways, he would do preachings in the dining hall that people don't get to see off the land. This is to drag you down. He belittles you. You lose your voice. This happened over time though. This didn't happen right away, because it's like they draw you in, he draws you in first. And when I'm talking about him. Nobody else, unless I say it specifically in this video. Everything I'm directing towards is Dowell, okay? Just to make that clear. So, anyways, he would have these preachings in the dining hall where he would talk about a brother. Sometimes he wouldn't call him out. Sometimes he would. He'd jump in your face and call you out and this and that. And it's there's no compassion. There's no love. It's beat you down, lose your voice. He controls everything you do, everything. Your family, what you get, how much money he gives you. Check this out. I had a family of four, mind you. A month, we would get $100 Now, mind you, we had to buy 4 meals with this because every Friday they didn't serve food in the dining hall. So you would have to supply 4 meals for yourself for the month. Any type of clothes, any products you need, anything like that came out of that money. That's what you had for a family of 4. That's what I got. $100 a month. Yeah. When I got there, he preached all things common. How I found out fast that wasn't the case for everybody. Not at all. Definitely not for him. Definitely not for him. That's what I got to say about that. Definitely not for him. It's not all things common. No. That's a flat out lie, all things common. Maybe with everybody else, yes. With him, no. No. He was above us all. That's exactly how he treated us too. Yes. That's how you lose your voice over time. You don't see it, but everybody falls in line. So then you end up doing it yourself almost, where you lose your voice. You know, we got to the point where I would have other brothers coming over, and you know, it was so discouraging a lot of the time that we'd make fun of it to, I guess, get through it. I don't know how else to say it. Like we called it Dowell's world. I heard Rufus call him King Dowell. We called him Dowell. You know, we had our names too. And it's because it's the truth. It's his way or there's no way. He takes everybody's voice away. I don't care, all the elders. There was no other pastor at that time that was that close with it. There was, but not that close to the fellowship, you know? So there was mainly just elder at the time, elders or whatever. So, if I brought anything up, there was a feast, and I brought up, we were working on the feast, and this elder got pissed at me, like pissed. What are you talking to this brother? Why are you letting him feed? And it wasn't even about that brother. I read it in the book and I seen it and it said it. So I asked a question. His face looked like a tomato. He was so mad at me. I was like, whoa, guess I can't ask questions. I was surprised. I've never seen him get like that, so mad at me. I'll be discredited over this video, I'm sure I will. Was I saying things behind the scenes about Dowell? Yes, I was. Was I complaining some? Yes, I was. I lived right across from his trailer. Exactly across. No, everybody else lives, you know, away, whatever. At that time, there was a trailer right across the street from him, the little drive or whatever, and I lived right there. So I seen everything. I seen him come go. I see everything. You know, it's loud. You can hear everything through the trailers. So you can tell when he's coming. You can everything. So it draws your attention sometimes. You know, you would see the different things that he would get and be like, wow, I can't even afford soap, let alone a wine freezer or a wine refrigerator, whatever it is. Little comfy things. They be chilling back when you go into his house and just look. Hey, take care of yourself, great, but all things common, I'm not seeing that. That's not what I seen at all. That's not what I experienced at all. Not at all. So, to move on, a little bit down the road, everything seemed to be pretty decent effort, you know, for a while. And then what happened was he started preaching about the multiple wife thing. Okay? This is where it all started for me going bad, or, you know, like it changed for me big time, like big time. Everything changed for me. So he was preaching on it, over time and stuff like that. And I heard opinions of the men and all that, and I kind of already knew where a lot of them already stood and all that. So what I had talked to my wife about it. And so I wanted the other opinions of the women, just to see what they would think, like that. So at this time I asked my wife, and I had asked, I think, 3 other women, just what they thought about the multiple wives. And, would they care to be in one, or, that type of relationship or whatever. And so 4 women. So I was on the basketball court one day, and there was a sister over in the pavilion, and I seen her sitting there. And mind you, this is a married woman, and I'm married. Okay, so mind you, I started thinking about it. I was shooting hoops and stuff, and I was just chilling. And so I said, "Hey, sister," I'm not gonna call out her name. We don't need to do all that. What do you think about, multiple wives and being in that type of relationship? Would you do it, And so she responded, and all I said was, "This was it." "Okay, thank you. I was just curious." That was it. That was all I said. That was the whole conversation. I never got close to her. I was on the basketball court. She was over in a pavilion. We weren't even, I kind of not yelled to her, but like talked loudly so she could hear me. But we weren't even nothing like that. Not even close. So I'm not sure how much time after this. It was not shortly after, real soon. Could have been a week, 2. I'm not sure time frame. She came. Me and my wife were at the trailer. She comes knocking at the door, comes in, and starts talking. We're just sitting there, and she's like, "I can't do this. She's my best friend, and I can't do that to her, and I can't do this," and started like saying a bunch of stuff like this, and then she just kind of like walked out. And she was talking to me, and I didn't know what to take of it at first. I'm not kidding you, I looked at my wife, and the first thing I said was, that was weird. Like, I didn't understand what she was even talking about. Like, I didn't get it. I didn't understand what she was referring to. Like I said, she's married at the time. Okay? So, a feast came up. Me and my wife were getting into it because we found out this lady that I was talking to was getting a divorce from her husband. Okay? I didn't know this. I had no idea until they told us. Okay, so they were going over stuff. Well, this lady in Dowell was going up to the tabernacle and having meetings. Well, they were bringing my wife. Well, something just in my spirit was getting like fed up over it after time, and I'm like, this don't feel right. Something just don't feel right to me. And so I told her, I don't want you a part of that no more. It's not our business. I want you to stay out of it. So that's not what happened. I don't know how much it happened that I know of, but I know it happened a few times. She started talking to Dowell, my wife, behind my back. I don't know if Dowell influenced this or what. What was going on was they were convincing my wife that I wanted this lady because I asked her that question that day in the pavilion. Mind you, I asked 4 other women the same question. 4. And this lady's married. So was I. I wanted her? What? Huh? She's a married woman. How could I want that woman? She's already taken by another man. That makes no sense to me or the whole situation. So, mind you, no one ever came to me over this. Ever. One time. Never. So, there was a feast day going on, and me and my wife got into it, and we were supposed to be in the tents. My wife left. She was gone for a while. So I went back to the trailer to see if she was there. So I sat there and waited and waited and waited and waited for a while. All of a sudden, she shows up with Dowell. Just her and Dowell. I was confused, like, what the hell? This is like 11, 12 at night? Yeah. and he just didn't really say, he goes, I'm just going to go to bed. Because he could tell I was a little upset. Like, what the hell is going on here? Like, so the next morning, so actually me and my wife, we started getting in an argument that night over, that and like, what's going on? Like, so the lady that she was involved with it, and I did say, I go, I hate that lady. Cause she was like in our business. She was like, kind of like feeding my wife shit in her ear. Tweet, 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 the Tweety Bird crap. And that's what was going on. And Dowell was doing the same thing. I don't know for sure, so I can't say that it's hearsay out of my mouth. So, but that's what he was doing, because there's other evidence I will tell you. And I know this is my side of the story, but there's other evidence that he was talking to my wife behind my back. I already told you one. So the next morning, he calls me out in front of his house. And I'm right up next door. I'm supposed to be sleeping in the tent, but I wasn't, because we got into it and blah, blah, blah. Our tent got flooded. Anyways, whatever. So he called me out there and he apologized to me for talking to my wife without my knowledge. He said he thought I knew. How would I know that? That late at hour? 10, 11 o'clock at night, I know you're with my wife? How in the hell would I know that? I had no clue. Not one clue. So, sorry, you can go if you need. Sorry, I was talking to my son. But anyways, where was I? Okay, so he talked to me. That morning, told me he apologized for talking to her. He didn't know. And I was like, okay, I didn't really know what to say or how to take it. I didn't really know. So I just, okay, like, all right. Yeah, I trust you. I didn't know what to believe or what to think at the time. I didn't really understand a lot of what was going on at all. Because, like I said, I didn't know about her telling Dowell that I wanted her. She must have got it confused, because I asked that question and told Dowell that I wanted her. Or maybe she assumed that I was asking or something. I'm not sure. But she was totally confused. That's not my intent. That's not what was in my heart. Nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with that at all. It was just trying to figure out what was being preached, what everybody thought about it, how I even thought about it, because it was all being introduced. It was new to me. And when I came into this, I didn't even explain. I was babe. I didn't know much about spiritual, My talents were to help build, be supportive, be a good brother, just do my thing the best I could, I knew I wasn't no pastor, no teacher. I didn't have that qualifications, but I did for building. I did for, supporting and helping out. And I have a big heart, man, a big ass heart. And I care about souls. So that's what I got. I know for sure I do. No matter what any man says to me, I don't care. I don't need no man's approval. I learned that. Me and only me. That's who I need. That's it. That's what makes me happy. I found out. Anyways, back to my story. A testimony, however you want to say it. So things started going really bad there after that. My wife went and told this lady that I said I hated her. Because I was irritated, I was mad. She told her that, so I wasn't allowed to talk to her boys no more or nothing like that. And you could just feel the hostility, the energy on the land just wasn't good at all. So I wanted to make right and, repent. So I went to Dowell and I asked him if I could talk to her. I didn't even try to approach her. I went to Dowell so he would be there because I wanted, to try to do right and just apologize and tell her, I didn't really mean that. It was out of anger and I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. It was wrong. It was wrong. Hate is not the way to go. And I said it out of anger because a lot of stuff was being built up there, I guess, So she tore me up. She literally just told me I had a crappy heart, basically black. I need to check my heart and this and that. That's my true feelings. I wouldn't have said it. And the whole time he's just sitting here letting her talk to me, like just disrespecting me just as I apologizing to this lady. Tried to explain, I was sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Me and my wife were arguing. I apologize. And no compassion, no love, nothing. Just basically ripped me a new butthole. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk like that, but just tore me up. So I just sat there and ate it and didn't say a word. I just didn't know what to say anymore. I was like shocked. I didn't actually think that would happen. So tension got worse. How I said it, that he used to come talk to me, tell me what's going on with the brothers and, him and the elder. I wasn't no elder, but he would tell me what's going on with the land during the day and stuff like that, and he would tell me if I had to tell the brothers what to do or this or that, Well, that changed. He'd come in and start telling another brother saying this, all these brothers are dragging down the job and ain't working hard and blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that. And I was getting accused of, he wasn't calling my name, but he was referring to me. It wasn't hard to figure it out. He quit coming to me, quit talking to me, and started basically just treating me like total dirt, like dirt. Then I heard preaching about a man wanting a married woman, and I didn't catch it. I remember him saying it. I remember the message, everything, and I remember him saying it, and I was just like, I wasn't even thinking he was talking about me. I had no clue the whole time. Never even thought it was me, because it wasn't in my heart like that. Not one bit. Not one bit. Not one bit. So it just started getting more, I could feel the energy wasn't good anymore. So I'm pretty sure Dowell had a lot to influence Rufus about this. I'm not sure positively. He can vouch for it. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, I don't know. I have no idea. Unless it was just in Rufus's spirit. I have no idea. We never talked about it. Because by this time, I had lived at Straightway most of the time I was there. I was fed up. I was done. My spirit my soul was beaten down. I was tired. I was fed up. I didn't want to be there no more. I didn't want my sons or my wife to have to deal with it. But my wife was under the influence of Dowell. behind my back. So she started telling him stuff that we were talking about. And I didn't know how else to deal with it. I didn't know how else to deal with it. But we made jokes about it. We made fun of it. We like, not jokes about it, like, but like, we would try to make humor out of the things he would do. How he would bash people, or how he'd get way more, and just the unfairness that he does. The favoritism. It's, if you're not a Dowell lover, you get treated like crap, like shit, straight shit. If you don't kiss his butt, you get treated like crap. And that's the honest truth. I'm not here to lie. I don't have anything to gain by any of this. Like I said, I don't talk to Pastor Rufus. I don't talk to nobody. I seen this message of Pastor Rufus and what happened to him. And everything came back to me how I was treated. And then I started hearing Ringo's messages and the truth. And just everything started coming back. Like, I never got to tell my side of the story. When I left there, Straightway, hang on. He did a 2-hour blog, not Straightway, but Georgia. I'll explain in a second. But he did a blog talk about me and my sons. I'll get back to that in a minute. So it was getting a little hectic. I could feel like the energy and stuff like that just wasn't good no more. Not between me and him at all. Everybody else loved me, not him. One of the elders wasn't too fond because he was under the influence of Dowell more. And I could see, like, one of the times at a feast, he looked at me and he goes, "I just want to punch you." He said it in a friendly way, but because he probably heard stuff behind what Dowell was saying to him about the stuff I would say behind, and it wasn't, nothing I said was untrue though. I never lied about anything. Not one time did I lie. Everything that I was complaining about, the money, how we were treated, the unfairness, all things ain't common between all of us. Everything that I said was true. Not one thing that I lied about. Was I complaining more than I should have? Probably. But you'd have to live through it and you would understand. It's the only thing I can say. I can't say anything more because I can't convince you of something you didn't live through or whatever. This is my story, my journey, what I went through. And I can only tell you how I felt about it, or, and feel now about it. I'm healed now though. I'm doing good. I am. It took me a while, but I'm doing good. So anyways, Rufus ended up calling me one night, said, "Hey, we need someone skilled here back at the land." He asked me now, "Would you want to come back?" And I'm like, "Well, if it's, God's doing, I'm me, if I'm supposed to go there, that's where I want to go, or whatever, so I don't know if Dowell had him up to that or if Rufus even knew what was going on about this lady thing. And I don't think he did. I don't think he knew the whole story. I don't think nobody does. That's why I want to talk about it. I want to get it out. I want to explain. Like he said, there's 2 sides to every story. Nah, there's 3. Mine, his, and the congregation, buddy. That's who I want to see this. The congregation. Not too many people live there that will talk or or whatever. And like you said, most people don't because they don't have a voice. They're not in a position to. No one will listen to you, or he demonizes you right away. He did it to every person that left that community or was affiliated, even if they didn't live there, because most people don't live there. They just come and visit or whatever. But he would demonize them. Basically, they're going to hell. They're out of the faith. They're no longer, within a year or two, or if that, they're going to go back to whatever heathen life they live, or blah, blah, blah. Every single person that I know that was affiliated in my time, my experience there, was demonized when they left. Not one person left on good terms. Not one. Not one. Imagine that. So, me and my family, we got sent back to Georgia. Wasn't there very long. I'm not sure time frame. 3, 4, 5 months, maybe. I'm not sure really. I don't remember. By then I was checked out. There's nothing no one could have said to me at that time to make me change my mind of what I went through. The beat downs, the just behind my back stuff. Anyways. So, Georgia. I was trying to do my thing, seeing if, I got sent to another guy's help to work out there for a little while. Talked to him a little bit. It was nice to get away and just get away for a little bit, So it was nice to visit him for a little bit. We got sent back and we had a brothers meeting. I was supposed to go back again. We had a brothers meeting over at the place I stayed at. Just the brothers. And all this information came from Dowell, but Rufus was telling us. So Rufus gets to me and he tells me that Dowell said, this is coming from Dowell. Rufus didn't say this. Dowell did. That Dowell basically said that I haven't grown spiritually the whole time I've been there. The whole time. I didn't say a word. I just sat there and didn't say a word. You know how much was going through my mind that I just wanted to hold my tongue and not say a word. Mind you, the whole time I was there, Dowell never came to me. An elder never came to me. A brother never came to me to help me, to tell me, hey, I can see you're struggling. You need help? Not one. Not one. All I got was shitted on. Once my talents weren't, he had somebody to replace me. Okay, so, mind you, let me back it up real quick. I was done at that time. When he said that to me, I was done. I was making plans to leave. I was done. Contacted my daughter. She still lived in Michigan. That's where I'm from. That's where I live right now. Contacted her. She was helping come up with money as best as she can. There was a couple brothers that helped me as well. I helped with some money to help me move, pay for the U-Haul truck, get back here, try to get going a little bit. It did it. It was what I needed, man. And I thank you so much for it. I'm grateful, because I would have been stuck, because you have no way. They take everything. You're supposed to give everything up. So you have no way to leave. You're stuck. You're stuck. So, but I had a phone because I was a brother. So I was texting and calling my daughter and brothers to set it all up or whatever. So I went to Elder Rufus. And I told him I was leaving. And the first word out of his mouth, at this time, the first word out of his mouth was, he looked at my wife and he goes, Dowell's going to want to know what she thinks about this. Really? That was what he said to me. I'm not trying to dog Rufus. I don't know. But that's what he said to me. That's what his words were. So, I was over at the trailer one day and I seen my wife. She gets on the phone. She goes outside. So I went outside. Well, I happened to be outside. I seen my wife walking out the slider door on the phone. That's what happened. And I watched her walk out, walk down the side of the house, and sneak around the corner. I'm like, who the heck is she talking to? And why are you hiding? That's kind of an odd thing to do. And who are you talking to? Wonder who. Again, behind my back. That's exactly who she was talking to. She told me. She told me who. Can't lie about that one, Dowell. So, again, I caught him behind my back talking to my wife again. So, me and my wife, when I had told Rufus, we had an agreement to leave. We were all leaving. Me, my wife, my two sons. After that phone call, the next morning, my wife came up to me and told me she's not going with us. She's staying at Straightway. That's exactly what happened. You know what? One of the first things that Dowell said when I came to visit the community, I didn't even live there yet. Nothing like that. It was when I first visited. One of his first things is, you don't have to worry about your wife here. Okay. That's exactly what happened. So we had to sit down, me, my wife, and my sons, because she wasn't coming back with us. She wasn't leaving with us. So we had to sit down with my sons and have a meeting who they wanted to stay with. That was tough. That was a hard thing to deal with, You weren't expecting none of that. I wasn't expecting none of that, Caught me off guard. So anyways, they both chose to come with me. Made me feel good. Would you get them? Made me feel good, but I was so hurt, distraught, confused, didn't know what to think. Like, I'm losing my life right now. I don't know what to, I had no idea. Only thing I could think of to do, because the tension was so high after I said that, was to leave. I needed to leave now. So I went to Rufus and I asked for some help. Mind you, when I went there, I gave everything I had. It wasn't a ton, but I gave everything that I had. Everything. And I wasn't asking for a ton. I was just asking for a little help to help me and my sons so we could leave. And, have a place to stay and eat, food, help. My response was no. No. Dowell said I can't, basically. I know he wanted to help me, but he couldn't. Dowell wasn't going to let him help me. I know he would have, though. I know he would have. I seen it in his eyes. I could tell. So, on the way, I just got fed up. I couldn't deal with it no more. I just told my daughter, what it is, it is. We got enough. We'll make it work. I don't care. What we got, it'll be enough. So, I went back to Rufus and I said, basically, I'm gone. I'm done. I want to leave now. I have enough money or whatever. And he was like shocked. He was surprised that I came up with the money that fast. He was like surprised. I'm sure Dowell was too. They weren't expecting that. Because I already had plan A involved. They were plan B. Well, Dowell was. And I wasn't asking for buy me a home. $500 would have helped. $400, something. $100, something to help me and my sons. I worked there the whole time. I got tons of praise on how good I worked there. Tons of praise by him on how good I worked there. That's not what the story was when I left, though. It wasn't even close to the same story. I never listened to the blog talk. Rufus may be able to vouch for this, but brothers told me about what some of the things that he said. And I basically told him I don't care. I don't care what he's got to say. I didn't listen. I've never listened to a message until just recently. 2 short little ones, only because of what you guys got going on right now. So, on the way to get the U-Haul truck, Rufus, me and him were talking, and he looked right at me and he goes, I just want to tell you something. Don't listen to anything that's said once you leave here. Do what you gotta do. Basically just be happy, whatever, but don't listen to any. So he already knew that he already seen it coming. He's seen it himself. Because why would he tell me that? Don't worry about anything that's said about you. That's exactly what he said to me. Because it was coming. It was coming. Sure was. So, basically, we left. And I got a call about a blog talk that he did about me and my sons, telling me how basically I'm wicked. And my sons have the same spirit. My sons have the same spirit. My youngest was 11 years old, and I think my oldest was 16 at the time. They have my wicked spirit. My children. Because they chose to come with me. Because they didn't like how they were getting treated. You can't have kids or playtime there. It's all about work. Work, work, work. Even the children. That's all we did. Like, I'm a family man. I don't have much time to spend with my wife because he expects you to study all the time. Like, all the time. Work all the time. Okay, I get you have to work. You need to learn and grow. I understand all that. But there's got to be time with your children. There's got to be time with your wife. not just the little bit of time you give us. Or we always had something to do afterwards, or this or that, and that's good. I don't mind certain things, but we're not meant to be under no dictatorship. Not like that. You don't follow no man. It's good to guide, help, teach, but follow? Nah, not me. I'll never follow another man again. I learned. I learned. So, after I left, he did the blog talk. A brother of mine contacted me and said, "Hey, did you see the video?" I was like, "I don't watch that stuff no more. I'm done. I don't pay attention." He's like, basically, he's dogging you, and the reason is pretty much that you got basically the way you were treated or whatever was that you wanted that sister. You wanted that married woman. I'm like, huh? So I started putting everything together. This was after I left, though. I'm like, so that's why she came in the trailer and said all that stuff to me. And I'm sitting there confused, like, what are you talking about? She assumed that I wanted her because I asked that question. But that's wasn't it at all. And she told Dowell that. So without even questioning me, asking my side of the story or anything, I was accused of it behind my back. But it was all behind my back. Every bit of it was behind my back. And that's when he started talking to my wife and this and that. And so it was the reason that I was treated the way I was because I wanted a married woman, because she was confused by a question I asked. That's what happened. That's why I got treated so shitty. Because no one ever thought to ask, what's your side of the story? What happened? And guess what? Shortly after her divorce, like, it started immediately. He was courting her and wifed her. Dowell did. The same woman that I got accused by him behind my back that I wanted. Who wanted her? Who ended up with her? I heard you say, Ringo, that he was directing or projecting what was in his heart towards the brother. That's exactly what he did to me. He wanted her, and he assumed that I did too, and you ain't getting her. I want her. But I'm going to do it, like, secretly, kind of. That's what happened. So I lost my wife. We separated. Never got back together. We talk now. We're friends, but it's not the same anymore. Everything changed. My sons still live with me. They still live with me. So, yeah. It was it was a crazy journey. It took a lot of healing. Changing my mindset. Unlearning to relearn. I hope this helps somebody. I really do. I'm not about no drama. I don't want no drama. I don't even know if I'll pay attention to anybody really after this or I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. But once I seen that, and I seen the spirit that Pastor Rufus has, This man is telling the truth. If you cannot see that man is telling the truth by his spirit and his soul, you can't discern. You can see it all over him. That's what. I like to see that, though. I like to see that. I like to see people doing good. He's not in, the situation, I get it, but his heart, proud of you. I'm proud of you. Because it's hard to get through that. It is. It's very hard. I just want to say thank you to Ringo and whoever else gets this out there. This is my experience, what I had with Straightway, Dowell. And mind you, I'm talking about Dowell, not the others. It's Dowell. That man is wicked. I don't talk bad about nobody. I try to hold my tongue because I know I ain't perfect. I still got growing to do. And I know. And I'm okay with that. And I don't mind it. Because once you learn your lessons, you can grow, you can move on. And it makes you happy. It makes you become a better person, a better man, a better dad. I still teach my children. They're all grown. I have 3 children. And I'm still teaching them to this day. Lessons. Stuff I'm learning and growing. I'm still teaching them. Because I care. I care a lot. I care about people and I care about souls. And this man has hurt a lot of people. A lot of people. And he doesn't care. And I just don't want to see nobody feel like that no more or go through it. So, I wish you all so much blessings and so much love. And I just hope you can see the truth through my words, through my actions. You can see my spirit through my eyes, my soul. That I speak the truth. With that said, I'm sure I might have missed certain things or certain stories that I wanted to say or speak on, but I got the main part out, what I wanted to say. And a little bit more understanding of what goes on the land. His work ethic. Oh, real quick. By the way, let me get to that real fast, real quick, and I'll end this. What he does is, this is how this works. The brothers do majority of all the work, and I'm not lying. He'll come out and make a video, work with us for a few minutes, and then he leaves. That's his work. He's got to go back and do the ministry. But only reason, and I agree with, I understand, you have to study and learn a book and, feed the people, the flock, whatever, however you want to say it. I get all that. I get that. But you're portraying it like you're out there working. holding up your hands with all these calluses and all that. You make a video, put on a show, and then you go and leave. That's the truth. Straightway. That's what happens. That's Mr. Dowell's work ethic. I was told by him, out of his mouth, that I put in all the work before you all got here, and I've been doing this and all that before you guys got here. I don't get deliverance because I did all that before I got here, all this and that. He always had an excuse. He already did it all. He don't need to do it no more. That's how that works? You just stop? You don't need to grow no more? You don't need to... I thought we continue to grow, learn. That's how we become wiser and wiser. That's a wise man that can be humble enough to continue to learn and grow. Not one that wants to dominate and control. That's not a wise man. It's a cult leader. That's what that is, a cult leader. I don't consider him a pastor. That's why you didn't hear me say that in this video. A pastor wouldn't teach, guide, help the people like that. That is not a pastor to me. Not at all. He's not no shepherd. Not in my eyes. I've seen way too much. And you may have a different opinion, and that's fine. It's okay. This is my story. This is my story. This is what I went through. So, I live there. I experienced. I have a right for my opinion and my truth to be spoken. And I don't care what he says about this video. I don't care what he tries to say about me, that I back my heathen ways and blah, blah, this and blah, blah. I don't care. I don't care. Truth is truth, and I'm about the truth. That's one thing about me. I'm about the truth. I don't call myself Israel no more. I don't call myself a Christian. I don't title myself. You know what I call myself? Or I'm spiritual. And I have him. I'm spiritual. I don't need anybody. I don't need to follow a man. No, I learned that. Straightway taught me that. That's one lesson, a hard lesson. One hard, hell of a lesson to learn. I learned it though. And I ain't about to learn it again. Not about to repeat that lesson in my life. I've evolved from that. I've been set free. My heart has been set free. I'm a free man. I'm happy. I'm excited about life. I'm growing and I'm learning every day. And it all comes from inside of me. Every bit of it comes from inside. It's all in us. Thank you again for letting my story get out. If you play this, like I said, I lived there from 2011 to 2015. I lived there pretty much. You can probably go back and see videos. I'm not skilled in that area. You guys are. You are. You're very good at what you do, I see. Very good. So you could probably go back if you're interested or just want to play the video. However you choose fit to use it, you're more than welcome to use it anyway. So I hope this helps. I hope this saves a soul from going through anything like that, because we deserve much better. Much, much better. Much more compassion and love, that's for sure. So I hope you feel it, my love, and the truth in my message and my story. And my journey will happen. So blessings to you all, and thank you again.
So, what did you think? Now, there's a lot of things to unpack. Again, if you are on the Ringo TV Raw channel, we're also streaming on the Ringo TV Reactions channel, where you're able to see all of the visuals of everything. Now, we're going to pretty much go through the breakdown. I wanted you to hear everything in its entirety so that you're able to comprehend the magnitude of the problem. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I'm sure you are passing judgments. There's a lot of things that we have to unpack so that we can make sense of everything that's happening here. Now, first, I would like to thank Jamie for having the courage to actually come into the public and share his story. He did that on one take. He didn't start, stop, record. He just spoke his heart. That's how you know he's telling the truth. He's definitely telling the truth. There's no way around it. I can listen to that man. I can see and feel his spirit. Now, there's a lot of things with this message that people are going to have that they're probably wondering, like, what's going on. I've watched his message. This is pretty much like what, the fifth time listening to the tapes. The first time I listened to it, I was angry. I was angry because his story is that of what a lot of people go through when they're in these churches. Now, Brother Rufus, I seen one of his comments. He said, not all the men are wicked. I get that. At the same time, brother, in the court of public opinion, the people are going to go wild. That's just the way you can't control that. The people, when the people hear stuff like this, they're going to have their say. They're going to do what they're going to do. That's just the way it is, especially on social media. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do my best to make some sense of all of this stuff, because everybody's going to have their opinion. We're not stifling no one's opinion. All I want is for people to use their brain and start to make sense. Now, we heard a lot of things from Jamie, and one of the questions a lot of people are going to have is, what's going on with Straightway? First question a lot of people are going to have is this. And this is plain and simple. Dowell is in adultery right now. No ifs, and, or buts. He's in adultery right now. How could a man have Shabbat services, Passover services, any sort of services, and be with another man's wife? And how is it that the men of Yah at Straightway is fully aware, but yet nobody's saying that? So that brings into question how many other women at Straightway may have came from a situation where they were married to another man, got a divorce, and then married a man at Straightway. Now, of course, you have a couple of virgins that married a couple of these guys. We're going to talk about that in other videos. But what I want to know is, how is it that the men of Straightway is fully aware of the story regarding Eric. I believe is it Gonzalez, or I'm not sure of his last name, but I know I know he's Spanish. Eric. His wife is the one at Straightway that people are calling Mama Nelly or something along them lines. You see her in a lot of videos with the head wraps, the scarves, and everybody's saying, "Shalom, shalom, sister." So, how is it that a pastor, a man of Yah, a man of the cloth, can take another man's wife and think this is good? See, all of this stuff I'm learning in my investigation. I told you already, when it comes to this type of content, when it comes to this type of investigative reporting, when it comes to holding pastors accountable, I'm the best when it comes to these kind of videos. I've been doing this since 2006. This is my number one expertise when it comes to content creation. And I've been studying all of yesterday, watching videos, gathering evidence, looking at a lot of stuff. I found videos where even Eric was talking about the situation. And he basically said, look, if I'm guilty for my adultery, then what about Dowell? Because he's with my wife. In other words, it is said that Eric had the same treatment that Brother Rufus experienced by getting kicked out of the assembly. But with Eric, he got kicked out of the assembly because it was found out that he was messing with a woman who was supposed to have been married before. And because Straightway found out this info, they decided to kick him out. There is video evidence of Dowell sending out threats to Eric saying, you better not come back to this community. We got all the tapes. We got all the receipts. Do you understand me? We got the receipts of Eric sitting down, talking about his side of the story. So I'm trying to figure this out. And here's the thing. Eric literally admit, he's like, look, yeah, I'm with her. Yeah. Hey, if I'm guilty, then he guilty. So why are people still following Straightway? Now, again, this is a major, major problem, man. Based on the tapes, Eric was kicked out of the ministry. He didn't abandon nothing. That's what Dowell do. He like to say things that are not true. And then what he does is anybody he get rid of, he got a character assassinate their name. You know what I mean? Smear campaigns, say you're not knowledgeable, you're lazy. You understand? If you listen to Jamie's voice, you could feel the pain. He said he healed, but you can literally feel the pain. And what he want is for no one else to go through this. He had to live off of $100 a month. And yet, Dowell used a video trying to say that, oh, the people gave all their money to Rufus and he took all the money. But yet we have a man, a family of 4. They only had $100 to survive a month. Now you tell me, how many of you can survive off of $100 a month? I thought Straightway was about abundant living, set apart living. Sounds to me like they had that man in bondage. Come on now. It sounds to me like they had that man in bondage to the point where he couldn't even do nothing. And even down to the point where he was leaving. And again, at Brother Rufus, be mindful that you're going to have people that's going to have a lot to say about you. They're going to have a lot of questions. They're going to throw questions at you. They're going to have judgments. They're going to have a lot of things. You got to be prepared for all of that. You got to be prepared for all of it. Now, you got to give Jamie credit because he did say that even though he asked Rufus for help, he could tell by the look in his eye that he wanted to help. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you been there. I'm pretty sure a lot of you been in situations where somebody was making a judgment call, and while they're making the judgment call, they had to tell you no or whatever, but you could look in their eye and know that it's burning them up to have to do that. So before you judge, because I ain't gonna lie, when I first heard that, I was like, hold on now. Rufus got some explaining to do, fam. How you gonna tell this man no? But then I started to look at this thing from the lens of everybody have responsibility, because look, in the beginning, Jamie did say, were you saying negative things about him? Yeah. Were you complaining? Yeah. Were you doing this? Yeah. So he was admitting to all the charges of typically what men would do that can get them kicked out. In other words, speaking negative about the pastor and all this other stuff. You know how it go. So Rufus was pretty much just doing his job. If you really think about it. I know how bad it looks. It looks bad. That's why I said before you jump the gun, pause a little bit and kind of just relax, marinate, because I had to do the same thing. At first, I was like, hold on, man, I'm going live right now. This man looked like he suffered. He came to another man for help and he was denied. But then, if you really pay attention, he said that Rufus had no idea what was going on. Because he never told nobody about what's going on. So you got to also look at that. Meaning, the issues that was going on, the treatment that was going on, he never told him. So on our end, we'll look at it like, but Rufus, you should have did something. But how could he if he ain't know nothing? Even down to Dowell taking another man's woman to make his wife. Some would say, well, that happened on your watch. But then again, if Rufus is in Georgia and Dowell is on the other side of the map somewhere, he ain't gonna know all the intricate details of everything that's going on over there. Especially if they keep people in the dark. But now the other men at Straightway do know. The other men at Straightway have to know what's going on. Because while all the drama was going on with Eric, you seen other men in videos. So they knew. They knew that this man took Eric's wife and made her his own and prance around as Mama Nelly and Mama this and all this other mess. You know, notice that they don't have no regular names like, oh, this is my wife. It's Mother Carol, it's Mama Nelly, it's Sister so and so. So you don't know who's who. You don't know who's this man's wife. This man went with Nelly's with Jamie's wife, turned his wife against him by putting a battery in her back by saying, look, you know, look like he trying to talk to that other woman. The whole time he wanted her. The whole time, all Jamie did is ask the woman a question. And if you listen to the video, he said he asked 4 different women the same question. He asked 4 different women the same question. But because Dowell wanted this woman to be his own, he C-blocked Jamie by causing a disturbance in his house, right? Which made his wife betray him. That's what happened. And the whole time he wanted the woman. In other words, son, why are you over there trying to mess with that woman? She's a married woman. The whole time he wanted her. That's how wicked he is. Come on now. Listen, as of today, Dowell is in adultery. According to the scriptures, he's in adultery. He pulled a King David. He pulled a King David. The man is laying with another man's wife. There is no one that could defend this. Anybody defending this is of the devil. No one should be following Dowell at this point. You are following a man who is in adultery right now. Do you understand me? And see, here's another thing. Now watch this. At Rufus, check this out. This is why he promote other men to pastor status and so forth. You know why? So that y'all can be the punching bags when everything goes south. I'm telling y'all right now, man, I already know how this thing go because everybody gonna start blaming everybody else. You saw how people in the chat was. They're gonna have questions for you. They're going to. That's just the way to. That's just how it go. If I was over there, they're gonna have questions for me. They're gonna be like, "Yo, Ringo, come on. You gonna tell me you didn't know?" They're gonna have questions. Now, if I'm guilty, it's gonna show. If I'm not guilty, all I gotta do is just be cool. Nobody ain't gonna. I mean, if there's no evidence to prove anything, it's just people gonna just run their mouth and say whatever they gotta say. That's why I'm trying to be as fair and balanced as I can. The men that were at Straightway, where Dowell is at, they had to know about this adulterous affair. If you're in Georgia, all the way over there, you may see things, you may see pictures, you may see photos, but you don't really know what's going on. But people can still try to say that you knew something. You got to understand that and be willing to accept that because, number one, videos are online. Videos are online. And as a pastor, as an elder, everyone is aware of different activity. So people can still say, but I hear what you're saying, Ringo, but hey, he still had to know something. All I'm doing is being a voice of what the people are saying. I'm neutral. I'm completely neutral. All I'm saying is the people have spoken and they're going to have words because they're going to say, so you were there, so you didn't see none of the videos online where Dowell was, you know, telling Eric, you can never come back to the place. You ain't never seen none of those videos. That's what they're going to say. Now you can always say, well, I never seen it. But the people are going to still have their opinion. Do you understand? So even if you had no understanding or no knowledge of what's going on with that situation, hey, it is what it is. At the same time, the men that are at Straightway right now, that are around Dowell, oh, you know what happened. You know what happened. Because y'all had to know where this woman come from. And it was very evident and clear that was Eric's wife. That was Eric's wife. What does the Bible say? A woman is bound to her husband as long as he liveth. And the only way she could be married again is if her husband be dead. So how can Dowell take Nellie as his wife, as his Isha's, and call it holy? That's a King David move with Bathsheba. You remember what he did to Uriah the Hittite? He killed a man to take his wife. That's what Dowell did. He didn't murder a man, but by him banishing that man out of the community and hold on to his wife, it come in like you were smashing this man's wife the whole time. And on top of that, to add insult to injury, for all we know, this is just me speculating, why was Dowell late at night, 11, 12 at night, with Jamie's wife? What was he doing? Nobody should be with no other man's wife. What the heck you doing with that man's wife at 11 and 12 at night? He's wondering where his wife is at. She come around the corner with Dowell. What? What are you supposed to think? What am I supposed to think? You were praying for her? Nah, fam. You were probably sleeping with her. You were probably rubbing her up. Because I can guarantee you, if I'm on the camp and it's 12 at night and I come around the corner with one of Dowell's wives talking about, oh, I was just kind of walking her home, you ain't going to think that. You're going to wonder, why am I with your woman? Especially when we already had this conversation and now you still being caught with her. So what's going on? For all we know, he probably smashed that man's wife, fam. Low key. Is she still at Straightway? I don't know. But the point is, why is a pastor up inside of a woman's ear? He destroyed Jamie's marriage by getting in the woman's ear, making her believe that he wanted that other woman, because the way it was supposed to be is Nellie was supposed to be going through the process of getting a divorce. So in that process of getting a divorce, guess what? Dowell already had his stamp of approval on, oh, I'm gonna make this woman my wife. I like the way she looked. Oh, she's a Latina sister too? Oh yeah. Did he have kids with that woman? Yes or no? Put it in the chat, y'all. Put it in the chat. This is court. This is holy court. Did Dowell have any children with Nellie? Put a yes or a no in the court. Let's get it, man. Did he have children with that woman? Because this is all sin, this is all wickedness, and he's not fit to be no pastor. He is not fit to be no pastor. Some people saying no. It doesn't matter if he did or not. By the pure fact he with her, he slept with her. So he already guilty. You understand? That man is not supposed to be with that woman. And it also brings into the question, like, what other men in the church is with women that got a divorce from another man that left the ministry? Is this how the men are acquiring wives? Come on, man. This is sad, y'all. Listen, man, listen. Nobody, I repeat, nobody could defend Straightway at all. If you trying to defend Straightway right now, when a man took another man's wife, you're crazy, you're in sin, the Most High gonna deal with you. All that threats and all the talk that Dowell said, oh, the Most High gonna deal with you. Like in that video where you have Dowell's minions talking about, oh, with Ringo, he hides behind a computer and the Most High gonna deal with you, throwing threats and whatnot. You ought to be in full fear, because you are following a man that is in adultery, which make you an accomplice to his sin. None of you men at Straightway are men of Yah, and all of you will be exposed, because the Most High put this spirit on me and other brothers, and we are going to tell the people the truth. This is why Jamie came out with his video, because the Spirit of the Most High came upon him to give him the courage to go out there and speak. And being that he spoke the truth, it is now shaming the devil, and there's nothing you could do about it. There is nothing you could do about this situation. As of right now, Dowell, because he's not a pastor, he is in adultery. Come into the light and defend yourself if you dare. You are in adultery right now. And you've been in adultery all this time, all these years. You've been in adultery. Right after Jamie left, you started courting the woman? Really? Really? At least Eric admitted, oh yeah, I'm guilty. Oh yeah, I'm with that other woman. Oh yeah, my hand is dirty, but I'm with her. We in a relationship, it is what it is. But you supposed to be a so-called pastor? And you took another man's wife? And you want to sit there talking about you having, Passover meetings? Sit down. What are you doing? Passover meetings? Lifting up holy hands? We praise Yah. No, go sit down. You're in sin. What are you doing? This is amazing. This is amazing. A so-called Israelite pastor is in adultery, and everyone is on the platform saying, hallelujah. Are all you people blind? Are all of you blind? I had to literally go to Dowell's channel and search through all the old tapes because I needed to have a record of if Jamie really was on the Straightway community. Because I didn't want to just review his tapes without having facts that he was. Because all I had was his testimony. The algorithm, listen, the algorithm have a way of showing you stuff. Now, you know what's amazing? I seen his video, but I didn't look at it. I seen his video in the algorithm. It was suggested to me, but I never clicked on it. It just said, here's my experience. And I just kind of went past it. Then I seen his name. He came into my comment section and was like, hey, Ringo, so-and-so and so. How can I get this video to you? So I just went to his channel, same video I saw. So I decided to look at it later in the night. And when I looked at his video, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was that telling. It was that real. I never seen a man so sincere speak from his heart. You could tell that he endured a lot. And he felt like a prisoner on Straightway. All he had was $100 a month to take care of his family of 4. That's all Dowell would give to him. But yet Dowell tried to make it look like Rufus was stealing all the money. But yet, when you look at his situation, all he got was $100 a month. This is what's going on, fam, at Straightway. It's a facade, it's a sham, and the leader is in adultery. I dare Dowell to step into the light. And you know what? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, y'all all want to know why Dowell was going at it with Geno Jennings? This is why. The reason why Dowell was going back and forth with Geno Jennings this whole time, and we were all wondering, like, what in the world's going on with him and Geno Jennings back and forth? You want to know why? Because Geno Jennings was talking about adultery. Now, I'm not no fan of Geno Jennings. There's some truth that he shared, but he also disagreed with parts of the Bible. And once I see a preacher doing that, he's a false teacher in my book. Once I see you disrespecting parts of the Bible, ignoring parts of the Bible, and twisting scriptures, you're a false prophet too. But the reason why Dowell was going back and forth with Geno Jennings is not because of something Geno Jennings taught. It's because Geno Jennings was getting close to the fact that Dowell was in adultery the whole time. That's what it was about. Come on now. We're going to deal with the virgin auction block in another stream. Right now, we're focusing on this. That is why. Well, we know Gino don't agree with polygyny, but polygyny is in the Bible. At the end of the day, it is. But see, here's the thing. Dowell's version of polygyny is perverted because he took in a married woman. The Bible says that woman is not to be married again unless her husband be dead. It says that if she want a man, she got to be reconciled back to her husband. How come Dowell is not following that scripture? How come he's not following it? I thought he's a man of Yah. I thought he fast and pray. I thought he keep the Sabbath. Come on now. Listen, I already done told you already. All of these false prophets will be exposed. You're dealing with Ringo TV. All pastors, I put you on notice. Be warned and be fearful. Because once I find out about you, I'm exposing you. And there's no way to hide. This is the call the Most High gave me. Nobody else have this call. Do you understand me? And I know for a fact that because of this woman that Dowell took in, that became the downfall of Straightway. That became the downfall of Straightway. Once he took that woman in and committed a King David act, that became the downfall of Straightway. So what I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to go to the tapes and I'm going to play the tape, and now I'm going to start and stop and pause and share my commentary. So we're going to do that right now. Right? So let me turn this off real quick over here. Let me turn this music off and let's go to the tapes. For those of you that are now coming into the show, we already watched this entire 1 hour version of this testimony from Brother Jamie, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to break it down. I'm going to literally break down the video. So let's go play the tapes and do what we got to do. Let's go. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Where are we at? Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me see. Something went wrong. Hold on. Let me see. What is going on here? Having some tech difficulties. Okay, that's there. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, that's what it is. I forgot to put it back on.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Since
all right, we good.
This is Elder Rufus, Brother Jamie, Brother Devlon, and Brother James. We've been here the last few days, and the reason why we're giving these updates is because the people at Straightway like to know what we're doing. We'd like to send a shout out to Elder Doug, thank him for his calculations and his computations, and whatever you want to call it, that I make up words as I go.
Now, notice in this particular clip, we have Brother Rufus. We see Jamie in the background over there. Now, something interesting about this video that got my attention is I could automatically see that there were issues even in that video. There were issues even in that video where Dowell, he spoke to Rufus. He spoke to another guy. He spoke to pretty much everybody, but he didn't give Jamie an opportunity. Did anybody peep that? I caught that. He spoke to Rufus. He spoke to the elder gentleman. And he spoke to the other guy next to Jamie. He never gave Jamie an opportunity to share any thoughts. It's almost like he just kept him in the background. Do you understand? I noticed that in the video. The video was speaking to me. It's almost as if though the things that Jamie was dealing with, right, was already happening. But because he was there, he was just kind of making the best of it, and it is what it is. Let's get back to the tapes.
But Elder Doug, he was down here, a couple weeks ago doing the electric and stuff like that. So we're getting things done. We're getting it squared away and stuff for them to go ahead and start moving in. Of course, there's always stuff to be done. What did you learn so far in your learning experience of actually acquiring some land and having a home? It's pretty tedious, huh?
Extremely. extremely tedious, and I learned that the little stuff is the most important stuff.
Now, in this original video, right, because I ain't let it play out in its entirety, but if you go to the channel, I don't know the exact name of it. I would have to get that for you. But this particular video, if you watch that video in its entirety, it's a short video. It's like probably a few minutes. You will hear him talk with Rufus. He'll talk with the other two gentlemen in the background, but he didn't give Jamie no shine to share any of his thoughts, anything. And I was hoping that I would hear his voice, but he didn't give him no opportunity. Almost like, well, he don't need to speak. And I'm like, dag, that's kind of crazy.
Blessings, y'all. The reason I'm making this video, my daughter contacted me the other day, like 2 days ago, telling me about Pastor Rufus being kicked out of Straightway, basically. So, to introduce myself, my name is Jamie. That's how everyone knows me down in Tennessee. But I helped start Georgia's Straightway with, at the time, was Brother Rufus. Now I see he's a pastor. There was one other brother as well. There was 3 of us that started down there. This was before we had the land from Dowell. We had a house we rented down there. That was the house that Rufus was talking about in the video. And he was telling the truth. We weren't getting evicted from that place. We were doing fine. So just to clear the record with that. And since I've left Straightway, it was 9 years ago, 2015. January 1st, 2015 is when I left Straightway, the day I left. I went down there in, not sure when exactly, the year was 2011 when we started down there. I'm not sure the month or whatever. When me and my family, my wife and 2 sons, moved down to Georgia. So basically, I haven't talked to nobody, Pastor Rufus, Dowell, anybody affiliated with Straightway since the day I left. Nobody, not one. I had talked to a couple other brothers that had left around the same time as I did, or...
Notice other brothers that left, guys. Other brothers that left. See, a lot of people been leaving, man, and nobody have heard their stories.
Before, whatever. I had talked to, I stayed in contact with a few. That's how I kind of put things together after I left. I'll explain as I go on what happened. My experience with Straightway. I'm not here for Pastor Rufus. No. I got much love for the man, but no. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here for Ringo. No. I'm not here about Dowell. That's not why I'm here either. The reason I came to share my experience with Straightway is for the people. So nobody has to go through what I went through.
So nobody can go through what he went through. Are you folks listening? How many of you were all prepared and ready to head on down the Straightway so you can give Pastor your check so that you can live off of $100 a month? I mean, heck, people in the ghetto are living better. $100 a month? What are you, crazy? This man have kids. He had 2 sons with him, a wife, and Straightway, Pastor Dowell, I should say, destroyed his relationship with his wife. Got in her ear. Caused his relationship to be destroyed. And possibly may have done the unthinkable with his wife. Allegedly. Because ain't no way a man is out and about at 11 and 12 at night with another man's wife talking about, well, I was just in the woods kind of talking. You know? And to everyone that keep saying cult. Yeah, it's a cult, definitely. At the same time, y'all have to understand something. When people are a part of cults or join a cult, they don't initially go saying, oh, that's a cult, I want to go join. No, you're a part of it because it seems like it's something good. Only until you're there and you start to really get invested, and then before you know it, you can't even find your way out. Now you stuck. If you listen to his story, it got to the point where he was stuck like a slave. You understand? Where all he was there for is just to work. He even said that. That's all they wanted you to do is work. Look, let me tell you something. Look, to everybody that want to focus on community building and all this other stuff, y'all better listen to what I'm saying. If you think that I'm going to waste my time being a part of some community where all I'm doing is just sitting outside working all day, slaving all day, cutting up chickens and taking feathers off a chicken all day, you crazy. I got no damn time for that. What are we living in, the Stone Ages? You bugging. You got to be bugging. Because that's all I see. People just working all day long. Like, bro, like, what is this? You got factories that do that now. It's like with these people, right? And when I say these people, I'm talking about people that want to have these set apart lives and all this other stuff. When they say set apart, they mean set apart, meaning that, hey, I'm not going to the grocery store to do this. I mean, they still go to the grocery store for some things, but what they do is they'll sit there and raise their chickens, raise all their cattle, all their own stuff. They're doing all the work now. That's a lot of work. If you really think about it, that's a lot of work. You cannot just do that by yourself now. You could, but it's just going to be work forever. So how you making money? If I'm doing all of this work, who's making the money? If all I'm doing is building houses all day, what time do I have to make some money? I won't be making no money. I'm gonna end up being broke. You know? Let me see. I know about this because I was in this situation with a different group. Okay. I just wanted clarification because when it comes to these cults, I take a lot of flack because when I was in Creflo Dollar's church, people came at me with the same nonsense. How you were in his church and why are you complaining about him now? You were in his church. You used to support him. Like what am I supposed to do? If I supported somebody one time and I find out that they're false, what do you want me to do? Like, how does that, well, look at, it makes you look bad because, you supported them. And like, are y'all, listen, that's insanity. That's crazy to think that 1 minute you supported someone because you thought they were good. How many of you ever had friends that you thought was good and then they betrayed you? Then you found out the truth. What are you supposed to do? Well, it's your fault. No, it's not. When you found out about them, you initially had good intentions. You thought they were good. You thought they were a real man of the Most High. You never would have thought in a million years that the whole time Dowell was in an adulterous marriage. The whole time. He's in an adulterous marriage right now. That's crazy. And see, this is why you can't really pay attention to the trolls, because the trolls, they really don't have nothing better to do. The trolls don't even follow the Most High. They just like the drama. The trolls have no sense of understanding right from wrong. They just there for the nonsense, to keep the fire going. Because when you really think about it, in your life as a troll, there are people that you knew, that you vouched for, and now you don't. What does that say about you? You once vouched for them. Now you don't. Why? Because you found out who they really are. Happens to everybody. Do you understand me? Happens to every single body. What matters is what you do once you find out a person is no good. Are you going to cover up for them and act like it didn't happen? Or are you going to make it known to the public? Which one? Because right now we have a pastor out here claiming to be a man of Yah, and he's in an adulterous affair with a woman that belonged to another man. She belonged to another man, guys. You know? Yeah, we know about that guy too. We know about the Kabir, another bad example. A man leaves his whole family, leaves his family now to come on down the Straightway to start over, but leaves his family, but the man of Yah don't tell him to go take care of his family. Where's the honor in that? How does a man of Yah sit back and watch another man leave his family and he's not taking care of his people? Even the Bible says that if a man, don't take care of his household, he's worse than an infidel. So where's the scriptures now? See, they're quick to tell you you're in sin, but when you point out their sin, they cry wolf. Didn't Dowell the other day said I'm a man of zero honor? That's the man y'all following, a man that is laying with another man's wife. Are y'all getting this? Has it registered yet? He's laying with another man's wife, and he is a pastor of a church. Come on now. What's going on? What's really happening out here? And you going to tell me Kabir don't know that Dowell is in an adulterous relationship? He know. He know, but he don't care. So what that says about him? Now you can say, now what does that say about him? Because he knows. All of those pastors and elders over there, they all know. So what does that say about all of them? They guilty. How could they teach you or tell you anything when they know that their leader is in sin? To anybody that's at Straightway right now, I know you don't like me, but I know you here because you like, wow, I didn't know that. I hope you know. Your leader, your pastor, is in an adulterous affair. The woman they call Mama Nellie or whatever her name is the wife of Eric. And I believe his name is Gonzalez or something along those lines. That's his wife. Eric was found to have been messing with another woman who was married before. And he got with that woman, messing around with her on the side or whatever the case is. I guess trying to do polygyny. But see, their form of polygyny is messing with another man's wife. Come on. See, now here's the thing. Let me read this real quick. Rufus says, none of us thought they was gonna adultery if they had a worldly contract and she wants to terminate it. Is that her right? Worldly contract don't mean nothing. If that's that man's wife, right? And the Bible says what it says, we just ignore that and say, okay, let me take her in as a wife. No. That's wicked. See, Dowell know what the Bible says, but he don't care. So he took another man's wife, put on some head wraps and put her in some white gowns, make her look like she's holy, but she's full of sin. The Bible says that she's an adulteress, not a wife. This is a fact. Nobody could debate that. It doesn't matter what her right is. She could go ahead and do whatever. The Bible don't say, oh, a woman can go and divorce her husband, give him a divorce and whatnot, and go marry another man. No, that's not what it says. If she want to separate, she could separate, but she got to be reconciled back to her husband. It didn't say for a man to go take her and make her his wife because she want to get a divorce. A lot of pastors are going to be in the lake of fire, man. A lot of pastors. And you know what's so sad about this? The people at Straightway will listen to what I say and still not care. They still would not care. They'll still believe that their pastor is a man of Yah. They still would believe that he's a man of the Most High. Let's get back to the tapes.
It's not right. It's wrong. I want to explain. I'll go as quick as I can make this video, but I want to explain from the time I got there, from the time I left, what happened, what I experienced through Straightway. I'm going to try to be quick, and I'm only going to hit on the bigger stories or the bigger experiences that I went through. And so you get an understanding of what actually living on the land is. Pastor Rufus never lived on the land. I did. Me and my family did for almost that whole time. We barely stayed any time in Georgia. This is how it went. We moved down there to Georgia. We all
No audio. Okay. No audio. Okay, I got it. My wife just texted me. What I was saying now is this. I read Rufus' comment. Let me read it again. He says, Yah's laws are for Hebrews, not the world. They entered that contract as heathens. I disagree. And the reason why I disagree is because that comment is dangerous. Here's why. If a woman is a virgin and she's not with the Most High, she don't know the scriptures, and she lay with Pookie and Ray Ray, they blow her back out, take her virginity. A year later, she wake up to the truth. Is she still a virgin? Is she still a virgin? No. If a woman is married and her husband is still alive, she says, hey, you know what? I'm going to get me a divorce. Now, all of a sudden, I'm in the truth. You think the Most High didn't honor the fact that she was previously married? Oh, because she was in the world, we erase that. Well, now I'm in the truth. I'm born again. Well, if that's the case, shouldn't a virgin be a virgin again? I told you, when I do this kind of content, beware. Beware. And put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. I need to make sure that y'all can all hear me. Can you all hear me? Okay, you can hear me? Again, I'm looking at the comment. How long I've been talking though? Damn. So hold up, how long was I muted? This is crazy. I'm thinking, this is crazy, man. How long was I muted? I'm scrolling all the way up. Y'all laughing, but y'all missing out on the content of what I'm sharing. It's not funny. Because if I'm muted for a long time, that means everything that I was saying, y'all didn't get. I have no clue how long I was not, I don't know how long the audio was off. Said about 2 minutes. That's a long time to be off. You know? Because normally sometimes I click the mute button because I don't want to interrupt. But if I can go back to what I said, because whatever I said before that, I don't know. You know, whatever I said before that, there was a lot of powerful stuff I finished saying. Y'all laughing and giggling. Sounds good on y'all end, but y'all didn't get the message. So whatever information that I said right there, I have no clue what it was now. But I'm just going to continue from where I left off. With what Rufus said here. Let me see if I could go back to that. Because I started talking at where he said, where is it? Where is it? Where he says being a, no, not that. You said being a virgin isn't a Hebrew thing, it's a physical thing. At this point now, you're ignoring the truth, fam. You're literally ignoring the truth now. I don't like that. Because what you're saying is that it's okay to... Are you defending Dowell? I just want to know. Are you defending Dowell at this point? Are you saying a woman can be married to another man, be at Straightway, divorce that man, and then marry a man in the camp, and it's okay? Is that what you're saying? Because you just said being a virgin isn't a Hebrew thing. It's a physical thing. Again, this is the court of public opinion. This is getting really interesting. Because now it sounds like you're defending. Now it sounds like you're defending Dowell now. This is not looking good, Rufus. I'm just letting you know, respectfully. This sound bad. And the audience is going to tear you apart. I'm just letting you know what you just said right there is not looking good. I ain't misunderstand anything, sir. I'm just going by what you saying. You saying that, being a virgin is not a Hebrew thing. You know what I mean? It's a physical thing. So basically what you're saying is that a woman could be defiled and she's still considered good. Like which one is it? Because, at Straightway, I hear them talk about, marrying a true virgin. We see this in videos. I can show you video titles where they say they're marrying a true virgin. So if it's not a Hebrew thing, why they say it? At Straightway, there are videos all around that says marrying a true virgin. Okay, so if it's not a Hebrew thing, but a physical thing, why would they have that in the video titles? Again, this is not looking good. Telling you, man, it's not looking good, sir. I'm just gonna move on. Right now, it's just not looking good. The audience is going to have a field day with that one. They're gonna have a field day with that one because, okay, the simple question that I am asking you is, do you believe that it is okay for a man? Because it's almost like you're saying marriages that are in the world are not real until you rep the Most High. That's crazy. That's crazy. That don't make no sense. Then that mean it's okay to because here's the thing. Eric was a part of Straightway. Eric was a part of Straightway. So how did it go from her getting a divorce from him and then she get with Dowell? What made his relationship with her some heathen relationship because they had a contract or a marriage license? How does that, so let me get this straight. If you have a marriage license with the world as a man and wife, that's not lawful in the Most High's eyes. You got to do it another way. Who taught you that? That would be crazy. Man, oh man, this is crazy, man. Listen, you said we were told she and the children were abandoned. Even if she was abandoned, right? That's that man's wife. Where in the Bible did it say that a man can go take another man's wife when she the one that get a divorce? See, you said you were told. You were told. So you were told. So you knew who she was. If you were told. So you were told she was that Eric abandoned his family and kids. So no one else didn't inquire what was going on. So let me get this straight. So any man that get with a woman, if he leave her, okay, she's now my wife now. That's not how it go. That's not how it go. So if you have a wife, so let me get this straight, sir. So if you have a wife and you decide, well, I'm abandoning her. So a brother can just come along and take your wife, start a whole new family with her, even though the Bible says not to do that. Oh, man. Today is not a good day, bro. It's not a good day, man. People going to make videos about this, fam. They're going to take your words. They're going to make videos, and you know, it's not good, fam. It's not good right now. Even if you say you're not defending Dowell or his actions, that's how it look. That's the perception. That's how people going to look at it. Because first thing they're going to ask is, why are you even trying to, you know, like you're trying to make the comparisons between them. So it's like, well, why are we even going there? You know, because they come in like, this is what the men are doing at Straightway, meaning that they're not, like, a lot of the women that are probably there, it's just me thinking out loud, could be in situations where they were once married, but under the world, meaning a license and all that other stuff. But when they get in the church, it's like the pastor says, oh, that marriage wasn't real because it wasn't under Yah. That makes no sense. What about if she have kids? They were of the world. Do I get rid of them too? Maybe that's why there's word that Kabir, or whatever his name is he taking care of his kids? Do his kids come visit? Or Do they banish the kids too? What about the kids? What about the kids a man have with these women? Do we get rid of them? You know? I want to know. Because again, we got to stay on this topic here. This is not really, it's not good. Can a man take another man's wife because their relationship was under the worldly marriage contract? I don't know. I'm still kind of upset about all the information I shared that none of y'all got to hear, because that's a lot of stuff. I may have to just rewind it back a little bit, because that's a lot of info and it may come to me again.
Brother Rufus. Now I see he's a pastor. There was one other brother as well. There was three of us that started down there. This was before we had the land from Dowell. We had a house we rented down there. That was the house that Rufus was talking about in the video. And he was telling the truth. We weren't getting evicted from that place. We were doing fine. So just to clear the record with that. And since I've left Straightway, it was 9 years ago, 2015. January 1st, 2015 is when I left Straightway, the day I left. I went down there in, not sure when exactly, the year was 2011 when we started down there. I'm not sure the month or whatever. When me and my family, my wife and two sons, moved down to Georgia. So basically I haven't talked to nobody, Pastor Rufus, Dowell, anybody affiliated with Straightway since the day I left. Nobody, not one. I had talked to a couple other brothers that had left around the same time as I did, or before, or whatever. I had talked to, I stayed in contact with a few.
I think this is around where I paused the video and I started talking. Maybe around this portion is when y'all wasn't hearing no audio, if my memory serves me correct. So at this point, I believe I was talking about what he just said, that there were other men that also left Straightway. So that's probably what I was talking about. I was talking about how there were other men that left Straightway and probably had similar stories of being there, being accused of different things, and then they were banished from the community. Lies were told about them to discredit them, and so forth. So between me saying these particular things and then playing the video again and then pausing it and talking again, that would probably equal those minutes that were lost.
That's how I kind of put things together after I left. I'll explain as I go on what happened. My experience with Straightway. I'm not here for Pastor Rufus. No. I got much love for the man, but no, that's not why I'm here. I'm not here for Ringo. No, I'm not here about Dowell. That's not why I'm here either. The reason I came to share my experience with Straightway is for the people. So nobody has to go through what I went through. It's not right.
I think I also paused it right here too, because it's definitely not right. And he don't want nobody to go through the things that he went through. I'm trying to kind of recap to find out what I was probably saying, because this happens from time to time when you stream. You miss the pause button or whatever the case is, and you mute yourself. I've seen live shows where somebody was muted for 30 minutes straight or an hour and didn't have no clue. Some people streamed and their audio was off the whole time during the whole stream. A total disaster. So it is what it is. Shout out to Mashonda for the support. Appreciate you. You says, my husband passed away March 9th, 2024. My condolences to you, due to that situation. March 9th, 2024, and was huge follower and respected Pastor Dowell and Rufus. He would roll over in his grave seeing this. Straightway is a cult, and he's no different than these pimp pastors that rob us. I think he's worse. I think that he's worse than the pimp pastors that are out here, because at least with the pimps, they don't take your whole check. You know what I mean? They don't do that. And they don't sit around having all these ceremonies and everybody in fringes, and at the same time you with another man's wife. They don't do stuff like that. Shout out to, let's see what we got here. We got Floridine Rollo, let's go, for the support. He says, it goes to show, as I stated a long time ago, most men don't have it in them to do right and steal from other men. Wives, the other man own up to it. Kudos. I knew most dudes force women to be with them. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Because when you look at the situation with Dowell, clearly he's an adulterer, right? And all the men at Straightway know about it. Like, I'm not sugarcoating nothing with none of you pastors and preachers, none of y'all no more. Everybody gonna get exposed. I'm pissed off with all that's going on, and everybody acting like they don't know what's going on. Everybody know what's going on. You know what I mean? If I'm at the workplace, don't tell me I don't know what's going on. And I'm at the same workplace everybody at. If I'm an employee at the job, word is going to get back on who messing with who said what, he said, she said, what drama's going down in the workplace. All of y'all know this to be true. When you in the workplace, the news come back. There's no way around it. Even when you're not even trying to find the news find you. So word on the street, hey, who Dowell's new wife? Oh, that's Eric's wife. That's Eric's wife? Yeah, you ain't know? But didn't the Bible say? I don't know. I ain't saying nothing. I don't want to get kicked out the community. I ain't saying nothing. Matter of fact, you ain't even hear nothing from me. So hold up. That's Eric's wife, the Latina woman there? I try tell her, man, he no listen, papi. I try tell her. He should no listen, papi. All of those guys knew that Dowell was pumping her up, putting heavy meat inside of her. Everybody at Straightway knew that Dowell was putting heavy meat on Nelly. Dowell, you listening? You better go get that wife back. Better give her back. Give her back to Eric, fam. Before it's too late. The judgment of the Most High is upon you right now. Come on now. You can't put out no videos, no more. No more videos. We don't want to see no more trying to have Sabbath lessons and all this stuff. Just stop all that. Go repent. Go repent. See, by the measure that you judge, you're being judged right now. See, I'm a man of Yah. I'm doing what the Most High say to do right now. And that's to rebuke, correct, warn, and share the truth with the people. You're not fit to be a pastor. You're in an adulterous union. Sister Carol, you're wicked. Because you know what's going down. The other woman he got as a wife, you wicked too. All of y'all wicked. Y'all all know what's going on. Y'all all wicked. Don't tell me y'all don't know what's going down. And y'all all praying to the Most High. Y'all wicked. What's your excuse? Oh, I didn't know? He forced me? Oh, so that's what it is. So the women are being forced. Because y'all cannot say y'all don't know. Y'all all know, but y'all turn a blind eye to it. While another man is out there like, dag, man, the pastor took my wife. Because I told you, Eric got video talking about the story. And he said, look, if I'm guilty of adultery, if I'm guilty, then Dowell is guilty too because he's with my wife. It's on video. This ain't no bochinche. These are facts. This is how serious it is, fam. Let's see what we got. Hold on a second. Let me see. Shout out to Donna for the support. Donna for the support. Let's get back to the tapes, man. This is getting really crazy, fam. Really, really crazy. Let's go.
It's wrong. I want to explain. I'll go as quick as I can make this video, but I want to explain from the time I got there, from the time I left, what happened, what I experienced through Straightway. I'm going to try to be quick, and I'm only going to hit on the bigger stories or the bigger experiences that I went through. And so you get an understanding of what actually living on the land is. Pastor Rufus never lived on the land. I did. Me and my family did for almost that whole time. We barely stayed any time in Georgia. This is how it went. We moved down there to Georgia. We all shared the house. We would go to Straightway on the Shabbats. And, Pastor knew that I'm good at building. Or, I got experience in it. I've done it my whole life. So I got skills in them areas or whatever.
Basically, he was used by Dowell for his skilled trades. I looked at his videos. He have about, I think, 2 videos on his channel. I can tell just by the way he's doing the work that he's a skilled tradesman. Automatically, I already done know he's skilled at what he do.
Well, once he seen how I was good at it, he sent for me and my family to move to Straightway.
Meaning he made everything look good to him. Hey, I'm sending for you. Come on down. We're going to treat you right. We're going to do everything. That's how they wheel you in. You know what I mean? And then they start gassing you up, telling you how good you are, love bombing, all of that type of stuff.
We weren't there very long. Maybe, I don't know exact time frames. I'm not really good at that part, but maybe a few months, couple months, something we stayed there. We weren't there long at all. All of our stuff stayed there. My car, everything that I brought, everything, my food supply, everything that I brought to Straightway, I was left there. Me and my family were to move to Straightway. This is under Dowell, his decision to move us there. So we moved there. I got all kinds of props at the beginning. I was the man, he gave me all kinds of, because I could build, and a lot of the other guys on the land didn't have them type of skills. They were more just labor guys, they didn't really know how to do, they didn't have experience in that kind of, them areas or whatever, like I did anyways. So I was put up kind of above them in ranks or whatever. So it was like, you're already putting me in spots and stuff like that, where I felt uncomfortable in ways.
And that's exactly what they did with everybody. Listen, y'all got to listen carefully to his story of what he's saying and understand what's going on here. That's the same thing that was going on. Same exact thing. They made him, they put them in positions of power above others for a reason, because they're using them for their energy, using them for their skills. They'll even promote you to elder, pastor, whatever the case is, because they're trying to get something out of you. That's what they're trying to do.
Almost, So anyways, he would do preachings in the dining hall that people don't get to see off the land. This is to drag you down. He belittles you.
Listen.
You lose your voice. This happened over time, though. This didn't happen right away, because it's like they draw you in. He draws you in first.
Meaning They give you props, make you feel like you're a part of the team, and before you know it, they start to bring you down, drain your energy, start belittling you, embarrassing you in front of other people, talking, preaching from the pulpit. You know they talking about you, but everybody else just thinking it's a regular sermon. But the whole time, he's chopping you up right there. You know? It's like, as a man, you should know when a man is talking about you. And that's how Dowell get down. That's how he did his business. And when he figured he didn't need you no more, he get rid of you and replace you. This brother was replaced. He brought skills and trades that was beneficial to Straightway. And when Dowell figured, hey, I don't need you no more because you're going to mess up what I got going with this woman, he turned Jamie's wife against him. Those of you that been watching the stream from the beginning, we played the entire testimony. It's 1 hour long. We played it straight through with no interruptions. Right now, I'm doing the breakdown. So if you don't want to hear me, then rewind the video back to the beginning so you can hear his testimony. But this is the breakdown now. Dowell seen Mama Nellie, or whatever her name is. Jamie didn't mention her name in the video. I'll mention her name. Dowell seen or heard that Jamie asked a question to this woman. Jamie said he asked 4 women the same question about polygyny. In other words, what are your thoughts on polygyny? But for some reason, Dowell decided, you know what? I want to know why you asked her. Think about this now. And Nellie, or whatever her name is, Nellie, she was at the point of getting a divorce from Eric Gonzalez, or I'm not sure what his last name is. But I think they came in from Puerto Rico, I believe, or Florida. Orlando. I'm not sure which part they came from. They came from somewhere. But the point is, she was supposed to be getting a divorce because there was some turbulence, there was some drama, there was some issues going on at Straightway. So basically, Jamie was pressed by Dowell about, some married woman. And then it ended up getting back to Jamie's wife. So the wife was probably like, she's my friend. I can't do this. Like, what are you doing? Probably making him look like he's trying to fool around with her on the side. You get what I mean? So every now and then, Jamie's wife would get caught talking with Dowell low key, to the point where even Dowell was like, yo, I thought you knew. And he's looking at him like, how I know you talking to my wife at 12 in the night? Like, what are you doing? So it kind of raised the question of, was he intimate with his wife? Any man would think that. If I'm home and the kids is with me and you coming around the trailer with Dowell late at night, I'm like, what are you doing? If any of you brothers have a wife and it's 12 at night and you see me coming around the corner with your wife, what are you going to think? That I was making YouTube videos? That's what you're going to think? First thing that's going through your mind is I was blowing her back out, or she was topping me off in the jungle. Right? She could have been giving me some mean head in the woods. They do that type of stuff in the country. They go in the back in the woods and, they want to get close to nature. You blow her back out in nature. It's a crazy experience. You should try it. Anyway, let's get back to the tapes.
And when I'm talking about him. Nobody else, unless I say it specifically in this video. Everything I'm directing towards is Dowell, okay? Just to make that clear.
And also, if you're on the Ringo TV Raw channel, we're streaming simultaneously on the Ringo TV Reactions channel. So all of the video footage, all of that stuff is on the Ringo TV reactions channel over this side. So if you're on this side, you get to hear the audio and you can see me in a vertical format, different style, same stream, but it's pretty much it's two different streams, but it's the same stream. Let's go.
So, anyways, he would have these preteens in the dining hall where he would talk about a brother. Sometimes he wouldn't call him out. Sometimes he would. He'd jump in your face and call you out and this and that. And it's there's no compassion. There's no love. It's beat you down, lose your voice. He controls everything you do. Everything. Your family, what you get, how much money he gives you. Check this out. I had a family of four. Family of four, mind you. A month, we would get $100.
$100, fam. Did you hear that? $100. Grown man. I'm a grown man. I come on down the Straightway thinking I'm in paradise, set apart life, and I get $100 a month. What am I supposed to do with that? Heck, my daughter just asked me for $30. What am I supposed to do with $100? That's crazy. But Dowell make it seem like Straightway is this awesome. And also keep in mind, when you go there, you don't own nothing now. I wouldn't be surprised if that place get raided. I wouldn't be surprised. Because the feds and them, they watch these videos, man. This is crazy stuff. Dowell got in this his wife's mind and caused his relationship to be destroyed. Just because he wanted that woman for himself. The whole time he there judging the man about, that woman married. She's married, right? She married, right? But he wanted her the whole time. Let me say that again, just in case you misunderstand me. Jamie asked a woman a question. He wasn't trying to hit on her. He wasn't trying to date her. He wasn't trying to do nothing. He just wanted to know what she think about multiple wives. But Dowell didn't go to the other 3 women. He only focused on that one woman because that's the woman he wanted. He had his eye on her the whole time. So when he noticed that dude asked her a question, he's like, yo, he's trying to get my woman. He trying to get with my woman? Nah, I'm going to sabotage his relationship. I don't know his wife's name. He kept that out to, I guess, keep her business and her identity private. So I don't know who she is. I have no clue. He didn't mention no names. So I don't know if she's still on Straightway or not. I have no clue. He said that they're still friends, I guess, and communicate, but things are not the same. So in case you're viewing, you saying no sound. What do you mean no sound? Why are you saying no sound? Let me do a test real fast. At Veronica, are you up to speed in the live? I think you're probably behind. That's probably what it is. You're probably behind. Let me make her come up to speed. I don't know what time clock she's up to. That's why she's saying that. She's probably up to the part where y'all were when I was like not talking. I guess she'll figure it out. She'll figure it out. But my point is, Dowell wanted Nelly because he knew she was getting that divorce, and he probably convinced her that it's biblical for her to be his wife. And that's why she went with it. Because remember, a lot of times these women, they go with the flow, and the pastor mislead them, manipulate them, make them think they're doing the right thing. That's another thing that happened. Let me see. Rufus says, not bragging. This is just where my heart is at this time. I sent brother Jamie today every dime he gave when we started Straightway, Georgia. I felt he deserved that. I want restoration. Well, that's a good deed that you did. Because he may need that support. So if you did that, that's good. It's not about really bragging. You doing that right now, to me is a sign of repentance, because it's like, and you doing that right now, it's going to tell Jamie that, look, whatever happened back then, you know what I'm saying? This is who I am today. That's your way of repairing whatever was done. That's between you, Jamie, and the Most High. And you did it in front of the public by saying it. So that's a good thing. That's a start. And if anything, it will restore hope or something in Jamie where he could say, wow, I wasn't expecting that. So that's a good deed. It's commendable. But I can't say the same for Dowell. He's in a lot of trouble. A whole lot of trouble. And I really suggest that all of the men that are at Straightway, I suggest that y'all begin to, I'm not going to just say leave. I think that right now y'all got to hold Dowell accountable to the fire. And if y'all can't do that, y'all not men. Y'all not men of the Most High. If y'all watch this video and you still mad at me, making dumb videos talking about Ringo this, Ringo that, I already done told you, I'm a problem to Straightway. I'm gonna let y'all understand that. I am a serious thorn in your flesh. So I suggest you men that are boastful, arrogant, and think y'all know it all, I suggest that you deal with Dowell and hold him accountable, because he's a sinful man. And because you guys are there with him, y'all facing the same judgment. And you're going to be held to the higher standard, and the public is going to know all the details. Because it's a mess. I just hope that Jamie is able to move from, he said he healed. He said he healed, but I hope that he, and Rufus said that he still trusts in the Most High. And as long as his faith is still in the Most High, that's all that matters. I would just suggest that, don't pay that no mind, that's my daughter coming in the door. I would suggest that he just never join no churches or none of that. Just stay with the Most High, do what he got to do, and that's it. Don't ever get caught up again. He said he's never going to get caught up again. After this lesson, I don't think he ever would anyway. Just like I'm never going to endorse no pastors no more. I'm never doing that. Like, never again. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people been fooled by this situation. And it's like it brought out a lot of guys, and a lot of people are now talking about this. Let me see. Jamie's steps are ordered by the Most High and has peace. This mind-boggling. Yeah, I think it's one of the best testimonies, though, that I've seen on YouTube thus far. Let me see. Jordan says, all right, we got some pushback for Rufus. Jordan says, Rufus is still in some denial about how wicked that place was and is. One plants, one waters. Only Yah can bring the increase. So we see Jordan gave Rufus some pushback. Let me see. Kevin says, no, Rufus is a blank. Let's keep the insults down. You know what I mean? Keep it clean. You know what I mean? Keep it respectful. Making that man whole was fantastic, but doing it in public isn't a good thing because your reward is now in the open, in secret. Uh-oh. At Kevin Brown, hey, man, you just rebuked me right there too. You got me, Kevin. You right. Hey, man. Hey, Rufus, man. Wow. Yay, listen, man. Everybody getting held accountable today, man. Even me, fam. Hey, I had to scroll up to find out what Kevin had to say. I don't agree with him calling you a fool. I think that we could be a little more respectful. Let's try to keep it clean. At Kevin, I understand you probably a little upset about the situation too, but I can admit that what you just did right there, you are 100% correct. So to the public, I have to repent and say, I apologize. I didn't think about that. He got a point now, Rufus. Come on now. Come on now. He got a point. Don't do thy alms before men. He got a point. Hey, I'm reminded of the scriptures now. It says, when thou do thy alms, do it in secret. That the heavenly Father who seeth in secret knoweth what you did, and your reward will be given openly to all. But if you did it before men, man, he's right. He's right. Man. Let me see. Rufus says, at Kevin, sorry you feel that way. Yah knows my heart and where it came from. I mean, come on now, bruh. Rufus, I understand your heart stuff, but you gotta admit, Kevin is right. He's right. Because it's really none of my business. It's really none of my business if you gave him whatever you gave him. That's between you and him. I even said that in my comment. I even said that's between you, him, and the Most High. So Kevin is 100% right on this one. You might say the Most High understand your heart, but you have to think about it. Before you made your comment, you did say that, you're not trying to be braggadocious. So come on now. Just, hey, I would just own up to it and just let it go. You know what I mean? We're not saying that it's alms, but what we're saying, it falls in the same category, because think about this. If you did that, it's none of my business. Right? And if you did it and you told the public, it's almost like to say, even I said that. Even I said, that's a good thing you did. So basically, I gave you your reward. And then if anybody else see it, they're going to go they're going to say you did a good job. So it kind of make you look good in the process of, all of this nonsense going on where people are questioning you or they may have judgments. It kind of, saying that out in the open kind of helps, it kind of make you look good, if that makes sense. We can go through the whole alms argument, but still, that's something you could have just did between you and him, and that would have been it. Nobody had to know. That's like if I owe somebody some money And I announced it to everybody, hey, guys, I just, I owed my brother $2,000 since he, I gave it back to him this morning. And I just wanted to make y'all know that. Why are you telling us for? So, I got to give Kevin a shout out, man. Shout out to Kevin. That was good. That was definitely good. He right. See, here's the thing at Rufus. Here's the thing. Right? Because see, with me, I've been through all sorts of criticism on social media, lies, slander, false information. I've been through all sorts of mess. I'm at the point now where I don't care what people saying if I know I'm in the right standing. I don't care. So I hear what you're saying. You says I shared that because people saying I'm not repentant, but you know what? No, Biggie, it's all good. See, it doesn't matter. See, here's the thing. Who cares what the people say? Again, it's between you and the Most High. Your fruit is going to always show. Because here's the thing. Watch this. Watch this. If you would have just said, I'm not telling nobody nothing, I'm going to go do this for Jamie. You know what would have ended up happening? It might still happen. But you know what would have ended up happening? Let the audience say it. Audience, what do you think would have happened if Rufus would have just did what he did for Jamie and just left it like that without telling us? Put the answer in the chat. I already sent it telepathically. You got it. Put the answer in the chat. Jamie would have revealed it. There you go. There you go. There you go. Jamie would have revealed it to the public. Jamie would have came back with a new update saying, such and such and such. All praises to the Most High. I was reached out by such and such. That is what would have happened. That is what would have happened. That would have been your reward. That would have been your reward. Jamie would have came out with another video and he would have shared that in a better way than any of us could have imagined. That's all. Says, I'm here because I believe the people need to know the truth. So I'm here. Okay. Well, we're going to hold everybody accountable. That's all I'm saying. This court is fair. This court is fair. No partial in judgments, no partiality. Everybody getting held accountable. So I guess that's that on that situation, right? Yeah, no respect of persons. Because again, the beginning of the stream was crazy. Yeah, it's all good. You know what I mean? Hey, at least, listen, first of all, just being here in the line, in the fire, just being here alone takes a lot. Just being here. Most people would run and hide and never show their face. Just being here is a good sign. Trust me. And it's good for character development. All of that stuff. But let's get back to the story. Enough of that. Let's get back to the case. Let's go.
Now, mind you, we had to buy 4 meals with this because every Friday they didn't serve food in the dining hall. So you would have to supply 4 meals for yourself for the month. Any type of clothes, any products you need, anything like that came out of that money. That's what you had for a family of 4. That's what I got. $100 a month. Yeah.
That's crazy. $100 a month, man? What do I do with $100 a month? What do you do? Like, come on, man.
When I got there, he preached all things common. How I found out fast that wasn't the case for everybody. Not at all. Definitely not for him. Definitely not for him. That's what I got to say about that. Definitely not for him. It's not all things common. No. That's a flat out lie, all things common. Maybe with everybody else, yes. With him, no. No. He was above us all. That's exactly how he treated us too.
Notice he said that Dowell was above us. Above us. That's what he said. I didn't make that up. That's what he said. This is crazy. Let's go.
Oh, yes. That's how you lose your voice over time. You don't see it, but everybody falls in line. So then you end up doing it yourself almost, where you lose your voice. You know, we got to the point where I would have other brothers coming over, and you know, it was so discouraging a lot of the time that we'd make fun of it to, I guess, get through it. I don't know how else to say it. Like we called it Dowell's World. I heard Rufus call him King Dowell. We called him Dowell. You know, we had our names too. And it's because it's the truth. It's his way or there's no way. He takes everybody's voice away. I don't care, all the elders. There was no other pastor at that time that was that close with it. There was, but not that close to the fellowship, you know? So there was mainly just elder at the time, elders or whatever. So, if I brought anything up, there was a feast, and I brought up, we were working on the feast, and this elder got pissed at me, like pissed. What are you talking to this brother? Why are you letting him feed? And it wasn't even about that brother. I read it in the book and I seen it and it said it. So I asked a question. His face looked like a tomato. He was so mad at me. I was like, whoa, guess I can't ask questions.
Can't ask questions, fam. When you go to the plantation, you can't ask no questions about anything. And that to me is a major red flag. Major red flag. He said a dude got angry with him. I don't know, man. Straightway got a lot of explaining to do, man. A lot of explaining to do. Dowell, you got some explaining to do about that wife. Sister Carol. You can't tell me you don't know what's going on. Dowell is in adultery. And any of them other wives you got, you need to deal with that situation. Because that man is an adulterer. There's no way around it. I don't want to hear nobody trying to defend that. All the minions of Straightway, don't waste your time making dumb videos about Ringo this, Ringo that, and Dowell is over there with another man's wife. Like, please stop. He says, one thing I'm very disappointed in the people that live at Straightway is that none of them will cry out. Never. But the thing is, the reason why they're never is because nobody's exposing them. See? Nobody's exposing. They're crying right now. Trust them. They're crying now. Trust and believe that. In order to cry out, you got to be exposed. See, once you expose, now you're going to start to do the crying. Somebody going to start it up. You're going to hear it. Somebody over there are going to now start to come out, and they're going to do what they got to do. Because remember, based on Jamie's story, he had to survive on $100. He was being belittled by Dowell. He had to endure a lot of mental pressure. Probably had to deal with depression, anxiety. So it takes your voice away. He said it. So for all we know, everybody over there right now, Dowell took their voice away. They're afraid. Even down to the other pastors and elders. Took their voice away. They can't speak. Or it could be a situation where Dowell probably got secrets from other people to the point where maybe if this guy talks, we're going to reveal his secret. Remember in the videos that I make, I talk about how in the music industry, you have a lot of artists that take the oath and they got to do questionable things and they record it on camera. And this kind of video, it stays in a file somewhere, and if that artist or that actor or whatever get out of line, they'll just leak the tape to the public to put them back in line. So out of fear, said person would just cooperate. I know they have to know about a lot of these things, but will not say anything because it's like, it's normal now. When a lie, when sin have been committed and nobody address it and it goes on and on and on and on, it becomes normal. So now we no longer see it as wrong. It's okay. And now others will begin to practice the same thing. And because others are doing the same thing, now Dowell have secrets on everybody. So who's going to come up and say you're wrong when they're doing the same thing? And if people that are in leadership are doing the same thing, then nobody's going to ever say anything. So it becomes a mess. You know? Because, like I said, by this situation going on at Straightway, it affects us as a whole. It's not just them over there getting exposed. It affects everything because now people look at everything as a joke. It makes people not trust nobody. You understand? It'll make people just not want to be a part of nothing. Like, man, I don't want to be a part of this. You got to be kidding me. I don't want to be living off of $100 a month. You know what I mean? Because they're going to think you're going to be doing the same thing. Or, oh, I don't want to be a part of no polygynous union. Think I want to be a part of that mess? Look at what Dowell is doing. You see what I mean? Same thing. Let's get back to the tapes, find out what's going on.
I was surprised. I've never seen him get like that, so mad at me. I'll be discredited over this video, I'm sure I will.
Now, he just said that he's going to be discredited over the video, so we can look forward to Straightway releasing videos, doing a lot. They're going to probably have old video of Jamie. They're gonna go on a smear campaign. They're going to say that he's of the devil. He was committing adultery. They're going to find all sorts of dirt because he said this is what they're going to do. And based on the fruit that I've seen of Straightway, they have a pattern of some of their greatest men that they had in the community. Once they get rid of them, they speak negative of them to tarnish their name and reputation. I didn't tarnish nobody's name or reputation. I'm just going by the receipts. That's it. And there is 100% facts and evidence and proof that Dowell is in an adulterous marriage with a woman at Straightway right now. She belonged to another man. Nobody can deny that. Straightway need to deal with that issue. All of you elders and pastors at Straightway, I am putting you on notice. Go to Pastor Dowell, whatever you want to call him, because he's not no pastor in my eyes anymore. He has been living in sin for a very long time. This is why y'all having all these problems right now. This is why you're having all these problems right now. This is why Straightway have all of these issues and been having all these issues all these years. It's because the sin that is in the camp is coming from your so-called leader. He's focusing on everybody else committing sin, but he's living in sin. It's one thing to sin and repent, but it's another thing to live in sin every single day and made it normal now. You got to go get rid of that woman. Remember what David did with Bathsheba. Remember Uriah the Hittite? He saw this woman taking a bath, and he was looking at her while she was taking a bath, watching her breasts, and inquired about her. Well, that's the same situation. I want somebody to come and try to defend that mess. I want to see somebody try to defend a pastor who is clearly in adultery and try to tell me that, well, he repented. No, to repent mean to put her away. That's how you repent. You don't repent by saying, I repent and I'm still with her. No, because you know what's happening here? You know what might be going on? There could be other men in the congregation that's in the same thing, which mean if Dowell have to get rid of that woman, a lot of them guys got to get rid of some women. Some of those guys might be with women they don't have no business with. Come on now. Will Dowell step down from the ministry? We always say that pastors need to step down from the ministry when they're in sin. Do men in the truth as an Israelite, do they ever step down? I don't see Dowell stepping down. I don't see him stepping down. He looked like he gonna stay right there and be defiant. It's crazy, man. Let's get back to the tapes.
Was I saying things behind the scenes about Dowell? Yes, I was.
He admit that he was saying things about Dowell behind the scenes. He admits it.
Was I complaining some? Yes, I was.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Look how this man was being treated. Again, in Dowell's camp, you can't talk about him negative at all. If you do, you're in trouble.
I lived right across from his trailer, exactly across. No, everybody else lives, away, whatever. At that time, there was a trailer right across the street from him, the little driver, whatever, and I lived right there. So I seen everything. I seen him come, go. I see everything.
You know why they put him next to him? They put Jamie next to Dowell for a reason. They put him there for a reason, to keep tabs on him. Trust and believe it. They wanted to keep him close by because they were using him. That's what they did that for.
It's loud. You can hear everything through the trailers. So you can tell when he's coming, you can everything. So it draws your attention sometimes, you would see the different things that he would get and be like, wow, I can't even afford soap.
The topic is not about polygyny or any of this other stuff. That's not what the topic is about. So to come in here talking about what's not lawful, you sound crazy. Polygyny is lawful. But you're not supposed to be with another man's wife. You understand? Polygyny is lawful. The problem is men are out here doing evil, taking on wives that belong to another man. That's wicked. They're giving it a bad name because the problem is not polygyny. You got women out here sleeping around with 1,000 guys having a bunch of babies out of wedlock. I don't see nobody complaining about that. It's only when a man talk about polygyny is when you have normally a bunch of older women getting upset because they know nobody's really looking their way. Because most of the women that normally complain are normally older women. It's not younger women. Believe it or not, most younger women be ready to get down with a brother under polygyny. It's normally the older women that be like, I ain't with this, I ain't with that, And the reason why she's doing that is because nobody's really looking at her to begin with. So she feel left out. But that's not my fault. When she was in her prime, she had the opportunity to get with the right man, and she blew her time. She'd wasted her years. That's not my problem. You know? Jamie asked women about what their thoughts are about polygyny. That's all he did. He wasn't trying to date none of them. He was just asking questions. And Dowell looked at it as, you trying to take the woman I want. No different than in today's day, where a man, you might be on the 9 to 5, and there might be a woman right there, and a brother might be like, yo, bro, who's shorty right there, yo? And you might be like, you feel some type of way because your eye is on her too. So rather than you be civil and cool about it, it's like you trying to block the brother. So it's like you go to the woman and say something slick to try to make her not look at him no more because you want her. Or you'll tell him, man, she ain't all that, to try to deter him from looking at her. The whole time you want her. That's what Dowell did. You know? That's crazy, man. Let's go. Let me get back to the tape.
Let alone a wine freezer or a wine refrigerator, whatever it is, little comfy things that be chilling back when you go into his house and just look. Hey, take care of yourself, great, but
somebody said Dowell got game. Game with what? He's messing with another man's wife. How is that game? That would make no sense. Let's go.
All things common. I'm not seeing that. That's not what I seen at all. That's not what I experienced.
Let me pack up Dandre or whatever the case is. How many times are you going to say the same thing over and over and over and over in the chat? Like, how many times? You're very annoying at this point. Seriously.
At all. Not at all. So, to move on, a little bit down the road, everything seemed to be pretty decent effort, for a while.
You know how when people just screaming for attention, like they just like they're begging for attention, like, okay, like how many times are you going to say the same thing? Like, what do you want? A biscuit? Like, what's the matter with you? Like, it's crazy how some people, like, they just keep raising their hand like, hey, everybody, hey, 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 hey. My goodness, man.
And then what happened was he started preaching about the multiple wife thing. Okay? This is where it all started for me going bad. Or,
next time, just say he a pimp. Don't say he got game, because he's pimping these women. That's not game. He's doing these women dirty, man. He out here with another woman that belonged to a man. That's wrong. That's not game. It ain't like he pulled up on women and, know how to talk to women and pull women in. That man steal other men's wives That's crazy, man. How you gonna do that? How you gonna do Eric like that, bro? Dowell, how you gonna do that to Eric, fam? That's that man's wife, bro. So you mean to tell me, as a man of the Lord, a man of the cloth, that you brought another man's wife to your chambers? So you put heavy meat in another man's wife and have the nerve to have Passover services? You don't fear the Most High. There's no way you can tell me you fear the Most High. You're just like the Creflo Dollars and the TD Snakes, because they don't have no fear of Yah. That's why they continually do what they do. This is crazy, bro.
It changed for me big time, like big time. Everything changed for me. So he was preaching on it, over time and stuff like that. And I heard opinions of the men and all that, and I kind of already knew where a lot of them already stood and all that.
Notice he heard opinions, just like I heard opinions. Everybody heard opinions. There's a lot. Listen, let me tell you something. Watch this. Shout out to all the people, all the YouTube channels. I don't know all your names, but I want to give you your credit. Shout out to all the YouTube channels, all the smaller channels that over the years, you've been calling out Dowell over and over, making video after video, and nobody heard you. Shout out to all the channels that have tried to warn the people. You exposed information, people thought you were crazy. Shout out to all of you who put in the work. I don't know all the channels. Don't worry about your name. The Most High know about the work that you've done. Shout out to all of you that have been crying out in the wilderness, screaming out loud, trying to make people hear the truth. And it fell on deaf ears. Because of your videos, because of the work that you've done years ago, you're giving people like me the ability to find the receipts, to find the proof, to showcase the work for the world. So be happy. Be happy for the work that you've done. It felt like nobody heard you, because your video didn't get no views, or it seemed like people still following the church. But they hearing you now. They hearing you now. And see, here's the thing. You might have people at Straightway. Now, listen to me carefully now, because Rufus even said this. He said, not everybody over there is wicked. Just like you had Jamie over there, he didn't go there with the intent on suffering. Just like you have a lot of families that come over there, they don't come over there with the mindset of, I'm coming down here to suffer or follow a man that's wicked or whatever the case is. They don't go down there with that mindset. You got a lot of people that still believe in this man and will defend him because they just don't know no better. There may still be people over there, for all intents and purposes, still have good hearts for the Most High. So I want to make sure that I'm fair and balanced. Again, this situation made me a better man in the sense of trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, even when I would like to roast everyone. You know, like how the Most High just said, look, let it burn. Remember how he said with Noah, just get in the ark, gonna flood the whole place. You know? At the same time, there are people over there that really do worship and follow the Most High Yah. They do. We got to still remember that. There are people that they still. So I don't want to make it seem like when I do these videos that I'm saying all the members over there, the members of the church that may be on the, what is that? The community. I don't want you to say or believe like, okay, all of those people are just evil and wicked. They wicked, all of them. Some of the people that's there, man, a lot of the people that's there, believe it or not, may have no idea. Unless you've been there for years, you might know. But a lot of the newer people that's there may have no clue what's going on. They're in the dark about the whole thing. So how do you get those people to hear this truth? How do you reach those people? Because Dowell is going to do everything he can to hide in the shadows, to make you not listen to the videos. So you got to share the content. You got to share these videos so that people can see. But now leadership at Straightway, they know what's going on, man. The right-hand man and the left-hand man, all of those guys, they know what's going on. All the guys that you see around Dowell, they know what it is. Those guys I hold highly accountable to what's going on. And again, I hope that Jamie and all the other people that have been hurt by Straightway, I've seen some of your videos. Don't worry. I've seen some of your videos. We're going to talk about your videos too. Some of you ladies that post videos, I see my name tagged. Don't worry about it. I got you. Don't worry about it. We're going to get to your story too. We're going to get to everybody's story. I take this type of stuff serious, fam. Because I know what it feels like to put your trust in a ministry, believing that everybody's serving the Most High, and then you find dirt and they treat you like garbage. But this situation is really bad, man. And it make us look like we crazy as a people. It really do. So I want to see who's going to defend Dowell's adulterous marriage. I want to see, because that's a stain that is going to forever keep Straightway down. And if you know something too, check this out, fam. Go to all the videos with Mama Nelly. All the comments are off. That's a red flag automatically. You know why those comments are off? I'm going to tell you why the comments are off. The comments are off on those videos because those of you that have been on the front line before I started tackling Straightway, those of you that have been on the front line that have been making videos about Straightway before me, I salute you. I give you your credit. I don't have all your channel names. I don't know all your usernames. I don't know the amount of work and the amount of videos you put in. I'm not trying to take away any of your credit or whatever the case is. It's not about all of that. It's about getting the truth out there. But I will acknowledge you. The reason why those comments are off is because you folks were in them comments calling him out many years ago. And because of your consistency, they turned them comments off. Because they didn't like seeing them comments. All those rebukes. Y'all probably was telling him, send that woman back to her husband. That's probably what y'all was saying. So to the people that's on the outside looking in, when they see those videos with the comments off, they don't see no wrong because they don't even know what's going on. They just see a woman with a scarf on her head, with a rab and a robe, and they're like, wow, she's a daughter of Zion. That's how people see it. Right? Dowell needs to step down from the ministry. He needs to step down. So the elders of Straightway, the pastors of Straightway, you have to have trial. And it is very clear, and the judgment is clear. He's in adultery. And he have to be removed as a pastor at this point. He's not fit to lead nobody. It shouldn't take that long. The same way he gave Rufus 30-day notice to get off of the land, Dowell, you have 30 days to step down from being a pastor at Straightway. You have 30 days. I told you already, when you deal with Ringo TV, it's going to be a problem. You have 30 days to step down. Do the right thing. You have 30 days to step down from that post. 30 days. You gave Rufus 30 days. He left way before that. So it shouldn't take you long to remove yourself from preaching. You got a lot of healing to do. You got a lot of repenting to do. So pack your things. You can build another house off the land and stay there for a time, a hiatus, repent, go on a fast, pray. Don't have no communication with none of the women, especially none of the women of the church. You got a lot of repenting to do. All the other wives, y'all accomplices in this. I don't want to hear nothing about I didn't know, Because if you're around Mama Nelly or whatever her name is, you probably had to ask those questions. So how did you and Pastor meet? You probably heard a lie. Maybe you heard a lie. I don't know. But Sister Carol, she knows the truth. So she got to repent too. All of y'all got to repent. Y'all got to get yourself right. But you got to give Eric back his wife. That's his wife. You got to give him back. Or just get rid of her. Because you can't stay with her and be out here preaching to nobody. Because I'm going to hold you accountable forever. I'm going to hold you accountable forever. Every time you preach, I'm going to call you a hypocrite. Because you with another man's wife. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing, man. You can't tell nobody. This is why you were battling Geno Jennings. It all makes sense now. For those that are in the court, the reason why Dowell kept going back and forth with Geno Jennings is because of this issue. It all makes sense now. That's why. You wanted to quiet down what you knew was coming. So you quiet it down by being the macho man. Nobody could mess with you. You could bench press 5,000 pounds. You're this and that. And you wanted us to focus on a debate between you and Jennings, It just distracted everybody from what's really going on. And that's adultery. See how it's so easy to read you now. See, my eyes is open. And it's really you that has the problem. It's not so much that Straightway is like just corrupt. It's you, Dowell. You're the one that's corrupt. You're the leadership. So naturally, if you're corrupt, everybody else is going to fall in line. Because you run the plantation like the military. So you're the general. You're the superior officer. I don't know. But you got a lot of explaining to do. And I don't know why you making videos saying Ringo call you. You need to call on the Lord and ask for forgiveness. Making videos talking about, will Ringo call you? You have to be out of your mind. Remember your words the other day? You said, let me go get what he said, fam. Let me go get what he said. Let me go get what he said. Y'all don't mind, right? Y'all don't mind if I go get what he said? Let me see. Let me go get what he said. Where is it? Where is it? Real quick. Because I want the court. I want the court to see this because, you know, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Because I don't understand how he's asking Ringo to call him after doing this. Let me get this for you. Check this out. Hold on, let me get this real fast. Check this out. In the video that I made the other day with the rebuke, you see Dowell in the comments. Look what he said. He said, "Cut your damn hair, woman." That's what he said. That's what he said, fam. He said, "Cut your damn hair, woman." And you're expecting phone calls? You got to be out of your mind. The one you need to call is the Lord. His phone is never busy, and he will always answer. That's who you need to call. You've already caused too much pain, too much damage. You disrespect everybody in your path. You're just not a good person. You're really not. It's interesting how on the outward surface, a person can look the part, but the way you treat people, it says a lot. Let's get back to the tapes. Find out what's going on.
So what I had talked to my wife about it, and so I wanted other opinions of the women, just to see what they would think, you know, like that. So I had, at this time, I asked my wife, and I had asked, I think, 3 other women, just what they thought about the multiple wives.
Notice, he asked those women, what do they think about multiple wives? Because remember, this is what Dowell was teaching during that time.
And, you know, would they care to be in one, or, you know, that type of relationship or whatever. And so 4 women. So I was on the basketball court one day, and there was a sister over in the pavilion, and I seen her sitting there, and mind you, This is a married woman.
A married woman. You hear what he just said? A married woman.
A married woman. And I'm married. Okay? So mind you, I started thinking about it. I was shooting hoops and stuff, you know, and I was just chilling. And so I said, hey, sister. I'm not going to call out her name.
He didn't call out her name at all in the video, but we all know who it is.
I need to do all that. What do you think about, you know, multiple wives and being in that type of relationship? Would you do it, you know? And so she responded, and all I said was, this was it. Okay, thank you. I was just curious. That was it.
That's all he did. That's all he did, guys. And then when he heard that he asked the woman that question, next minute it seems as if though they got into his wife's ear.
That was all I said. That was the whole conversation. I never got close to her. I was on the basketball court. She was over in a pavilion. We weren't even, I kind of not yelled to her, but like talked loudly so she could hear me. But we weren't even nothing like that. Not even close. So.
And also, let me say this to all the people that keep coming in there talking about Rufus and this daughter situation. With all of that talk, right, that you guys keep dropping, because I don't know what you want to accomplish with this. Like, I get it. At the same time, it's like y'all just want to get rebuked and roast. Don't have daughters. To all the people that are passing their judgments, right? Please don't have daughters, because if you do, and your daughter end up with a Pookie and Ray Ray, if your daughter end up getting her back blown out in a car somewhere in the bushes, I want you to have that same energy. I just want to know. Because I keep seeing these comments and I'm like, what are y'all getting out of that? Like, why? Why y'all keep doing that? Don't have no daughters, because I can guarantee you, when you have a daughter, guess what's going to happen? Let me explain what's going to happen to you when you have a daughter, right? She's going to get of age, right? She's going to become interested in a man, and he's going to put heavy meat all up inside of her deep. And it might not be a man that you approve of. And for some of you, somebody might end up getting your daughter before you even have an opportunity to know. Are you going to complain then? Matter of fact, some of you that are complaining, they already got your daughter. And rather than you focus on your daughter and the fact that her back is getting blown out by Pookie and Ray Ray, you worrying about his daughter. And I don't know the situation. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not here to talk about that. If you notice, I stay out of the way. Do you understand me? Because if somebody's of age and they make a decision, I can't do nothing about that. All I'm saying is, while you judging, don't have no daughter. Because there's going to be a dude that's going to be blowing your daughter back completely out. And he's going to get your daughter pregnant. And I want you to have that same energy when that happened to you. All you fathers out there that got something to say, don't have no daughters. Don't. Because you're going to learn the same thing. Some guy going to have your daughter legs up, all the way up, and he going to be inside of her balls deep. Heavy, heavy meat. I'm just telling you, I'm just keeping it a buck, fam, because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, everybody passing judgment and stuff. It's like you want to piss somebody off and whatnot. It seems like that's what you want to do. I don't get that. The subject is, we have a man that is misleading people and He's in an adulterous marriage. We're listening to the testimony. The testimony of Jamie. And what we're trying to do is hopefully prevent other people from going down that same path. Because you have to understand, just like I got drawn to Straightway, it was because of the community stuff, the construction. Come on. Any masculine man that see community building, men outside working on houses, framing walls, doing all that construction stuff, that's manly work. That's manly labor. It's gonna attract younger men to be like, wow, I like the way this is. Wow, this is cool. That's what brought me to Dowell's channel. That's what made me initially. I tell you this 1,000 times. I didn't even know the man was a pastor. What made me go to his channel was the fact that they were doing a lot of construction work, building houses, and that drawed my attention. And a lot of men come to Straightway because of that very thing. It's not even so much of, oh, you preaching the Bible. I'm just keeping it a buck. It's not even because of that. It's because you see something that men normally are attracted to. You see building, you see construction, you see manual labor, community. Everybody wants that. And I'm sure when Jamie seen that, he probably was like, wow, this seems cool. You're in a community, you building stuff, I can help out. Until he got in and he realized, yo, I'm working all the time. I don't even have no time to see my family. He said it in the video. How many hours you work on a 9-to-5 grind? 8 hours, 12, 14 hours a day. Some of you don't even got no time to see your family. You don't got no time to spend with your kids. Some of you work, and you don't got no time. You be depressed. Even when you take a vacation, it's still not enough, man. Because you're like a prisoner in your job, bro. Enslaved. Can't breathe. Some of you damn near shed tears because of your situation. You be in your car crying. Nobody knows about the nightmares you deal with. So if that's happening to you right now, just imagine what some people deal with over there at Straightway. Some people probably suffering over there, and some people probably are not. I don't know. There's probably a lot of favoritism where certain people are getting treated good, and some people are not being treated so well. Says Straightway hasn't always been evil. Dowell is different from when I met him in 2011. See, you met him in 2011. I noticed his YouTube channel. I think it was around 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. That's when I started seeing the YouTube channel. And then I guess as the years came up, like around that 2008-ish to around 2010. I'm not sure based on the video content. Then you start seeing like the community, like construction and little, like they're growing things from the ground and things like that. That's what hooked me in. And it probably hooked a lot of brothers in because a lot of brothers want to be a part of something. So then you see a man who seems to be in some sort of community development, has a military background, right? Which he always talks about. These are all different things that lure men in. You see what I mean? Military background, community building, construction, those type of things normally attract young men because they want to be a part of something. But when you get in, you get hooked. And then slowly but surely, that's when things start to change for the worse. And that's what happens with a lot of people, you know? So it's not that, we're not saying that everybody at Straightway is evil and of the devil. At the same time, always remember, the public is going to have their opinions. I kind of just let the public just do what they want. I try to be as fair and balanced because, again, as an influencer, I don't want to influence you into just looking at everybody at Straightway as monsters and demons. There are people that are still over there that may be going through what Jamie went through. There may be women over there. Now, I know what Rufus said the other day, but hey, bruh, respectfully, if Jamie was going through a lot of this nonsense, even though you said that at Straightway they protect the women and they don't play those type of games, we don't know what could be happening with a woman over there. We don't know. It's good to know that nobody won't do nothing to none of these women. That sounds nice on paper. But how do we know? How do we know that? How do we know it's a fact that no man over there is doing no dirt to none of these women when a pastor, Dowell, got with another man's wife? Ain't no telling what else is going on. Who helped to protect Eric? Who helped to protect him from a man taking his wife? And even Jamie said it in his video that one of the first things he heard from Dowell, I don't remember the words verbatim, but he said something along the lines, paraphrasing, over here, you don't have to worry about your wives. Like, you know, like, I would worry as soon as a man says that. If that's the first thing a man say when I get over there, I'm worrying already because I'm like, dad, what? So I don't have to worry about my wife? In other words, your wives are protected, or we ain't messing around with nobody's wife. We ain't playing those games. Because again, he didn't go into no full detail on any alleged activity that may have went down. But with the way I know the world, if a man is in another woman's ear, ain't no telling what went down. And all of you older brothers that are seasoned in the game, you know what I'm talking about. If your woman is out here with some other man at certain hours of the night, you got to just call it what it is and just, hey, my wife been compromised. You just got to just say it, just straight, just like, because you know what it is. Because you know if it was you, you know what it is. You're a man. It's just like how I say when the men are at the church, it's like everything is all holiness and righteousness. Not when you're around women. I don't want to hear that. You still a man. You still got thoughts. Now, I can be religious and be like, no, when I'm around women, I'm on my best behavior. I'm not thinking of no thoughts. I'm just kind of righteous. I'm just holier. You know, I'm just full of the Holy Spirit, and I'm not thinking of nothing, you know, sexual. I'm not, yeah, whatever you say. If there's a woman in the church that you really like, trust and believe it. You got them thoughts going on. You're a man. Always remember that. Now, as long as you have those thoughts towards that woman, that's a good thing because that's called attraction. But don't lie to yourself and make it seem like you're not. Because a lot of times I can remember in the Christian church, one of the things they used to use to abuse us was they would tell us, if you look upon a woman with lust in your heart, you have committed adultery. And I ain't gonna lie, when I was in the Christian church many years ago, I really felt ashamed looking at an attractive woman that I like. I used to think I was in sin. That's how they make you feel in them churches. But because I didn't have understanding of the scripture, that's talking about a married woman. Because it says, if you look upon a woman to lust after her, you have committed adultery already in your heart. How can I commit adultery? That's because she's a married woman. If she's a single woman, how could I commit adultery? You see what I mean? So I had to undo all of that religious BS because it's crazy. If as a man, you're supposed to be, number one, sexually attracted to a woman. You're supposed to be. That's normal. I don't want to hear nothing about that. You a man. A woman look good from head to toe, bro. You're going to be feeling her. And there's nothing wrong with that. You understand what I'm saying? But in these churches, they try to make you feel like as men, when we're around women, we're just like, well, you got to control yourself and you got to do this. Listen, fam, if you're trying to control your masculinity, something wrong with you. You're a man. Stop trying to control what is natural. That's a problem. The only thing you need to understand is that if this woman is married, I'm not supposed to deal with her. If that sister right there is married, I'm not supposed to be looking at her in no way. Matter of fact, I don't even want to be around her. And if I have to come around her, then I need to make sure that other people are around as well. You understand? Because if not, you're going to end up being like Dowell. Let's get back to the tapes.
I'm not sure how much time after this. It was not shortly after, real soon. Could have been a week, 2. I'm not sure time frame. She came. Me and my wife were at the trailer. She comes knocking at the door, comes in, and starts talking. We're just sitting there, and she's like, "I can't do this. She's my best friend, and I can't do that to her, and I can't do this," and started like saying a bunch of stuff like this, you know, and then she just kind of like walked out, and she was talking to me, and I didn't know what to take of it at first. I'm not kidding you. I looked at my wife, and the first thing I said was, that was weird. Like, I didn't understand.
You see how he was being treated? How his wife was like she have a new spirit in her. Somebody put a battery in her back. And this happens all the time. This is why if you have a wife right now, you got to be careful, because if not, other people could be in her ear telling her about you, and everything they're telling her is fake. Like, it's not true. Next minute you having turbulence in your house, your woman acting up, you wondering like, yo, I don't know why she acting this way, why she's so suspicious of me, because another person is in her ear. They want to see your relationship fail. You know what I mean? Let me read this comment. I see a comment. I want to read that to add that into the court. Hold on a second now. Wait a minute. Let me see this. Lola says, wait a minute. I mean, if we're being honest, I know a situation where a person of leadership put hands on his wife and she got put out and didn't get a fair trial. Uh-oh. Her side of the story wasn't even known. Let's see what else we got. She says, I'm not blaming you, Pastor. I don't know what you knew of the situation, but she received a text saying she's out. She never got to say what happened, but he put hands on her and body slammed her. See, this is what I mean, fam. This is what I mean. You never know what's going on, man. You know? You never know what's going on. Hey, they might put on this facade saying the women in the church is protected. Nobody can come on the community and do nothing to the women. But there could be situations where women are getting hands put on them. They're being abused. You know? This is crazy stuff, man. Crazy, crazy stuff, yo. Let me see what else she says. She says, yeah, I think now is a good time to revisit some of these situations because she was dealt with so tremendously. Her daughter being raised there and being what? Wait, F? Being put out like that, not even given a dime of support. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, see, whoever that is, I need their story. Whoever that is, I need their story. I need their story. And whoever is that woman, again, Dowell has no power. None. The people give him power. The people make him feel invincible. Do you understand? He never had power. He lost that many years ago. So find it in yourself. And I'm talking to the woman that was put out, not given a dime. And you were done, you were dealt a bad hand. And the leadership knew what happened to you. Don't be afraid to speak. Take encouragement from what Jamie did. That was one of the best testimony videos I've ever heard in the history of YouTube. I could put that on and listen to it. It's 1 hour, but it felt like 10 minutes. Because you know he's telling the truth. That man did not lie. So find it in yourself. If you're the woman and you're listening to these videos, find that courage to get on camera. Tell your story. Let your voice be heard. Don't hide it. Don't be ashamed. You were there, you believed, and then you were treated bad. People need to know this. Don't be afraid. Don't let them intimidate you with their guns and all this military background. Don't play with that mess. The feds watching those type of channels. The feds see what's going on. The feds will raid Straightway and shut it down. Trust and believe that. Do not fear these people. See, here's the problem, and this is something that a lot of people have to understand about all of this land and having land. Just because you have all of this stuff doesn't mean nothing now. You can have all of this stuff. At the end of the day, you don't got a military. This is why you got to trust in the Most High and keep his commandments and live accordingly. And you'll have peace with all men. But when you wicked, you're not going to have no peace. Military coming to Straightway, what do you think they're going to do? Pull out their AR-15s and defend themselves? It's going to be a wrap. Y'all done after that. So the image they present automatically can be taken out of context. Because I ain't saying that you're not supposed to protect your land. That's not what I'm saying. You're supposed to protect your land. But what I mean by is you got people getting dealt a bad hand at Straightway, and they go away afraid, scared for their life. Because you never know. Dowell might say, you know what? I'm going to send some troopers to come get you. I'm going to send some troopers to your city, take you out. And he trained them with military tactics on how to carry out this type of military plan, this military operation. So you never know. So, you know, if the feds is watching, it's a possibility. You know? Let me see. The woman they speaking about was Dowell wife at one time, but she never lived on the community, just for clarity's sake. So, the woman they speaking about was Dowell wife at one time, but she never lived on the community. So we're talking about the woman that allegedly got body slammed. Is that who we talking about? Are we talking about that woman, the woman that may have gotten body slammed or whatever? Yes? Well, to the woman that allegedly got body slammed, we need to hear that story. Because even if you weren't a part of the community, if you are with Dowell, we need to hear that story. Because the tree is known by his fruit. So if a man did that to you then, it's a possibility that he could do it now. I don't hit women. I do what the Bible said. Bible said you have a crazy woman in the house, go on top of the roof, because it's better to be on top of the roof with a dragon than to be in the house with a crazy wife. Your old lady acting up, go on top of the roof, and just stay there, fam, in the rain. It's better to do that than, to be in jail. Because, women are good with their mouth. You're never going to win that argument. All she got to do is say, you're not really good in bed. Women know how to say some things, man. They'll say some things, it'll mess you up. You can't win an argument with a woman, bro. All she got to do is just tell you, you're not doing a good job. And that'll mess you up, bro. You be like, go on top of that roof, bro. Don't stay in that house with that crazy woman. Let's get back to the tapes.
What she was even talking about. Like, I didn't get it. I didn't understand what she was referring to. Like I said, she's married at the time. Okay? So, a feast came up. Me and my wife were getting into it because we found out this lady that I was talking to was getting a divorce from her husband.
So him and his wife was getting into it. They were having arguments, and they found out the woman in question that he's being accused of trying to get with is getting a divorce.
Okay? I didn't know this. I had no idea until they told us. Okay, so they were going over stuff. Well, this lady in Dowell was going up to the tabernacle and having meetings.
This lady in Dowell was going to the tabernacle to have meetings.
Well, they were bringing my wife. Well, something just in my spirit was getting like fed up over it after time, and I'm like, this don't feel right. Something just don't feel right to me. And so I told her.
To everybody in the chat, understand something very clear. I'm not sitting there reading the chat all day. Remember, I'm doing a show. So if you say clarify this or clarify that, that's me just kind of glimpsing at comments. I'm not reading the chat all day. I would never be able to get through a show. You know how many people probably talking and chatting? Imagine me reading everybody comment going crazy. I would never be able to complete this show. I need for everybody to understand that. What I'm focused on is what I'm dealing with here. You want to get attention to comments and stuff like that? Hit that super chat. That's what it's for. Support the show so your comment can shine. That way it's like, oh, there goes super chat. Let me shout this comment out. That's how you do it. Let's get back to the tapes.
I don't want you a part of that no more. It's not our business. I want you to stay out of it.
Now, he tried to regulate his home by telling his wife, look, I want you to stay out of that. I don't want you going to no meetings with this situation. Don't do that. He was being a man. Listen to what happened.
So, that's not what happened. I don't know how much it happened that I know of, but I know it happened a few times. She started talking to Dowell, my wife, behind my back. I don't know if Dowell influenced this or what. But what was going on was they were convincing my wife that I wanted this lady because I asked her that question that day in the pavilion. Mind you, I asked 4 other women the same question. 4. And this lady's married. So was I. I wanted her? What? Huh? She's a married woman. How could I want that woman? She's already taken by another man. That makes no sense to me.
See, it makes no sense. So why Dowell got with her? Let me answer Ben Israel's question. Let me see. And again, to Ben, I'm not, like trying to be rude or anything towards you. It's just that when you're doing a live show, I'm not sure if you know this, but when you're doing a live show, there's so much going on. So many comments. Like, I'm literally monitoring 2 different comment sections. I'm streaming on 2 different channels at the same exact time. Ringo TV Reactions, Ringo TV Raw. 2 comment sections with people that are chatting, right? So it's difficult to even keep up with everybody. From time to time, I may look at a comment, it may be interesting, and I'll read it. But I'll answer your question. You says, I may not have heard the full story. Was Dowell sleeping with Eric's wife while they were married? A simple answer to that would be no. At the same time, you never know what may have transpired. The issue is not him sleeping with the man's wife. He was behind his back talking to his wife, which is just as bad. You understand? If we're in a community, you live down the street, but your wife is always with me hanging out, you would have a problem with that. You would have a problem with that. So he never came on camera to say Dowell was sleeping with his wife. What happened is a woman who was married was in the process of getting a divorce. Jamie asked that woman a question about polygyny in terms of a man having more than one wife. In other words, what are your thoughts about this teaching that Dowell is talking about in the church or tabernacle or whatever? He asked the same question to 4 different women, but everybody seemed to be focusing on that one lady, assuming Jamie wanted to get with her. So what they try to play is he was trying to hit on a married woman. So then word get back to his wife, Jamie's wife, about these accusations or rumors or bochinche, whatever the case is. And it seemed as if though Dowell is in her ear because he actually want the very woman. So the woman that's on the verge of getting a divorce, Dowell already want her. So he's basically trying to C-block Jamie, even though Jamie don't even want her. Are you getting it? So in the process of that, Jamie's wife is being caught, up and down with Dowell. He confront her about it. He even had words with Dowell, where Dowell came to him and apologized, like, look, my apologies for you seeing me with your wife. I thought you knew. And he said, what do you mean you thought I knew? Like, what do you look like? You and my wife, bro. At this time of the night, like, what are you doing? Any man in his right mind is going to think that his wife is messing around with this dude, bro. So it is my assumption that there could be a possibility. I don't have that as a fact. But I know if I'm out and about with a woman at 11, 12 at night, when this woman should be home with her husband, but she's out with a man and he's being seen with her, ain't no telling what's going on. Ain't no telling what's going on, y'all. So I don't know if he did or not. I don't know. But I could speculate. I know if I'm out with a woman at 12 at night and me and her kind of chilling, doing whatever, I'm probably smashing. I'm just being honest. Again, when you come over here, it's all transparency. If I'm out at 11 and 12 at night and I'm seen with a woman by myself, I'm most likely smashing. No sugarcoat. We were in the woods, you know what I'm saying? We were in the woods planting. I was planting seeds. I'm not gonna lie about it. Because there's no purpose in me being out with another man's wife at that time. Unless I'm doing something. So it could have been that, or it could have been he was allegedly feeding her venom in order to sabotage his house so that they're busy arguing so that he can have access to that woman. Right? In other words, cause them to fight. So while they fighting, I ruin their relationship and now I could take that woman for myself. But it's still bad. So whether he hit it or not, and again, to Jamie, I crack jokes. You have to understand, if you're watching the channel, I crack jokes. I'm not kind of trying to disrespect you or anything, being that was your wife, it was a bad situation. I get it. This is how I do content. You know what I mean? At the same time, this is how we do it, right? But my point is this. There is a possibility that he was putting heavy meat inside of her. It's still a possibility. Listen, if I see my wife coming out of the woods with Dowell at 11, 12 midnight, coming out of the woods, what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to think? I see my wife coming out of the woods. It's dark. Her head cover is off. Dowell is sweating. She had on a white garment, but it's like you could tell that she was on the grass. What am I supposed to think? He was putting heavy meat in her, fam. Somebody had to put heavy meat. We arguing all night. Where were you? Why are you with him? What's going on? The chapel, listen, the church was closed. What were you doing out there? Why you was over there? Well, I was in his tent. Listen. Where were you?
Well, look, Ringo, I could explain.
Explain what? You came out of the woods with Pastor. Your head cover was off. Your garment. That's not how you were earlier.
Well, it's a long, long story.
Yeah, I'm sure it was long. Sure.
No, don't do that. That's not nice. Look, I was in the prayer room and I asked Pastor to baptize me. Yes, That's what it was.
You know you done effed up, right? You know you effed up, right?
I'm serious. I'm serious. I wanted him to baptize me. We went to the woods. They have a pond back there. He took me and he laid me down in the water. Whoops. I mean, no, he didn't lay me down. That's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying. He laid you down and he put heavy meat in you, right? With anointed oil. See, that's what happened. See, I don't want to hear nothing from nobody. Brothers, if you see your wife coming out of the woods with Dowell at 12 at night, you telling me he was over there praying? Oh, he was definitely praying, all right. He was praying on your wife. Let's get back to the tapes, man. This is crazy, yo. Y'all be cracking too many jokes, man.
Or the whole situation. So, mind you, no one ever came to me over this. Ever. One time. Never. So, there was a feast day going on, and me and my wife got into it, and we were supposed to be in the tents. My wife left. She was gone for a while. So I went back to the trailer to see if she was there. So I sat there and waited and waited and waited and waited for a while. All of a sudden, she shows up with Dowell. Just her and Dowell. I was confused, like, what the hell? This is like 11, 12 at night? Yeah.
See, listen, even he know what it is, man. He a man, so he know. I mean, listen, man. Listen. Come on, man. Even he knows, man. Any of you guys would know. Your wife come back at that time. That's why when you see him do like, we know what it is.
And he just didn't really say. He goes, I'm just gonna go to bed, because he could tell I was a little upset. Like, what the hell is going on here? Like, so the next morning, so actually me and my wife, we started getting in an argument that night over, that and like, what's going on? Like, so the lady that she was involved with it, and I did say, I go, I hate that lady, because she was like in our business. She was like, kind of like feeding my wife shit in her ear, tweet, 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 the Tweety Bird crap. And that's what was going on. And Dowell was doing the same thing. I don't know for sure, so I can't say that. It's hearsay out of my mouth. So, but
fam, if he was with your wife, fam, he was doing the same thing. I understand you're saying you don't want to, like it's hearsay or whatever the case is. He was in her ear too. He was in her ear because you're both arguing. He end up with the woman that you're being accused of as if though you're doing something wrong. So he was most likely in her ear somehow, some way. That's just the way it is, man. And the thing is, your intuition tells you that already. As a man, you know. You know what I mean? It's just like when you see your woman coming back, you already know what it is. You're like, it's crazy, man.
That's what he was doing, because there's other evidence I will tell you, and I know this is my side of the story, but there's other evidence that he was talking to my wife behind my back. I already told you one. So the next morning.
Yeah, you're right. At the King of Bakerfield, you're right. She started arguments to get out the house. That's another thing that a lot of you guys have to understand about women. When women are taking in heavy meat, or there is a potential for another man to stretch her out a little bit. She will argue or try to create an argument in order to be outside the house. This is what they do. They create an argument, problem, reaction, solution. That gives them time to go out there to get the eggplant and then come back home. You're right. So when you get in them arguments, brothers, be very careful. There's a chance that your woman is taking in heavy meat. I know y'all don't want to believe that stuff, man. Sometimes you guys, y'all be vouching for y'all woman all day. There is always a possibility, guys. There's always a possibility of somebody putting heavy meat in her. I know it hurts, man. We don't want to believe it. We don't want to think about it. But if you having arguments with your woman and she walk out the house, I'm telling you, fam, it's over, bro. She going to that dude house. Trust and believe, fam. He gonna put heavy, I'm talking about heavy meat. Deep. And there's nothing you could do about it. Let's get back to the tapes.
He calls me out in front of his house, and I'm right up next door. I'm supposed to be sleeping in the tent.
Listen.
But I wasn't, because we got into it and blah, blah, blah. Our tent got flooded. Anyways, whatever. So he called me out there and he apologized to me for talking to my wife without my knowledge. He said he thought I knew. How would I know that? That late at hour? 10, 11 o'clock at night, I know you're with my wife? Oh.
And I know Jamie wanted to swing on him. I know he wanted to swing. I know you wanted to swing at him. Just keeping it a buck as a man. I know you wanted to swing. This is crazy. About, oh, I thought you knew. How that sound, you saying I thought you knew to a man when you were his wife?
How the hell would I know that? I had no clue. Not one clue.
And to think that the wife was doing this behind his back, bro, that lets you know that the woman was already compromised, guys. Look, guys, learn something from this. Y'all got to learn something from this. This can happen to any of y'all. Any of you. What happened to Jamie can happen to any of you guys, bro. I'm serious. Because what happened to Jamie is the equivalent of what happened to Adam in the garden. The serpent got in Eve's ear. Just like the serpent, Dowell, got in Jamie's wife's ear. And after that, she was no longer submitted to him. She was now submitted to the pastor. And this kind of goes back into what we say regarding the Christian church and how these women, you could be in a relationship with them and they're submitted to the pastor now. They love the pastor more than their husband. You see this every day in the churches. The woman is committed to the church. The pastor is her world. She loved the pastor more than God. You know? What do you mean? But it shouldn't be once named among us as becometh saints. Why are you quoting half of a scripture without even putting chapter and verse? You looking for an argument or what? Because I'm tired of packing trolls up and arguing. And don't do nothing to the troll if that person is a troll. We don't know yet. I'm just trying to figure out what the person is doing by quoting part of a scripture. You know? What's the point? Let's just get back to the tapes, man. Let's just get to work.
So, sorry, you can go if you need. Sorry, I was talking to my son. But anyways, where was I? Okay, so he talked to me.
I got somebody on the Ringo TV Raw channel. They says, "Be careful what you say, bro. God is watching." Let me get this straight. I need to be careful what I say because God is watching, but you watching my video. I'm telling you, man, these Straightway followers will do anything to protect their master. This is crazy. You said both of you need to be careful what you say. I'm watching a video because it's entertaining and interesting. What's wrong with that? You already know what I did, fam. Just had to pack him up. He said he's watching the video because it's entertaining and interesting, but he's telling me that God is watching. But he's watching for entertainment. Make it make sense, guys. Let's get back to the tapes.
That morning, told me he apologized for talking to her. He didn't know. And I was like, okay, I didn't really know what to say or how to take it. I didn't really know.
So notice he's saying that Dowell came in to apologize.
So I just, okay, like.
Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm correct. Hold on. Because that could have been the wife that said that. Hold on.
That morning, told me he apologized for talking to her. He didn't know. And I was like, okay, I didn't really know what to say or how to take it.
So it was Dowell. He called him and apologized.
I didn't really know. So I just, okay, like, all right. Yeah, I trust you.
Let me respond to the Ringo TV Raw channel. Those of you that are on the Ringo TV Raw channel that are here viewing, we've been streaming now for 4 hours and 33 minutes. We are doing a dual stream. At the same time, on the Ringo TV Reactions channel, we're streaming where you can see everything that I'm viewing, right? On this channel, we're doing a vertical stream where you hear the audio, but you see me. You get what I mean? On the other channel, you can see the full video as it play in the vertical style. This is horizontal. Over here is vertical. 2 separate cameras, 2 separate systems, all right? That's what's going on. We're talking about a situation of a man named Jamie who shared his testimony of his experience at Straightway Ministry, where they have a community that they developed, and the pastor, whose name is Dowell, right? He is being shown to be a man of no integrity because it is evident and clear that he is in an adulterous relationship. And Jamie is sharing his experience of what he had to deal with while being there to hopefully make viewers such as yourself who may not know what's going on not make the same mistakes he made. He brought his family there. He's I don't know his occupation, but he seems to be a skilled tradesman. I've seen some of the videos. I've seen some of his techniques while doing some work on in the house or the walls or whatever the case is. So he seemed to be a thorough guy that is about his business. So he's probably in the skilled trades industry. He was taken advantage of. Dowell ended up getting in his wife's ear. There's a possibility, allegedly, that there could be something that may have went down. Maybe it didn't. But for the most part, it seemed as if though Dowell turned his wife against him because of a woman that he was accused of doing something in terms of he just asked a woman a question, and they ran with it as if though he's trying to mess with a married woman, you know? So, hey, at the end of the day, you can always watch the replay. You know what I mean? Always watch the replay. Because if you just walk into the show, you're not going to know what's going on. But anybody else that's coming in, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to just let you just sit there and figure it out. Because the title is clear, and you can always start from the beginning. Right? So let's get back to the tapes.
I didn't know what to believe or what to think at the time. I didn't really understand a lot of what was going on at all. Because, like I said, I didn't know about her telling Dowell that I wanted her. She must have got it confused because I asked that question and told Dowell that I wanted her. Or maybe she assumed that I was asking or something. I'm not sure.
Another thing that could have happened, and I'm now thinking about it now, and shout out to Sean Navigator for the support of the membership. Appreciate you. Here's another thing that could have happened. Watch this. That very same lady could have been messy. That very same woman could have, I believe that's what happened. My better judgment is telling me that the same woman that he asked the question to went to Dowell. And told him that guy was asking me about polygyny. Dowell probably was like, what? Who? All right, I got something for him. Because if she was on the verge of getting a divorce and she's on the land in the community, that means that Dowell was already counseling her regarding divorce. And it also would imply that he already had his eyes on taking her as a wife. So he was trying to protect what he believed was his. Let me see. At the analyzer, who knows? You know, every disgruntled ex-member is going to come out the woodworks. At Ringo TV, Reaction has a great discernment, so he'll be able to see through the BS. I'm thinking that the woman herself, the woman that Jamie asked the question to, because notice this, he asked the four women. He asked four women the same question. There was no dramas, no issues with any of those women. But that one woman. So based on what I'm seeing, that woman went to Dowell and said, that guy, one of your colleagues or the guy that works on the houses, he came to me privately asking me about polygyny. I think he's trying to talk to me. Who? Him? Yeah, he asked me what are my thoughts of polygyny. Now, you have to understand, guys. Now, hear this very carefully. And if Jamie's watching, hear me carefully. When you ask a woman what is her thoughts on polygyny, it's going to always come across as if though you want her. I'm just being honest. You understand what I'm saying? Even if you didn't mean it that way. If you ask a woman, right? What are your thoughts on this and that? She's going to automatically believe that maybe you trying to see what her thoughts is because you feeling her. That's just the way it goes. Because you're curious. So you might be the type of guy that, yeah, you got your wife, but on the low key, you saw another woman right here, and you kind of probably like, look, I noticed that, you know what I mean? You over there looking kind of good. So in the process of asking the question, in her mind, this man must be attracted to me. I'm just telling you, this is how they gonna think. Even if you don't think that way, even if that wasn't your intentions, that's just how it is. That's just like as a man, if you tell a woman she's beautiful, you told her too much. You told her you want to sleep with her. You know? So it could have been that she told Dowell. Dowell got a spirit on him of competitive jealousy. This is going to be my future woman. I'm going to protect what's my own. Let me go tell your wife. Yeah, you know, it was brought to my attention that your husband may have been possibly talking to a married woman. I just want to bring that to your attention. Now, that's dirty. Because all Dowell had to do is come to him. You see what I mean? But it seemed as though he went to her and probably added some fuel to the fire. And you know how women are, man. All you got to do is just get in their ear long enough, and before you know it, they've been compromised. So if you ask me, the very same woman he was accused of talking to, she told Dowell. Dowell came in, sabotaged their relationship, caused disturbance in their house. They started arguing and fighting. He decided he's leaving. And his wife said, you know what, I'm staying. Once your wife say, now hear me out, guys. Now watch this. I don't have proof. I don't have no proof that this happened. But I'm telling you what I know. As a man, if this is your wife and you got kids with her and you say I'm leaving the community and your wife say that she's staying, Dowell had to sleep with your wife, or there's another man sleeping with your wife. I don't care what nobody say. That's just the way it is, man. Because your wife's supposed to follow you. So if she's not following you, that means she already been compromised. She already been compromised. Somebody already done got with her. I know it's tough, it's difficult, but come on now. These are the signs. The signs are clear. If you say I'm leaving, your woman is supposed to respect you and walk with you. If she put the church, the pastor, or anybody before you, he may have already allegedly smashed your wife. That's why she don't want to go, because she's connected to him already. I'm just giving you the facts, man. That's just the way it is. Shout out to Disciple of Yah. He said the fact that the wife stayed, left her husband and children behind was confirmation for me. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Any man in his right mind is supposed to just accept the fact. You have, listen, as a man, if your woman stayed with the church and you leave, fam, she been compromised already. Don't even cry over it, bro. Dude already done either smash your woman or another dude already done hitting it from the back. There's nothing else you could do about it. You can't cry about this one. It might hurt, but you have to just be a man and just say, you know what? It is what it is. I'm not going to sit there and you know, want to fight. You just told your woman I'm leaving. And she's like, no, I'm staying. That's all I needed to know. You just told me that dude put heavy meat in you. or another man is. Now, I don't know who the wife is. I don't know who she is. He didn't put her out there. Again, in his video, he said they're still friends and they still talk. So I'm going to leave it like that. I'm not trying to cause no issues with whatever friendship they got after their turbulence and their drama. But all I'm saying is the Most High know what went down. There is a major, listen, there is a 90% chance that something went down. Because ain't no way in the world your woman is saying, I'm staying here and you can go. I don't want to hear that. Right? Let me see. Gray says, let me see, where we at? This is true. There's something the wife does not want to leave behind. Yeah. Something she got. You know? Something she got. And I know it's difficult for a lot of you guys to take and understand, but as a man, that's just something you're supposed to know. If your woman want to stay with the church and tell her, you and the kids to go, fam, it's a wrap. That's all you needed. That's confirmation. Somebody messing with your woman. You see your woman coming out of the bushes with a pastor? Come on, man. They weren't praying. If you see me coming out of the bushes with some woman, fam, I already done hit it. I got me some head. Hit it from the back. You know what I'm saying? On the grass, bro. Telling you, bro. In the woods, man, some nature. Yo. You see me coming out of the woods with some woman? Hey, my bad, y'all. You know what I'm saying?
What were you doing?
We was just there, you know.
Why you look like that, though? I mean, y'all coming out of there. What time is it? It's like 12 midnight.
I could explain, you know. Well, she dropped her glasses.
She dropped her glasses. So what did you do? Because in order for anything to go down, that means that she had to bend down too, looking for the glasses. So you telling me, when she bent down, what did you do?
Look, I know the way it looked. It looks bad, I know. But, all right, you got me. I hit it from the back. There's no way around it, fam. Just admit it. You see me coming up, listen. You see some brother coming off the rooftop with a sister. You know what went down. They weren't praying. You at the 9 to 5, you go in the back room, in the stock room, you see the brother and that sister come out like, yo, whoa, what's going on? What's up, bro? I was just coming out. My man. How many of you been there? How many of you been on the 9 to 5? You went to that back room because, you know, it's a storage room. You see your partner in there, and it's like, you see him come around the corner quick with the shorty, and you're like, my man. You get him? You're like, yo, what up, bro? You good? You good? What that mean is, you ain't see nothing. You ain't see nothing, fam. On the 9 to 5, I seen a lot of things, fam. A lot of things. A lot of things I cannot talk about. Walked into things, I'm like, can't look at her the same way no more. Crazy world out there, fam. Let's get back to the tapes.
But she was totally confused. That's not my intent. That's not what was in my heart. Nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with that at all. It was just trying to figure out what was being preached, what everybody thought about it, how I even thought about it, because it was all being introduced. It was new to me. And when I came into this, I didn't even explain. I was babe. I didn't know much about spiritual, you know.
In other words, he was just asking questions. He didn't know nothing about this polygyny stuff. He didn't know nothing about the scriptures like that. So it's like, for them to treat him like this, it's like they held him to a super high standard when he didn't even understand, you know, how to move, which is kind of crazy for them to, I guess, judge him when he don't even have all the information. They didn't even come to him to even ask him to find out what's really going on.
Talents were to help build, be supportive, be a good brother, you know, just do my thing the best I could, you know. I knew I wasn't no pastor, no teacher. I didn't have that qualifications, but I did for building. I did for, you know, supporting and helping out. And I have a big heart, man, a big ass heart. And I care about souls. So that's what I got. I know for sure I do. No matter what any man says to me, I don't care. I don't need no man's approval. I learned that. Me and only me. That's what I need. That's it. That's what makes me happy. I found out. Anyways, back to my story. A testimony, however you want to say it. So, things started going really bad there after that. My wife went and told this lady that I said I hated her.
See, that's bad right there, fam. That's how you know when the wife already done betrayed her husband, is when she went back and told the woman that he hated her. See, that's a major red flag, because when you talk to your wife, what you say is between you and her. So for her to go and tell the other woman, it's going to only make that other woman now go tell Dowell. Are y'all seeing the connection of what's going on? When she went and told the other woman that he said he hate her, she went and told Dowell. I'm telling you, everything that I'm saying right here came to pass in that order. Just as that same order. She went and told the woman, you know, my husband said that he hate you. Once she heard that, she felt threatened. She felt some type of way. She told Dowell. Because remember, when a man is in sin, what normally happens is the woman he's in sin with normally controls him. So if anybody crossed that woman, that man is willing to do anything for that woman. You even seen situations like that even in the Bible, where women were able to turn a man's heart to do evil. You know what I mean? A lot of men are weak like that. They get around a woman to say, even today, you have a lot of women that are like that. You'll have a situation where a woman to come home, oh, I was outside, so-and-so disrespected me. Man go out there with a gun and kill somebody. Now he doing 30 years. Because you listening to a woman. Let's get back to the tapes.
Because I was irritated, I was mad. She told her that, so I wasn't allowed to talk to her boys no more or nothing like that. And you could just feel the hostility, the energy on the land just wasn't good.
Wow.
Wasn't good at all. So I wanted to make right and, you know, repent. So I went to Dowell and I asked him if I could talk to her. I didn't even try to approach her. I went to Dowell so he would be there, because I wanted, you know, to try to do right and just apologize and tell her, you know, I didn't really mean that. It was out of anger, and I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. It was wrong.
See, all of this is because of Dowell. I ain't going to no man to ask him if I can have permission to go talk to nobody. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. If you're my wife, I'm supposed to be able to talk to you, and we're supposed to be able to chop it up and do what we need to do. I shouldn't have to be going to another man to ask him. Dowell got in the middle and caused the separation of this relationship. How many other relationships on Straightway were destroyed because the pastors in the middle fanning the fire? This man lost his wife. They probably was on good terms, probably had a great relationship, a lot of fun, and now it's like, come on now. Who caused that? Back to the tapes.
It was wrong. Hate is not the way to go. And
I mean, it's not. Listen, you're angry. There's a lot of junk going on with the situation. You have a right to be angry. This is your wife. You know what I mean? This is your wife. There's a lot of drama going on. Of course, you're going to raise your voice. Of course, you're going to get angry. You're going to be doing all of those different things. That's normal behavior when you have this type of situations. See, a lot of times people try to make us think like we're not supposed to be angry, like we're not human, like we don't have feelings, like we don't have emotions. That's crazy. You're gonna get upset. You know what I mean? It's how you deal with those emotions when you have adversity, issues, and drama. It's how you deal with it. As long as you're not putting hands on the woman, as long as you're not doing all of that stuff, you don't want to be, physically abusive towards a woman because of whatever's going down. As long as you're not doing that, it is what it is. You could have your arguments. In all relationships, you're going to argue. If any of you are trying to get into a relationship, be married, or whatever the case is, you're going to have arguments. Welcome to the club. That's just a part of life. Let's get back to the tapes.
I said it out of anger because a lot of stuff was being built up there, I guess, So
let me respond to this.
She tore me up. She literally just told me I had a crappy heart, basically black. I need to check my heart and this and that. That's my true feelings. I wouldn't have said it. And the whole time he's just sitting here letting her talk to me, like just disrespecting me just as I apologizing to this lady.
So Dowell is right there. The wife is disrespecting him, calling him all sorts of things, and he's not saying nothing. And that's supposed to be counseling session. That's more proof that he put the battery in her back and made her feel that she could express herself that way. Because a real pastor would not allow a woman to be disrespecting a man like that. But he let her do that. To be honest, he, meaning the husband, let her disrespect him. Number one. But he tried to do it in the way of having a mediator in between, trusting Dowell's judgment, not realizing that it's already a conflict of interest because Dowell is already in the woman's ear. So it wasn't going to be good on his end anyway. But let me respond to this. The Hebrew said, why the piano? The question is, why are you watching? Why don't you leave? You don't want to hear the piano? Leave. I mean, if you don't want to hear the piano, leave. Could you do that? Let's have the conversation. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Rufus says he's not talking about Jamie's wife. Wait a minute. He's not talking about Jamie's wife. Jamie's wife. He's talking about the accuser woman, Nellie, going off on him when he tried to whoa, wait a minute now. Thanks for the correction. See how we all need correction at some point? Do you see that? Do you see how it just went up here now? Now it got worse. We got to rewind that back. Forget about the other guy worrying about a piano. We got to rewind that back because now, let me listen to that again. Like I said, you really got to listen to these tapes to really get it, because you could listen to something over and over and you still didn't hear what was said. It's not like, look, initially, when I listened to this video the first time, I thought Dowell married his wife. That's the first thing I thought when I first saw the video. That was my first thing. He took this man's wife and married her. Then when I listened to it again, I realized, wait a minute, it's not his wife. It's another woman that's in the camp that he took as the wife. And then when I listened to it again, I'm starting to hear other things. So it's like, you really got to listen to get it. And now we heard it. I'm thinking that it's the wife that he's communicating with. And Rufus said, no, whoa. He's not talking about Jamie's wife. He's talking about the accuser woman, Nellie, going off on him when he tried to apologize. And this is why Dowell didn't say nothing to her. Because he was already with her. Now, I don't know this to be a fact in terms of me saying what I'm speculating, but there is a possibility that the deal was already done, sealed. Because if you're going to let a woman, disrespect this man when he's trying to apologize, you already with her. Matter of fact, there's a video, I don't remember. I know I saw a video where somebody was saying that Dowell was letting this woman drive his car, was letting this woman have special privileges, was letting this woman do certain things, and he wasn't allowing nobody else to do these things. I forgot what video it was, but somebody made a video and they were making mention of this, and it was like, look, any man that's gonna have some woman driving around his car, holding his keys, doing this, doing that, she got special rank over all the other women, he already screwing that woman. He already with that woman, fam. So I appreciate Rufus correcting that. Let's rewind that back. We gotta hear that again. Now it's gonna sound a little different now, but we gotta hear that again.
The energy on the land just wasn't good. Wasn't good at all. So I wanted to make right and, repent. So I went to Dowell and I asked him if I could talk to her. I didn't even try to approach her. I went to Dowell so he would be there.
Oh, it makes sense now. He went to Dowell, because why would you have to go to your wife and ask another man for permission to go to your wife? So he wanted to have the opportunity to speak to the woman. Rather than going to her, he wanted him to be there so that when he apologized, he have a witness. Okay.
Because I wanted, to try to do right and just apologize and tell her, I didn't really mean that. It was out of anger and I apologize. I shouldn't have said that.
Because remember, he said he don't like that woman, X, Y, and Z, and it was brought back to her because his wife told her. So he wanted to clear the air and repent for telling her, okay, now it all comes together now. Great.
Wrong. It was wrong. Hate is not the way to go. And I said it out of anger because a lot of stuff was being built up there, I guess, So she tore me up. She literally just told me I had a crappy heart, basically black. I need to check my heart and this and that. That's my true feelings. I wouldn't have said it. And the whole time he's just sitting here letting her talk to me, like just disrespecting me just as I apologizing to this lady.
This lady, so that's not his wife. This lady. So she already was wicked. She was already wicked from the start. So she was already messy even back then. That's crazy, man. And Dowell allowed it.
Tried to explain, I was sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Me and my wife were arguing. I apologize.
Oh, there you go. Me and my wife was arguing. I apologize. So he's talking to Nellie at this point. Now it all makes sense. It's interesting how you can watch something over and over and miss a part, even though you hear it. Now it's even worse now. Because now what it shows is that Dowell was protecting her and allowing her to disrespect a man in front of his face, in front of him, and never said nothing. When really, the reason why he wanted Dowell to be there is so that you have a mediator, a moderator, somebody that's there to, so that things don't get out of hand. So now I'm enduring disrespect. You said Nelly and Jamie's wife used to be best friends. Yeah, he talked about that earlier. I think in the beginning part, when I was reacting to it, I said something about, she said, I can't do this. That's my friend, so and so and so. In other words, like, you trying to talk to my friend. And that's what that's probably what separate them, I guess, is that issue.
And no compassion, no love, nothing. Just basically rip me a new butthole. I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk like that, but just tore me up. So I just sat there and ate it and didn't say a word. I just didn't know what to say anymore. I was like shocked. I didn't actually think that would happen. So tension got worse. How I said it, that he used to come talk to me, tell me what's going on with the brothers, and him and the elder. I wasn't no elder, but he would tell me what's going on with the land during the day and stuff like that, and he would tell me if I had to tell the brothers what to do or this or that, Well, that changed. He'd come in and start telling another brother, saying this, all these brothers are dragging down the job and ain't working hard and blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that. And I was getting...
Notice that he's telling the guy, basically he's saying that Jamie is lazy. Basically, he's using the same tactic he used on Rufus by saying lazy. Now, think about this. In the beginning, he was bigging up Jamie. Made Jamie look like he's above all the other guys because of his talents. Now he's dropping words like, oh, he lazy. Same thing. This is crazy, man.
Accused of, he wouldn't call in my name, but he was referring to me. It wasn't hard to figure it out. He quit coming to me, quit talking to me, and started basically just treating me like total dirt, like dirt. Then I heard preaching about a man wanting a married woman, and wow. I didn't catch it. I remember him saying it. I remember the message, everything, and I remember him saying it, and I was just like, I wasn't even thinking he was talking about me. I had no clue the whole time. Never even thought it was me, because it wasn't in my heart like that. Not one bit. Not one bit. Not one bit. So it just started getting more, I could feel the energy wasn't good anymore. So I'm pretty sure Dowell had a lot to influence Rufus about this. I'm not sure positively. He can vouch for it. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, I don't know. I have no idea. Unless it was just in Rufus's spirit. I have no idea. We never talked about it. Because...
So as you can see in the court of public opinion, he's not saying that it was so. He's not saying that. Why is that thing blinking? Is everything good with the stream or what? Let me know by putting a 1 in the chat if everything is good with the stream. Because it stopped on this one, but it's still going on this end. So I need to know on your end. Is the stream good? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat. It's good? Because it did stop. It did stop. It turned back on. Like, I literally saw everything turn off and it turned back on. Okay. So what I was saying was, okay, appreciate it. So what I'm saying here is that Jamie said that Dowell influenced Rufus, but then he kind of corrected himself by saying he don't know, like, you know, because he don't want to put nothing out there. He was very careful in his video on how he communicate to not put nobody in, you know, no mess. So let's just continue.
By this time, I had lived at Straightway most of the time I was there. I was fed up. I was done. My spirit and my soul was beaten down. I was tired.
Sad, bro.
I was fed up. I didn't want to be there no more. I didn't want my sons or my wife to have to deal with it. But my wife was under the influence of Dowell behind my back.
Behind his back. His wife was under the influence of Dowell behind his back. Rufus says at Ringo TV Reactions, I knew nothing about this situation. Dowell never said a word about it until Jamie was gone. Well, it's true because Jamie said that he didn't speak to nobody else about it. So there was no way for you to know. He said it in the video. I know he said it, that there's no way you knew. He said you didn't. He never spoke to nobody about none of the troubles. Like, in other words, none of the issues he was going through, he never brought that to nobody. So basically, he was suffering in silence. Now, the question is, how many other men and or a woman may be going through a situation like Jamie? And they never say nothing. They just stay quiet about it and kind of just hope that things get better. It could be a situation like that, but, you know, you never know. It's crazy. Let me see what's going on. All right, let's play the tape. Let's go back.
So she started telling him stuff that we were talking about. And
another bad thing she did, she started telling Dowell about things they were talking about. Ladies, stop. Ladies, stop telling these pastors about, this is why I don't believe in none of that stuff, man. You ladies are always going to these pastors, telling them your personal business like they're God. Y'all got to stop doing that. These are normal people just like you and me. I don't believe in that type of stuff, man. This is wild, man. He said, I saw Jamie's spirit was jacked up. So that's why I asked Dowell, could he move to Georgia with me? I wanted to help him. He wouldn't talk about it. Okay. But to you ladies, man, stop telling all these pastors all your business. I don't believe in stuff like that. You know, like how they have this thing about, counseling sessions? I don't believe in that. I don't believe that it's nobody's business to be knowing what's going on in your house, especially when you married. Nobody don't supposed to be in your business. That's between you and the Most High. You know? Too many times people put people in a business, and now the pastor is knowing everything in your house, and he turned your wife against you. That happens. That's what happened in this situation here.
I didn't know how else to deal with it. I didn't know how else to deal with it. But we made jokes about it. We made fun of it. We like, not jokes about it, like, but like, we would try to make humor out of the things he would do. How he would bash people, or how he'd get way more, and just the unfairness.
He would get way more, the unfairness. He would bash people.
That he does. The favoritism. It's, if you're not a Dowell lover, you get treated like crap, like shit.
Wow.
Straight shit.
You see that? If you're not a Dowell lover, you get treated like crap, bruh. In other words, if you come online and you singing Dowell's praises, he's a man of Yah, he's this, he's a pastor, #1 pastor in America, all that type of stuff, or they love you. But the minute you say something that is contrary, you're enemy.
If you don't kiss his butt, you get treated like crap. And that's the honest truth. I'm not here to lie. I don't have anything to gain by any of this. Like I said, I don't talk to Pastor Rufus. I don't talk to nobody. I seen this message of Pastor Rufus and what happened to him. And everything came back to me how I was treated. And then I started hearing Ringo's messages and the truth. And just everything started coming back. Like, I never got to tell my side of the story. When I left there, Straightway, okay, hang on. He did a 2-hour blog, not Straightway, but Georgia. I'll explain in a second. But he did a blog talk about me and my sons.
Wow. He did a blog talk for 2 hours about him and his son. Imagine that. You split with your wife, going through nothing but drama. You've been hurt by the church, disrespected, and then the pastor goes on Blog Talk Radio and disrespects you, lies, slander your name, and talk about your children. Make it make sense.
I'll get back to that in a minute. So it was getting a little hectic. I could feel like the energy and stuff like that just wasn't good no more.
I'm just glad that he took the time, because you have to understand, talking about stuff like this is not easy. Some people go to the grave with stuff like this. They don't even say nothing. They don't speak on it. They don't want nobody to know about it. They just stay quiet about it. There was something in the videos that sparked something in him to say, look, I got to tell my story, because he saw what happened. He said that, I think he said his daughter called him and said that Rufus is getting kicked out of the church or something like that. Then he said he watched some of my videos or whatever the case is. So it most likely gave him the confidence to say, you know what? I'm going to share my story. And he shared the entire story with one take. No mistakes, no pauses, no hiccups. He's looking right into the camera. No editing, nothing. Just straight speaking. That came from the heart.
Not between me and him at all. Everybody else loved me, not him. One of the elders wasn't too fond because he was under the influence of Dowell more. And I could see, like, one of the times at a feast, he looked at me and he goes, I just want to punch you. He said it in a friendly way, but because he probably heard stuff behind what Dowell was saying to him about the stuff I would say behind, and it wasn't, nothing I said was untrue though.
That's the thing. Y'all got to peep what he just said right there. In all sense and purposes, right? even though Jamie admit to, I guess, complaining about things, talking about things, he's making it clear, look, everything I said was true. Like, it's not like I was lying about anything. And this is what I mean. You could speak about issues going on in the church that is true. And they'll try to punish you and then use scripture to silence you by saying, rebuke not an elder, but entreat him as a father. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, whenever you hear anybody use that scripture, right? That has nothing to do with no pastor. That have nothing to do with no bishop or any of that type of mess. They using that to manipulate you. It's giving you instructions on how to communicate with men of various ages. The way I talk to men in my age group should be totally different from talking with an elder. An elder is normally a guy who is twice your age. Do you understand me? Twice your age. If you 40 years old and there's a 78-year-old man, you ain't gonna be talking to that man the way you would a 40-year-old man. That's why it says entreat him as a father. It didn't say if an elder is doing evil, don't correct him. No, it didn't say to do that. If that's the case, people that are elders can get away with everything because there's no correction. There's no rebuke for them. That would make no sense. That means they have a get out of jail free card. Simply put, like purpose to purpose says, right, respect your elders. It's one of those things. You know, like how when we were growing up, respect your elders. But if an elder is wrong, obviously you can call that person out. But it's teaching you how to deal with that person. That's why it says entreat them as a father. And then say cover up their evil and give them a pass because they're older. So let me get this straight. So if a person is an older person, I cover up their sins. But if a person is younger, I could rebuke them. No, that's not how it goes. We got to find context. And again, those Bible verses have nothing to do with no pastor. Churches love to use those scriptures to try to silence people from holding them accountable. Remember, out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let every word be established. But yet, anytime you try to rebuke one of these pastors, the first thing they say is rebuke not an elder. What makes you an elder? You're in your 40s, you're an elder. You're 50, you're an elder. Get out of here. You ain't no elder. That's why I don't believe in none of these titles. Like how you have, my name is elder this. And fam, stop all of that. Because when the Messiah come, he gonna burn you up. When the Messiah come, he gonna burn all of you up with all these titles. He ain't gonna address you by none of these titles. The Messiah come, he's not gonna say, shalom, elder, such and such. He's not gonna do that. He gonna throw you in the pit and say, I never knew you. That's why I don't believe in all these titles, because they're all man-made. You know? Anybody could say they're a doctor, but what will set you apart from a real doctor is if you can actually do the job. So if you're a pastor, you don't need to say you're a pastor, just do the job. Don't say you're a carpenter, just do the job. Anybody could get married, but that doesn't make you a husband and a wife. The tree is known by its fruit. Let's go.
I never lied about anything. Not one time did I lie.
And you shouldn't feel bad for speaking the truth, even if it's harsh. Even if the truth is harsh, you should not feel bad about it. It's your truth. You suffered. You suffered. Your family suffered. You lost your wife in the process. You had to heal. You had to go through a lot of emotional trauma, anxiety, depression, whatever it is. And, it's sad, man. It's really sad.
Everything that I was complaining about, the money, how we were treated, the unfairness, all things ain't common between all of us. Everything that I said was true. Not one thing that I lied about. Was I complaining more than I should have? Probably. But you'd have to live through it and you would understand.
Let me block this person who keeps saying the audio is choppy, because I'm tired of people coming in here with this nonsense about audio is choppy and all this crap. If the audio is choppy, then leave. Let's get back to the tapes.
And it's the only thing I can say. I can't say anything more because I can't convince you of something you didn't live through or whatever. This is my story, my journey, what I went through. And I can only tell you how I felt about it, or, and feel now about it. I'm healed now, though. I'm doing good. I am. It took me a while, but I'm doing good. So anyways, Rufus ended up calling me one night, said, hey, we need someone skilled here back at the land. He asked me now, would you want to come back? And I'm like, well, if it's, Yah's doing, I'm you know me, if I'm supposed to go there, that's where I want to go, or whatever, so I don't know if Dowell had him up to that or if Rufus even knew what was going on about this lady thing. And I don't think he did. I don't think he knew the whole story. I don't think nobody does. That's why I want to talk about it. I want to get it out. I want to explain. Like you said, there's 2 sides to every story. Nah, there's 3. Mine, his, and the congregation, buddy. That's who I want to see this. The congregation. Not too many people live there that will talk or whatever. And like you said, most people don't because they don't have a voice. They're not in a position to. No one will listen to you, or he demonizes you right away. He did it to every person that left that community or was affiliated, even if they didn't live there, because most people don't live there. They just come and visit or whatever. But he would demonize them. Basically, they're going to hell. They're out of the faith. They're no longer, within a year or two, or if that, they're going to go back to whatever heathen life they live, or blah, blah, blah. Everybody, every single person that I know that was affiliated in my time, my experience there, was demonized when they left. Not one person left on good terms.
Did you listen to that? Everyone that was there during his time that left was demonized. Everyone.
Not one. Not one. Imagine that.
Shout out to Angie for the support. Appreciate you, Angie.
So, me and my family, we got sent back to Georgia. Wasn't there very long. I'm not sure time frame. 3, 4, 5 months, maybe. I'm not sure, really. I don't remember. By then, I was checked out. There's nothing no one could have said to me at that time to make me change my mind of what I went through. The beat downs, the just.
When he say beat downs, he's not talking about physical fight. He's talking about verbal abuse. Scoldings at the pulpit when Dowell will teach or whatever, or I guess one-on-one scoldings in front of people, like just tell them like, oh, you're this, you're that, and all this other stuff, and it breaks you down. That's pretty much what he mean by scoldings.
Behind my back stuff. Anyways. So, Georgia, I was trying to do my thing, seeing if, I got sent to another guy's help to work out there for a little while. Talked to him a little bit. It was nice to get away and just get away for a little bit, So it was nice to visit him for a little bit. We got sent back and we had a brothers meeting. I was supposed to go back again. We had a brothers meeting over at the place I stayed at, just the brothers. And all this information came from Dowell, but Rufus was telling us. So Rufus gets to me and he tells me that Dowell said, this is coming from Dowell. Rufus didn't say this. Dowell did. That Dowell basically said that I haven't grown spiritually the whole time I've been there.
Wow. So Dowell sent a message now. Sent a message that Jamie haven't grown spiritually at all since he been there. Now you got to think about what that does to a man, knowing that all this time you've been praising me, telling me I'm doing a great job, but you sent another man to tell me this, but you couldn't tell me this. That's crazy.
The whole time. I didn't say a word. I just sat there and didn't say a word. You know how much was going through my mind that I just wanted to hold my tongue and not say a word. Mind you, the whole time I was there, Dowell never came to me.
He never came to him like a man and spoke to him face to face.
An elder never came to me. A brother never came to me to help me, to tell me, hey, I can see you're struggling.
You said you sent something on IG. I'll check it out later. I'm not checking it now. Right now, we live.
You need help?
Appreciate the support, though. Appreciate it. But I'll check it out later. I have so many different videos I got to do. I got a lot of videotapes, a lot of footage, a lot of receipts, a lot of timestamps. I got some incriminating evidence. I mean, it's just sad. And it's crazy. All this info is out there already. It ain't like I'm just finding stuff that is new. The info been out there. It's wild.
Not one. Not one. All I got was shitted on. Once I was, my talents weren't, he had somebody to replace me.
Somebody came in and replaced the brother, y'all. That's wild, man. You know what that's like? That's the equivalent of being fired from your job, meaning you were used all that time, treated bad, and then they replace you with another skilled trades worker. So, yeah, he was emotionally damaged. I mean, he said he's healed, right? But my point is, you have the verbal abuse, emotional abuse, spiritual abuse, financial abuse. I mean, he was abused all over the place, man. This is crazy. Think about how it must feel, fam. You're a man. You got a family that you're taking care of. You're in a community. You can't really provide the way you want to provide. Your wife is looking at you. You just getting $100 a month. She's not going to respect you anymore. She's going to be looking towards the pastor now. That's how you got to see this thing. She's going to be looking towards the pastor now. No, say it ain't so. Oh my goodness, man. Say it ain't so. Just when, listen, stop the presses, ladies and gentlemen. Stop the presses. Just when You think it could get no worse. Oh, man, this is a movie. Rufus says, sad thing, the guy that replaced Jamie is the same guy that eventually threatened to burn down Dowell's house. To burn Dowell's house down with wives inside. Wow. Man, oh man. Now, if you've been following the streams, we talked about this already where I believe it was Rufus who brought up the information that, all right, let me put it like this. Dowell basically said he don't want to have nothing to do with Rufus, right? Nothing to do with him. In other words, you ain't getting no forgiveness. You ain't getting nothing. But there's a man who is right now, I believe he's rare right now, right? Yeah, living in the community, who threatened the lives of his wives by saying he would burn down their house with the wives inside. And based on the testimony of Rufus in the court, Rufus said that that very same guy was forgiven by Dowell, forgiven of his words now, and still allowed to remain. But yet Rufus was banished from the community. Make it make sense. And if those of you that are on the Ringo TV Raw channel, if you notice that I'm looking at this camera or I'm looking at the screen, is because we're streaming simultaneously, right? We're on the Ringo TV Reactions channel and the Ringo TV Raw channel. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, he's not? Wait, he's not living on the community, but he's back in the ministry. Okay. So he's not on the community, but he's back in the ministry. All right. So let me ask you this, because we need to get some clarity on this, right? Because you said he's not living on the community, but he's back in the ministry. So the question that I have, and I'm pretty sure other people probably have this same question. Everyone that attends Straightway, where Dowell is at in Tennessee. In other words, when you have Sabbath services, Bible studies, and so forth, the question I have is, the people that are there in attendance, is that open to the public? Meaning, if you live outside of the community, you could come? Or is it you have to live in the community and you could be a part of the congregation? Is it open to the public, meaning anybody could just come by? Because I always thought, I was under the impression that if they're having services, you got to be a part of the community, meaning you live in the community. So I want to know, can anybody just come to the church congregation and be participating in the services, but they're not a part of the community? It's open to members that don't live on the community. No, I did not partake, but I'm sure I believe lies told to me by Dowell. I think you answering somebody else, I think. Okay. And shout out to Neftali 1981. I know I seen you somewhere. I know you're going to end up talking about this. Let me see. It's not open to the public, but members that live off land can come to services. Okay, so So you have to be a member that live off land, but it's not open to the general public, meaning like anybody could just pull up, like in the Christian church, you know how anybody could just come in? Okay. All right, I see you there, bro. King Connect, he said, basically a cult. Hey, it's, man, this guy, Jamie, his story was so moving. Had my wife in tears, fam. No cap. Like I was, while I'm, watching the video, because the way I'm doing it is I was editing the video and I was watching it at the same time, and it got my wife's eyes filled with water and whatnot, listening to his story. I'm like, man. Why is saying that it's dropping frames? I don't understand. Let me see. Well, I was not a member and I showed up, but it was during a feast. I don't know. Maybe you were able to get through. Did you have fringes on or something? You probably had on a good uniform and outfit or whatever. Shout out to Cedric for the support. Appreciate you for the support. Says my uncle, which is a pastor there, sits next to Dowell in videos. You have to get an approved invite. Now that's some good info right there. That's some good info. Some get invited to the feast that aren't members. But I'm trying to figure this out. If this is about the Lord, why you got to get like, why people got to get invited to a feast? If it's about the kingdom, I'm just asking questions. That's what I'm saying. If you didn't have to have no invite, that means it's open to the public. The first time I did not have an invite, but the second time I was told to contact Elder Becker. That's because they probably realized people got in without those invites, which is probably a security risk. Now, I understand the whole security thing and all that other stuff, but I figure like this. If folks are following the Most High, but living in fear of death and destruction, then that means you really don't have no confidence towards the Most High. I'm just saying. I ain't gonna be living in fear like that. I can understand you have to protect the property and all of that. But see, here's the thing. If that's the case, because look, you got the guys with the AR-15s and all of them guns in the church. If something was to pop off, right? You do realize you're gonna injure people in the church, right? You do know you're gonna end up killing people by mistake. I don't know if nobody's thought of this, but if all you guys are up in the church, right, with these rifles, if something was to pop off, if there was a threat, people are going to be running back and forth. So by the time you bring up your rifle to try to stop the threat, you're going to kill other people too. I'm just letting you know. I hope that don't happen, because if it do, the feds will be at Straightway shutting it down permanently. Because if there's security, it should be outside. In other words, all you guys with the rifles and AR-15s, you should be at the perimeter of wherever the service is. In other words, on all fronts, all sides, is all the men posted up. As you enter in the building, nobody should have anything on them because you have proper systems in place. If you're really that serious about security, you should have metal detectors, if anything. I'm just saying. But to me, having all these guns around, it's kind of intimidating. Because it's like, could I bring my gun? Or is my gun not allowed? For my protection. I think it's a fair question because it's like, so all the saints are carrying. Okay, so if I come in there and I'm carrying, right? And I decide to take out the pastor, then what? Wouldn't be smart to let me in with my gun. That means you're inviting a threat. That means that there's already a breach of security. Not wise. That means that anybody could come in there but even if the security that's in there is still not security, it's a false sense of security because, okay, you got men posted up with these rifles. If I got a gun on me and the objective is to take out the pastor, by the time I pull out my gun and take out the pastor, hey, you could kill me if you want, but the objective was fulfilled. Security didn't stop it. So it's really not security. It's a false sense of security because a man or a woman can literally be next to women and children, pull out his gun and grab the woman and be like this. Then what? Then what? See, nobody had the training for that. So if one of the men starts shooting, he gonna shoot the woman that I'm holding. All I'm saying is that the security is not really security. It's a false sense of security, and eventually somebody gonna die over there if they don't get their act together. I'm just letting you know. Think about what I just said now. You can have a lunatic that come to Straightway, walk in there because he got his gun, and everybody trusts him because they figure he's a member, he was invited, but his objective was to take out the pastor. He know the floor plan. He know the way y'all move. He been here several times. So y'all comfortable. See, I'm literally telling you and showing you how the devil can come in, kill, steal, and destroy, and there was no protection for the people. You said if you're a new face, security will be watching you closely. But I don't think you're listening to the parts that I just previously said. I just showed you how I can breach that. If I'm a new face, I'm aware of that. I'm wise enough to know that if I'm new, you're watching me. So I'll just play that part for 4 or 5 months so that you can get comfortable, let down your guard a little bit. Even if it took 2 years to plan, that's how these cells operations work. And eventually you're going to drop your guard. And then once you're comfortable with me, that's when we go to work. And even if you take me out, it doesn't really matter. That was the whole objective. You see what I mean? Not only that, think about, see, what I'm saying here can save lives. It can really save lives because you can have somebody that come to the church and they fellowship for 6 months, a year, and the whole time they plotting. And then that one day they come to the church and go buck wild and they don't care what you do to them. Think about the mentality of a sicko. They don't care. So they gotta be better security than that. That's not security. Having men around with AR-15s is not intimidating to somebody that is a lunatic that's not afraid to die. The only person those guns would be intimidated is a man who want to live. A person who go there with the intent to cause bodily harm and he's not concerned with his own life, that gun do not fear him. He don't fear that gun. I'm speaking wisdom. So there has to be a better way of having security in a place of worship, especially where everybody walking around carrying guns. The best protection is having either metal detectors where nobody aren't able to come in with that. And, it's a tedious process of, who has time for all of that type of stuff? Because if you have men in the church with AR-15s and guns and something really start popping, I'm telling you, it looks cool when all those guys are standing there with guns. But I can promise you, when something really pop off and they gotta stop the problem, they're gonna be pulling them triggers and they're gonna be shooting kids and women. Women and children gonna die. And it's gonna be on the news. And I'm gonna be doing videos about it for the month. If the Most High is in the house, man, I don't know why would anybody be living in that kind of fear to begin with. I mean, I would not attend a church or anywhere where everybody is standing around with guns. I'm just being honest. I would not even bring my kids there. I would not. That's just me. That's my opinion. I would never, ever go to a place where I'm supposed to be worshiping the Most High and everybody is up in there holding AR-15s. I'm like, nah, I can't be in there. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's get back to the tapes.
Okay, so, mind you, let me back it up real quick.
If you ask me, all of that training is sort of like some sort of militia or some sort of militant group. And this is why things like this can really get crazy. Because it's like you have a dude who has a background in military training men on how to bear arms, target practice, all this other stuff. It sounds nice. I ain't saying you can't do none of those things. But at the same time, if you training these men, you could end up training somebody that end up using all of that training for ungodly purposes when they fall out of pocket with the church. Nobody thinks about these things, man. It happens.
I was done at that time. When he said that to me, I was done. I was making plans to leave. I was done. Contacted my daughter. She still lived in Michigan. That's where I'm from. That's where I live right now. Contacted her. She was helping come up with money as best as she can. There was a couple brothers that helped me as well. I helped with some money to help me move, pay for the U-Haul truck, get back here, try to get going a little bit. It did it. It was what I needed, man. And I thank you so much for it. I'm grateful, because I would have been stuck, because you have no way. They take everything. You're supposed to give everything up. So you have no way to leave. You're stuck.
Wow, you're stuck. Imagine that. You're stuck on the plantation, stuck at Straightway, stuck in the church, stuck on the land. Can't go nowhere because you got to give everything up.
You're stuck. So, but I had a phone because I was a brother. So I was texting and calling my daughter and brothers to set it all up or whatever. So I went to Elder Rufus. And I told him I was leaving. And the first word out of his mouth, At this time, the first word out of his mouth was, he looked at my wife and he goes, Dowell's going to want to know what she thinks about this.
Now, we got to park right there for a minute, because it's almost like if the man says, hey, I'm leaving. Now, this is what he's saying about you, Rufus. Now, hey, we gotta bring you back up, right? We just asking questions. He said he's leaving, but he's saying that you looked at him and said, Dowell, let's go back to the tape. I gotta get this thing right, because I'm trying to figure this out right here. Let's listen to this again.
At this time, the first word out of his mouth was, he looked at my wife and
He looked at my wife.
goes, Dowell's going to want to know what she thinks about this.
Dowell is going to want to know what she thinks about this. So now I'm trying to figure this out. You know, if a man makes an executive order about him and his family, who cares what Dowell thinks? This is a man. This is a man who said, I'm leaving. But he's saying that you looked at his wife and said, Dowell is want to know what she thinks about it. Who cares what she thinks about this? This is his wife. So I want to know what's going on with that, because that's his wife. It's almost like, well, you could go, but he's gonna want to know what she think. In other words, maybe she want to stay. I'm trying to figure this out. That don't sound right. You said, where is Pastor Dowell to defend himself? He can't defend himself on none of this. He's already in hot water and trouble. A man says, look, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. He said, this is him saying this. What we're doing is we're cross-examining you to try to find out what's going down here. Maybe this is how the thing was ran. But all I know is that if I'm a man, all right, look, let's flip it. You are saying you leaving. Let's say you're telling Dowell, I'm leaving. But he looks at your wife, or some other person look at your wife and say, well, so-and-so gonna want to know what she thinks about this. I don't think that's gonna sit well with you. You're gonna be either ready to throw hands, you're gonna start to flip. Something gonna happen. 'Cause at that moment, it sounds like I'm a prisoner. It sounds like my wife is a prisoner. It sounds like I can't go. That's what it sounded like to me. That's crazy. The wife was supposed to go with him. It doesn't matter who's what. Dowell knew Jamie was about to leave, so he said he wanted to know if his wife agreed and wanted to leave too. But that's none of his business, bro. That's none of his business. We're talking about a man's wife, fam. Ain't no man. Like let me tell you something, man. See, Dowell, you in trouble, bro. How you gonna, see, this is all bad. This is bad. This is not good. We're talking about a man's wife. It has nothing to do with Dowell. Dowell knew Jamie was about to leave. So he said he wanted to know if his wife agreed and wanted to leave too. You think he would want to know that about his own woman? If that was his own woman, his wife, if that was Dowell's wife, you think he would want to do the same thing with her? No, it wouldn't even be a question. Because that's like, we want to keep your woman over here. That's crazy. That's out of pocket. That's a major red flag for Straightway. That anybody would even think that way. He said he wanted to know if his wife agreed and wanted to leave too. If they're married, they're one flesh. No man controls whether she leaves or not, but her husband. If her husband's saying we going, we going. Because now that tells me that Straightway was a cult the whole time. That's not no community. Got to answer to another man to find out if my wife agree if she want to go with me. What kind of nonsense is that? And I'm surprised Jamie didn't flip out. But then again, everybody probably got guns ready to shoot the man probably. Probably trying to intimidate the man. Yo, this is bad, man. This is bad. Like I said, the people gonna have a field day with this. Gino Jennings, he gonna have a field day with this one. Wait till when dude, bruh man who's running his channel, the dude that he upload a lot of Gino videos, cause he gonna email Gino and tell him about all this mess, and they're gonna have a barbecue day. It's gonna be over till summer. You're gonna see Gino making 1,000 videos about this situation. I totally disagree with that. That Dowell knew Jamie was about to leave. I could understand him knowing he's about to leave, but the part that's gonna make every man in here heated is so he said he wanted to know if his wife agreed and wanted to leave too. That means he told you to come back to him with that info. See, this is where the people are gonna say, they're gonna have their opinions about you, fam. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that Dowell with what? All right. Do you agree with Dowell's thoughts regarding that situation? That he need to know if a man's wife agrees and want to leave. Like that's his business. That's crazy, yo. That's crazy. He says, I understand that. That was just the question he wanted me to ask Jamie. Listen, Dowell is a wicked man. And this is why the situation that happened with you and Dowell happened. That's your blessing to move on, to get away from the judgment that's coming on Straightway. If you ask me, you got moved right at the same, you got moved when the judgment is coming. You got moved just in time because the judgment is here. And not only is judgment coming from all angles, you have many other YouTubers and content creators that are watching this, and they're gonna have a field day. Again, shout out to all the channels, because I don't want to make it seem as if though I'm the first one to expose Dowell. My videos are just normally top quality, because this is what I've been doing since 2006. So when I do my videos, I do them thoroughly. When I expose and bring forth the truth, it's going to ruin you. But the thing is, that's who you were from the beginning. Like this is who you were already. Like, it's like, I'm not doing anything purposely. You get what I'm saying? All I'm doing is just showing the people what it is. That's all I'm doing. I'm just showing them the receipts. But I know that there were people way before me over the years that were trying to get this truth out there, but nobody was listening. Some people even prophesied of the fall of Straightway. They did that. I've seen some videos, and what they said, it's coming to pass. He says, I didn't say I agreed. This was a super sad day for me. My family was leaving. This man helped me start Straightway, Georgia. No, all I want is clarity for the court. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Because again, the way you got to look at this thing is like this. If I was a part of anything dealing with that community or whatever the case is, and all of this information is coming out, people are going to be roasting me every single day. There'll be video after video, me trying to explain myself, trying to do this, because that's just the nature of how it is, man. And I think that this is why Dowell put men in certain positions, because he want all of you to take his punishment. It's a military operation. It's strategic. He put each of the men in key places so that when everything starts to hit the fan, who everybody gonna be talking about? The elders and the pastors. That's who they're gonna be holding accountable. They're gonna be roasting the elders and the pastors. And they're gonna be like, well, you should have known this. And now you're gonna be hearing the last of all these people criticizing you, making videos, your name in the title, and you're gonna get frustrated because you're gonna be like, look, I didn't even know that. It's gonna drive you crazy. You know? Says, I didn't say I agreed. This was a sad day for me. My family was leaving. This man helped me start Straightway, Georgia. For judgment must begin at the house of Yah. And don't stop, brother. Keep exposing these clowns. If Diddy, Epstein, and these other folks can get exposed, then these damn pastors can get it too. Oh yeah, definitely. See, I don't want nobody to think that I'm trying to be light on anything here. The gloves are already off. When I did the first 7-hour video, that was the opportunity for repentance. If you study the scriptures, every single time before judgment started to come down, the opportunity to repent normally came. It normally came, the opportunity to repent and get things right. Imagine if that would have happened. Imagine if after that 7-hour video, if Dowell would have repented, come clean, and even reveal some hidden things. And really cleared the air. Because the Bible says even your sin shall find you out. And it says they that hide their sin, you will not prosper. So you got to come clean and kind of just make everything known. Let me see. What's this name? I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm just being honest. I'll just say Hill. Right? Appreciate you for the support. He says Dowell has videos where he records in the garage. You can see his $75,000 Ram with custom rims and a $34,000 Honda motorcycle, Japan import. Dowell uses community funds for his own pleasure. To be honest with you, I don't care about none of that. I'm just being honest. The reason why is I'm not really here to focus on a truck and a motorcycle. When people are out here dying, hearts are broken, families are being destroyed. At the end of the day, the people that have been funding whatever, they're responsible for all of that. And then again, you have to always understand that Dowell does have a YouTube channel. So he's going to get support that comes in, and his channel was monetized at one time. So obviously he was making money from his YouTube channel. So it's not that important to talk about. I don't want to focus on stuff like that. You can talk about that if he's trying to see when Dowell was coming against Rufus, it was necessary for Rufus to bring up the truck, the rims, and I think he said something about a sound system, $7,000 sound system. He can bring that up. But for me to talk about the man's truck and a motorcycle is a waste of my time, if that makes sense. For me, it's a waste of time. For in Rufus' situation, because Dowell was trying to throw Rufus under the bus for money, and Rufus had to defend himself by saying, look, if I'm taking all of these people money, I'm not the one driving around a $75,000 truck. You know what I'm saying? The vehicle I got is 2,000 whatever. So what am I doing with money? So under that context, it would make sense to talk about that. But for me, making a video about this situation, I don't really care. You know? Okay. Let me get back to the tapes. I'm hungry, guys.
Really? That was what he said to me. I'm not trying to dog Rufus. I don't know. But that's what he said to me. That's what his words were.
Now remember, he said, I'm not trying to dog Rufus. But he said those were his words. But now his words are the words of Dowell. That's what Dowell want to know. So those are Dowell's words. Those are Dowell's words. It's no different than if I'm a supervisor and my job is to do what the other superior officers or whoever tell me I got to tell you. You know how many supervisors get hated on by the staff when they got to regulate situations? They're like, look, fam, I'm just doing my job. You know what I mean? I'm just following instructions. That's how I'm looking at it right now. Rufus was just following instructions. You get what I mean? Now, you could look at it this way and that way, but again, he didn't know all the circumstances of everything now. And you got to really think about, you got to look at this thing from, you're in a position that you don't even want to be in. How many of you ever been there? In a position where it's like, man, I don't even want to be in this position, man. Like, this is wild, man. I've been in that type of situation where I had to tell somebody some news. I didn't want to tell them the news, but I had to tell them the news. And it is what it is, man. You end up losing friendships and all sorts of stuff because you got to tell them something. And it's crazy, man. It's crazy. America is burning, says at Ringo TV. It's time to end the live stream. Much respect to your work you're doing. Let me help you out. That's how we deal with these type of issues. If it's time to end the live, why are you still here watching? I mean, the level of disrespect is amazing. I mean, you're watching me and telling me it's time to end the live when I didn't even finish my job? Why don't you end your phone by turning off the video and go and find something to do? I mean, the level of disrespect that people come over here with is amazing. It's crazy. Why is Leslie asking, is this brother Rufus? Who are you talking to, me? What's the matter with people, fam? Like, what's going on with these people? Is everybody going crazy? This person is literally in the chat asking, is this brother Rufus? So now they think that I'm Rufus now. Is my name Rufus? Do you see a title says Rufus there? Let me get back to the tapes, man. Let me just get back to the tapes.
So, I was over at the trailer one day and I seen my wife. She gets on the phone. She goes outside. So I went outside. Well, I happened to be outside. I seen my wife walking out the slider door on the phone. That's what happened. And I watched her walk out, walk down the side of the house, and sneak around the corner.
Wow. She snuck around the corner, guys. This is crazy, bro.
Like, who the heck is she talking to? And why are you hiding? That's kind of an odd thing to do. And who are you talking to? Wonder who. Again, behind my back.
Now remember, he already had a talk with Dowell about talking to his wife behind his back. So at this point, Dowell's supposed to respect his boundaries now and fall back and don't get caught again, right? Okay, let's see.
That's exactly who she was talking to. She told me. She told me who.
Wow.
Can't lie about that one, Dowell.
Man, yo, that's so disrespectful, man. That is so disrespectful. Look, if me and you get caught talking with my wife, I confront you man to man, we chop it up, we have an agreement, I don't want to see this again. And now you still doing it. But this time my wife tell me, oh yeah, I was talking to him. You already violated. You violated, bro. It's on site. Definitely going to be on site, fam. That's crazy, man. Because I'm sure if it was the other way around, this man would be upset. You already listen, the man already told you what it is. And you still talking to his wife? Like, what are you doing with his wife, bro? Again, me personally, there's a lot of things that I see that's going on over there that I don't trust. And it's my opinion. Anybody can say whatever they want. But I just think that a lot of them guys, man, are just messing around with each other's wives on the low. That's just the way I see it, fam. Because if the leader is communicating with another man's wife behind his back multiple times, then what are the men doing behind other men's backs? You probably got other dudes' wives in the community topping off another man in the jungle, at the lake, going in a tent, going in a trailer somewhere and doing whatever. Ain't no telling. Listen, man, the same poison that is in the world is the same poison that could go on in any community. Ain't nothing set apart, fam. The same sin that is in the world is the same sin that could go on in any other community. Yes, indeed. Let's get to the tapes.
So, again, I caught him behind my back talking to my wife again.
Wow.
So, me and my wife, when I had told Rufus, we had an agreement to leave. We were all leaving. Me, my wife, my 2 sons. After that phone call, the next morning, my wife came up to me and told me she's not going with us.
That's crazy. You know why she said that, right? Because she got back on that phone with Dowell. She got back on that phone with Dowell. He said, you don't got to go. You don't got to go. I'm speculating here. But he most likely told, you don't got to go. You want to go? You don't got to go. If you believe the Most High called you to be here, you be here. Now, doesn't that go against Scripture? Where in the Bible did it say that a pastor can get in the ear of another man's wife and influence her in order to stay at a church? Shouldn't the pastor be telling that wife, go to your husband? What do you mean you staying here? You ain't staying here. Your husband say you going, you going. How come the pastor didn't encourage the wife to go with her husband? No real man of Yah would let another man's wife violate and disrespect by saying, I'm not going, I'm staying here. That head pastor is supposed to say, you ain't staying nowhere. You going with your husband. Your husband made an executive decision for y'all to go. You better get to going. You ain't staying here. You want the Most High to jack this ministry up? You belong to that man. How I'm gonna look telling you to stay? But that's exactly what happened. He encouraged her to stay. That had to happen, y'all. There's nowhere. Listen, his wife told him, I'm not going. Now again, she can make the decision. Now think about this. Let's park here for a second and let's analyze this situation. Remember, earlier, what did he say? He said that Rufus asked something along the lines of, Dowell will want to know how does she feel about X, Y, and Z. Okay, now let's look at that. And now back up a little bit, switch gears, and now think about this. She made the executive decision by saying, I'm not going nowhere. Okay, if Dowell wanted to know her decision, and then she told her husband her decision, that means that Dowell was with it, and he encouraged it. And probably told her, you tell your husband, you ain't going. That go against Scripture. Bible don't teach no woman, oh, she making the orders. No, the man is the head. The Bible teach the woman to submit yourself unto your husband as unto the Lord. If your husband say we leaving the community, we leaving. And the pastor is supposed to be in agreement. So that if the wife said, no, I'm staying, the pastor supposed to say, no, you're not. No, you're not. But Dowell, I want to stay in the community. I like helping with the chickens and farming and all this other stuff. You got to go. Your husband said you're leaving, you're leaving. Ain't no question in this. That's your husband. He was supposed to rebuke her and say, no, you better go on with your husband. When you bugging out. I don't want no problems with your husband. But no, Dowell helped to encourage that. causing that man's marriage to fall apart. That's what happened, y'all.
She's staying at Straightway.
That's crazy. And if she's staying at Straightway, who's she staying with? Who's she staying with? And if she's at Straightway and she's staying there by herself, ain't no telling what went on. Ain't no telling what went on, fam. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not sure if the question was asked. I asked the question earlier, but I don't know. I guess only Jamie can answer that question. But my question would be, is she still there? I think somebody answered the question. I'm not sure. No, that was another question I asked regarding the guy that said he would burn down the place. Something like that. I think that question was asked. But the question that I would ask is she still there? And if she is there, check this out. If she is there, because again, Jamie said that they're still friends and communicate. So the question now is, if she's still there and they're separated, did she get married to one of the other guys on the camp? If she did, she's an adulteress. He says she's not at Straightway anymore. She's not at Straightway anymore. So then the question was answered then. Because I think I asked the question earlier, you know? But that's crazy because she says she's staying at Straightway, but now she's not at Straightway anymore. So her whole marriage got destroyed for nothing. All because of Dowell. That's sad, man. Let's go.
That's exactly what happened.
That's their audio.
You know what? One of the first things that Dowell said when I came to visit the community, I didn't even live there yet. Nothing like that. It was when I first visited. One of his first things is, you don't have to worry about your wife here. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. That's exactly what happened. So we had to sit down, me, my wife, and my sons, because she wasn't coming back with us. She wasn't leaving with us. So we had to sit down with my sons and have a meeting who they wanted to stay with.
And here's another thing, because remember, he said that the wife said that she's staying, right? So we got to also look at this. We got to bring this into question into the court as well. How long did she stay after Jamie left? How long did she stay? And what happened? What went down? Was there any sort of drama? Did she leave by herself? Or was she kicked out because someone couldn't get their way with her or couldn't get to control or what? See, these are the things. See, I like to ask the questions that people are thinking. Because if she stayed, how long did she stay? Rufus says she's not there no more. That means that she was there for a time. So how long did she stay? A year, 2 years, 6 months? What? And if she was, where was she staying and who was she staying with? And who was around her at all the times? Was another man at Straightway sleeping with her? Did she become the wife of somebody? What's really going on? Again, Jamie said they're still good friends and they communicate. So that means he keeps in communication with her. Maybe she's still in the same state. You know what I mean? Probably live nearby or whatever the case is. But he said in his video, things are not the same no more. Meaning whatever they had is not the same anymore. So I guess they couldn't reconcile or whatever the case is. Let's get back to the tapes.
That was tough. That was tough. That was a hard thing to deal with, you know? You weren't expecting none of that. I wasn't expecting none of that, you know? Caught me off guard. So anyways, they both chose to come with me. Made me feel good. Would you get them?
Well, his sons made the right move. They said, we're going to go with dad. We ain't going to stay here with mom. We're going to go with dad.
Made me feel good, but I was so hurt, distraught, confused, didn't know what to think. Like, I'm losing my life right now.
Dowell, you hear that? You made this man lose his wife. You did that.
I don't know what to, like, I had no idea. Only thing I could think of to do, because the tension was so high after I said that, was to leave. I needed to leave now. So I went to Rufus and I asked for some help. Mind you, when I went there, I gave everything I had. It wasn't a ton, but I gave everything that I had.
Meaning he gave all his money. That's what he gave. All his money, whatever he had, whatever that is. And here's another thing. In the process of all of this, I keep seeing people keep posting. I forgot which Bible verse it was. It's in my comments somewhere where they're trying to say that the people are coming there to, where's that scripture, man? I don't want to open no windows and mess up the stream, but it talks about how, yeah, it's in Acts, but the thing is, I don't want to go open it up because I don't want to have all these windows open while I'm streaming. They're misusing the scripture, the Bible verse, because in that verse, it talks about how the people sold their possessions, their houses, and land. And I guess they brought everything at the feet of, you know, the men of the Most High. And it talks about how, you know, no one really owned anything. And what these preachers are doing is, because they're so wicked, they take whatever they see in the Bible and they run with it as if though that's some sort of command of what you're supposed to do right now. No, that situation that happened in Acts is what happened there. That is not something that you say, okay, we're going to go do that today. You're wicked, because the Bible said that they sold houses, land, and their possessions. Ain't nobody sold land, houses, and possessions to bring any money. These people are bringing their paychecks. And the one who owned the land is Dowell. That's why everybody get put out when he's ready. So using Acts is the wrong thing to do because they don't make no biblical sense. You know? Let me see if I can go find it. I didn't want to open up the scripture here. But I'll go to it because I have it in my comments. Right? I think it was the latest stream. Let me turn this off for a second. Right there. Let me go here. Let this ad play. Because I want to read it just so that we can get the understanding. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. All right, I got it. Let me get this thing ready so I can add it to the video so that we could get to work. Right? All right. Close this window. All right. Turn this back on. All right. Let's open up this thing here so we could break it down, right? Because these pastors, and I'm not referring to Rufus, I'm referring to pastors in general who use this to manipulate the people to get their money, right? I want you to learn to hustle and to scam. Now, someone had came into the comments, and they said, I mean, I was laughing at the giving your whole paycheck away, but then one of Straightway members pointed out it is indeed in the Bible. Acts 4:32 basically speaks of members of the church all sharing what they had and not claiming anything for their own. What's anyone's take on this? Now, we could stop right there and just say that that's all BS, because the people that are in the community, they don't own the land. Dowell claims that. So to bring up the book of Acts, it doesn't make any logical sense, because Dowell didn't sell no land. See, when you really think about it, this has nothing to do with community growth, community building, and all this other stuff. People sold land and possessions and houses. Let's go to the scripture, right? Someone else came in and says Dowell just kicked a pastor off the land that is in his name and made a video saying Rufus is making videos on the porch of his house. Seems to me his followers give all they have and claim nothing is theirs only. And see, that's the problem. Dowell is claiming everything his own. And I have the video downloaded. I believe Dowell put that video on unlisted. I have the video downloaded. I even reacted to the video where he talked about getting Rufus off his porch, which is very disrespectful, man. Because if y'all go back to the beginning of this video, when I think we was probably back like 13 years ago, 10, or I'm not sure exactly what year that video was in. I think it was like 11 to 13 years ago. So you saw a younger Rufus in that video. And if I can recall, Dowell said, so how you enjoying X, Y, and Z? You know, you got the land, the house, and all this other stuff. It made it seem like, you know, Rufus is having a great time. Like he owns something. Like, you know what I mean? That's how it came off. You look at that old video, it came off like that. Let's look at what the Bible says now. Again, never just take one scripture and run with it. Always look at the verses before and after. Acts 4:31-35. And when they had prayed, the place was shaken where they were assembled together. And they all filled with the Holy Ghost. And they spake the word of Yah with boldness. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common, and with great power gave the apostles witness of the resurrection of the Lord Jesus. And great grace was upon them all, neither was there any among them that lacked. Let's stop right there. There were people that lacked, including Jamie. He only had access to $100 a month. So we got to throw the book of Acts out of that. I'm just going by what the Bible says. The situation that went down in Straightway have nothing to do with Acts, because brother Jamie only had $100 to take care of a family of 4. Scripture says that pretty much no one lacked. It says it. Neither was there any among them that lacked. I think $100 a month is lack. For as many as were possessors of lands, let's just stop right there. As many that were possessors of land, how many people at Straightway possessed the land? Told you already, when I do these videos, man, I'm the best. All praises to the Most High. Very thorough with my work. I leave no stone unturned. This verse of scriptures have nothing to do with Straightway. Nothing to do with it. It says, where is it? Neither was there any among them that lacked, for as many as were possessors of lands or houses sold them. Okay, let's stop there. Sold them. How many people at Straightway sold their houses? How many people? How many people sold their houses? Come on now. How many people sold their houses? It says, neither was there any among them that lacked, for as many as were possessors of land or houses sold them. They sold these houses and brought the prices of the things that were sold and laid them down at the apostles' feet, and distribution was made unto every man according as he had needed. That wasn't done at Straightway. Do you understand? That was not done. What I wrote in response, I says, people, when you read the above verses, don't be foolish. That's a story about what happened back then. That's not a commandment for us to do today. The people at Straightway didn't sell houses or land or their possessions. Dowell is taking their paychecks and using them to build his kingdom. They twist scripture and foolish people believe anything. The people are poor and live in lack. In videos, they're all complaining about money and land because they don't own anything. And that's the problem. The people that are there in the community, it looks good when you look at it on camera. I'm telling you, the sun be shining. You see the fences, you see the animals, you see the fruits. You see all of these things, and on camera, it looks really good to the eye. But the truth is, do anybody own it? Because all I seen is when the drama unfolded, the first thing Dowell says is, hey, Rufus, you got 30 days to get up all out of there. Does that sound like Acts? Does that sound like the book of Acts? I want to know. Do that sound like the book of Acts now? Where it says nobody lacked anything? Does that sound like that? It says nobody lacked anything. So why would Dowell give notice of 30 days to a man he made a pastor? Sounds to me like he's trying to make him homeless. Sounds to me like he don't care. Sounds to me he don't have no love for that man. So he want that man to suffer. I could just only imagine. But then again, Rufus said that he good. You know what I mean? That's all that matter. But you got to be a strong man to deal with that type of pressure, fam. Because I'm going to tell you right now, somebody give you 30-day notice to get up on out of X, Y, and Z, and you've been there all this time, man, you know, your wives looking at you like, what are we going to do? You got to have strong faith. You have to know You have to have a plan. You have to know, you have to have all sorts of backup plans and know what you got to do. That was meant to destroy him. That was literally meant to make Rufus come back crawling and begging. In other words, they probably actually surprised that he didn't even do none of that, because other guys on YouTube made videos saying that, you know, what that dude said, he said something, they said some very terrible things. They said some terrible things about that man. And if it's his land, because remember, he said he paid, I think $5,500, $5,000 or $5,500 or something like that. I may not have the number correct. They left in 14 days, he says. We left in 14 days and left everything we acquired for the community there with the saints. We didn't take nothing, gave it all to them. Yeah, I actually did what the Bible said to do, if you really think about it. There's a verse in there somewhere. There's a verse in there somewhere that says, don't even take nothing with you. Something about if they don't want to hear you, dust off your feet and kind of just leave everything there and they don't even take nothing. So it was $5,500 for 1.22 acres. What's going on with, let me see. Lala says, you're hella poor, live in lack. I need groceries. Well, you can always, you says, no, I'm serious. Well, you can always apply for public assistance. Apply for public assistance. This is why we always tell these women, make sure you have a husband, because if you have a husband, you know, he'll be providing, doing what he got to do. But if you want to be single and independent, I don't need a man. You know, I don't know if that's your thing. Maybe, I don't know. But if you're one of those, then you got to deal with the consequences of being single. I ain't helping nothing. I just told you what to do. I said, if you just said that you want groceries, right? So you can apply for public assistance. Do you got kids? Do you got kids? If you got kids, it's pretty easy to get public assistance. I mean, how many women are helping a man that comes online and says, well, I need groceries? How many women are going to step up to the plate and actually help that man and just believe his story off the top of their head? Only a fool does that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Again, if you got kids, go down to, them local places and let them know your situation. Like, look, I'm struggling. They'll give you some emergency funds or whatever the case is, and you can get yourself situated with that. But I ain't helping anything, because the first thing I want to know is, why are you in a mess? And what did you do? And why you're not managing yourself? Because number one, you're online right now, which means you're paying a bill, right? So we would have to know exactly what's going on. See, I'm not one of them type of people that just because a woman is a woman that I'm just going to like jump to the gun and just start doing a bunch of stuff. I don't do that, because remember, this is social media and people don't know who's who, and people run scams all the time. Well, nobody really know you. That's my point. I mean, think about it. You're a random person come online saying whatever you said you need, groceries. Like, who does that? Groceries for what? For kids or just for you? See what I mean? If you don't got no kids, then you should have a job. Where's your job? Why you don't have a job? Let's have the conversation like adults and be civil. You're not married, you got no kids, then what are you doing? At this point, I think you're just trolling. So, you know, you got to really take life serious now. You know? How is it that... Oh, here's a good question. How old are you? This one always gets them. How old are you? Still can't say your age? Let me get back to the video. Wasting my time.
Everything. And I wasn't asking for a ton. I was just asking for a little help to help me and my sons so we could leave. And, you know, have a place to stay and eat, food, you know, help. My response was no. No. Al said I can't, basically. I know he wanted to help me.
Now, right there, the audio was kind of messed up. He said that Rufus wanted to help him, right? Because I remember when we got up to this part, everybody started to go in on Rufus for not doing nothing. If you listen carefully, the audio went bad, not on my end, that was on his end. If you go to the original video, you can see there was some sort of issues with his audio. He said he could tell that Rufus wanted to help him, but his hands was tied. You got to understand the situation. You really got to understand the circumstances. His hands were tied. I already talked about this already, but let's get back to the tapes. Find out what's going on. Let's go.
But he couldn't. Dowell wasn't going to let him help me. I know he would have, though. I know he would have. I seen it in his eyes. I could tell. So, on the way, I just got fed up. I couldn't deal with it no more. I just told my daughter, what it is, it is. We got enough. We'll make it work. I don't care. What we got, it'll be enough. So, I went back to Rufus and I said, basically, I'm gone. I'm done. I want to leave now. I have enough money or whatever. And he was like shocked. He was surprised that I came up with the money that fast. He was like surprised. I'm sure Dowell was too. They weren't expecting that. Because I already had plan A involved. They were plan B. Well, Dowell was.
Thanks for packing up them clowns. These people are crazy. These trolls be wilding out.
And I wasn't asking for buy me a home. $500 would have helped. $400, something. $100, something to help me and my sons. You know, I worked there the whole time. I got tons.
See, that's the thing. When you really think about what he's saying here, that's why it's bad, man, because he worked there the whole time. This man been laboring and laboring, only collecting $100 a month. He ain't have nothing, man. He couldn't just pack up and leave. He couldn't just pack up and leave. So he wanted some support, some help, you know? Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Okay. All right. What makes this thing bad is that he worked on that land. He did all this work. And when he needed help to leave, there was no help for him. It's like, man, I put in all this work. I can't get nothing. That's the same way it could be for many other people that are literally there, where they given everything that they had, and now they're stuck. You know? Lala says, sir, my story is too long to explain in this chat, but in short, I left Straightway. I lost a lot. I left a job and my family. I'm 36. I apologize. Look, if you left Straightway and you have a story, right? It is time to be serious, because the same way Jamie left, he made a video, published his story, and now his story is going to go out there into the world, and everybody's going to know about it. And other people that may be potential victims of Straightway, or potential new people with interests, they're not going to go, because they depend on you. They feed off of you. They feed off of your energy. So if you are a woman and you are on that land, know about that land, and you know what's going on, and you have information, share the information. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to do that. All you got to do is just start a YouTube channel. You obviously are using some sort of mobile device. Make your video. Make a video just like that. Get your phone. Tell your story. Put your phone down. Don't hold a phone in your hand now. Don't just hold a phone in your hand moving around. Put the phone down. Sit it. Press record. Share your story. That's all you got to do. Because once you share your story, the people will be able to know. And I can even do my research to learn if, in fact, if you were there. Because obviously you have people that might make up stories and whatnot. I will be able to know. I will be able to read your spirit. And I will be able to know if you're a liar or if you're speaking the truth. Because this is what I do. And I'm not talking about no psychic stuff. I have discernment and I have the ability to read people. This is not a game. Jamie is telling the truth. I know that. So if you're a woman, if you experience any sort of injustice, or if you had a great time, you know, you might have a good testimony. Your testimony might be a testimony of, hey, I went there, I had a great old time, ate some chicken, and I decided I'm moving on, and I left. You know? Okay, let's see what we got. All right, let's get back to the tapes.
Praise, tons of praise on how good I worked there. Tons of praise by him on how good I worked there. That's not what the story was when I left, though. It wasn't even close to the same story. I never listened to the blog talk. Rufus may be able to vouch for this, but brothers told me about what some of the things that he said, and I basically told him I don't care. I don't care what he's got to say. I didn't listen. I've never listened to a message until just recently. 2 short little ones, only because of what you guys got going on right now. So on the way to get the U-Haul truck, Rufus, me and him were talking, and he looked right at me and he goes, I just want to tell you something. Don't listen to anything that's said once you leave here. Do what you gotta do. You know, basically just be happy, whatever. You know.
That's his audio. That's not mine when the audio shuts off. He was basically told by Rufus. Rufus basically warned him, I guess, of there's a possibility you might end up seeing some videos out there that's going to be talking about you. So he was looking out for him. You know what I mean? I believe we cleared that up earlier in the stream because people were like, you know, one person came into the live chat, made me bust out laughing, man. I was trying not to laugh because, you know, this is a serious issue. Even though when I do my breakdowns, I got to add my comedy in there. You know how I do. But somebody had came in, I don't know who it was. They said, say it ain't so, Rufus. Say it ain't so. That's what they said. And I just started busting out laughing because I'm like, I know it's about to begin. All the drama going to begin. People going to have questions and whatnot. But we cleared up a lot of the information already. So we should be good. Rufus said he spoke. He said, wait, Jamie doing fine. Spoke with him today. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I ain't gonna lie. If Jamie, if you watching this video, when I first heard your story, it messed me up. It messed me up. I was like, I was pissed. I couldn't believe, like, wow. And if you look at the video, you could tell that he was just there doing what he wanted to do in terms of helping out and trying to just be a part of what's going on. Like, you could tell that he have a good spirit. You know, ain't nobody perfect. We all did some dirt at some point in life, but you could tell overall that he never would have thought that this is how it would have been. You know? And I still believe that he's still being, I guess, humble about a lot of things. Like, he could have went in even more if he wanted to, but he just said, you know what? I think I said enough. Y'all will figure everything else out. That's why he said in the video, he said, I guess to the video people, like he said, y'all know how to do this. Y'all the video guys. Y'all should know what to do. Now, I knew what to do. I went and I started digging into all those videos, scrolling all the way back many years, many years. And I was hoping to find one video with Jamie in it. I think I found about 3 videos with Jamie in it. What I was really looking for is an interview video. I can't find it. If anybody got that, I need that video. What I was really looking for was an interview video. You know, one of them kind of videos where you see Jamie there and Dowell is like, hey, so, you know, one of them videos. I think they did one. Well, I don't think it was Jamie, though. I don't think it was Jamie, but there was a video. I didn't add it into the video because I didn't want to make the terrible mistake. Because this happened to me before, where I posted something in my video thinking it was a person and it wasn't the person at all. That's kind of embarrassing. So I was very careful with who or the video clip. So when I found the video clip that had Rufus in it, I zoomed the image in as much as I can. And when I looked at it, I looked at his picture, I looked at the video, I looked at the picture, I looked at the video, the smile, I looked at all of it. I was like, okay, that's Jamie. But there was another video where there was a gentleman in a Home Depot or home improvement store, and he called him Jamie as well. And I was kind of looking at the person, and I was like, I don't think that's I don't think that's Jamie. I was going to use it in this video, but I said, nah, I don't want to make that mistake. You know, I don't want to make the mistake of putting the wrong person in the video and, you know, it become a mess. So it is what it is. Why in the world is there a pause? Did I do that? I don't know if I did that. Let me see. What? What in the world's the matter with some of these people? Some of you trolls, I don't know why y'all even come here. It's like, why do y'all watch? You know? You said you made 3. I shared my story before. I made 3 testimony videos. It was on another brother's channel. It should be on your channel, not another brother's channel. But I'm working on a video to speak on what's happening and my personal experience with Straightway. I'm 36, no kids, and not married. I am rebuilding my life after leaving Straightway and my brothers who were involved. Well, that's my whole thing. Make a video. Make a video. Send us the video at Ringo TV Raw on Instagram. Send me the link so I can check the video out. Share your story. That way we can know what it is. Because there's a lot of people that been affected and they refuse to speak, or they're scared, intimidated, afraid for their life, or they may have been threatened, especially if they're a woman. For all we know, maybe you were threatened. Maybe one of those guys threatened you because they couldn't take advantage. So you never know. I believe PD is overtaken by spirits and now it's fully manifested. Well, first we gotta Rufus saw this coming. Because if you really recall, he said, I guess he was trying to warn the brethren of a spirit. So we're seeing the spirit now. This is the spirit. We're seeing it. It manifested itself already. And because of the exposure, it's going to come out even more. You get it? Who's what? Follow at follow what? You said block at follow who? Block at follow. Oh, it looked like somebody already. Looked like somebody already did. I think so. Let me see. Yeah. I think Sherelle did. And shout out to Sherelle. Sherelle in the building. Right? Let me see. Okay. Okay. Let's get back to the tapes. We have approximately 17 more minutes to review, and then we're going to wrap up the stream. We've been here 7 hours, so they can go back and complain about he made another 7-hour video. Right? Let's get to the tapes.
But don't listen to any. So he already knew that I was gonna. He already seen it coming.
He's seen it. He's seen it coming. Because again, if you're around, you see how things is. Remember, Listen, I've done a lot of research with the videos. A lot of people send me videos, and based on what I'm seeing, it seems like anytime somebody leaves Straightway, they get scolded with videos and told that they're no good. God is going to deal with them. They're of the devil. They're not going to make it to the kingdom. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. But this is what they do.
Seen it himself. Because why would he tell me that? Don't worry about anything that's said about you. That's exactly what he said to me. Because it was coming. It was coming. Huh. Sure was.
Yes, make a video about your experience. See how, take encouragement from Jamie's video. Look at how he made his video, right? Obviously, I edit the video to have double sides, but he just had the video in vertical and he just played it like that and recorded with one take and shared his story. That's it. Don't try to be perfect. Don't try to make yourself like, the perfect speaker. Just be natural and share your story. That's all you got to do. Dowell has no power. He's just a man, and he's in sin right now. That man is with another man's wife. In case you're viewing the stream, Dowell is with another man's wife. Eric, I believe his name Gonzalez, his wife is the one that y'all see in them videos called Mama Nelly or whatever her name is. Mama Nelly. That's Eric Gonzalez or whatever the name is. I'll just say Eric. That's his wife. And you look at Jamie's story, that was the woman that he asked the question to, right? She was in the process of getting a divorce. They tried to throw shade at Jamie by accusing him that he was trying to mess with a married woman. But the whole time, Dowell wanted that woman. So they got in Jamie's wife's ear to make her believe that he was trying to get with her. And based on what Rufus said in the chat, Jamie's wife and Nelly were good friends. So in her mind, she's like, why are you going after my friend talking about polygyny? I can't do that. That's my friend. You trying to make her your second wife and that's my friend? So she probably felt some type of way. You see what I mean? And while he fighting with his woman, Dowell's in the background plotting because he's trying to make that woman his. And right now, when you see that woman in the videos, that's adultery. Based on the Bible. That's adultery, y'all. There's no way around it. Dowell cannot say anything about this. That's pure adultery. That's another man's wife. Let's go to the Bible and find out. Let's go to the Bible. Because I got to make sure that we can bring it out. Right? Watch this. Because I don't want nobody walking away not understanding what's going on. Because you got these churches where these leaders are out here living in sin, playing these games. Let me see. All right. They be out here doing all of these church services, having all of these feast days, having all of this stuff, but they committed a King David. I don't want to hear nothing. You in sin. Repent. I told you already, you're dealing with Ringo TV. The Most High put this spirit on me to do this kind of content. And I can do this for 20 hours straight. All I got to do is just tell my wife to bring my dinner in the room and I'll just be here for 20 hours. And we'll just stay here and keep cooking. I don't care, right? We're going to do this work, and the people are going to get set free. Just that simple. We're not here to play no games, no sugarcoating, none of that mess, right? So now let me get these verses on the screen. Now check this out, guys. Check this out. Let's put that there first. Let me go. I got another verse that I got to get. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Da, 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 da. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Let me do this real quick because there's another verse I got to get. When I do my work, I got to make sure it's thorough. Right? Let's get this. So we got 3 we got to get. All right. So let me get one more. Okay. Not that one. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I think this is what we're looking for here. Because this is what a lot of these believers be doing. They be twisting everything and hiding the truth and lying to the people. Okay. Right. All right. There's more to this. I want to make sure I got all of it. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm going to read it from verse 9. I'm going to show you why this is dangerous. All right. All right. All right, let's go to work. Let's go to work, do what we got to do. Because these pastors are in major sin and they refuse to repent. So let's get to work now. So we got this on the screen. And we got this. And we got this. So we got a lot of stuff that we got to cover. All right. Let's start off here with the book of Romans. Y'all ready? Okay. Romans chapter 7. Put a 1 in the chat if my audio is good. I guess we're going to have a full day at work, 8-hour shift. So when you folks be like, oh, content creators don't work, they don't got no job and all this other stuff, fam, I've been streaming for 7 hours, going on 8. You know, like I'm at work. Okay, check it out. Romans chapter 7, verse 1-3. Know ye not, brethren, for I speak to them that know the law. Don't Dowell teach that we need to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High? That's what he teach, right? It says, For I speak to them that know the law, how that the law has dominion over a man as long as he liveth. For the woman which hath an husband is bound by the law to her husband, so long as he liveth. So long as he what? So long as he live. So long as he what? So long as he live. But if the husband be dead, she is loosed from the law of her husband. So then, if while her husband liveth, if your husband live, and she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. You see that? If her husband liveth, it says, she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. But if her husband be dead, if he dead, she is free from that law, so that she is no adulteress, though she be married to another man. Are you seeing this? Why is Dowell with Mama Nellie if that's Eric's wife? Why is Dowell of Straightway with Mama Nellie when that's Eric's wife? If he's supposed to be the pastor, the man of Yah, having feast days, Passover services, Shabbat services, Bible studies, in the church on the land, all of that stuff. But he's with another man's wife.
What you talking about, Willis?
That's bad. That's bad, fam. There's no way around this. Let's see what else we got. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 39. The wife is bound by the law as long as her husband liveth. But if her husband be dead, she is at liberty to marry whom she will, only in the Lord. So you mean to tell me the only way she can get with a new boo is if the husband be dead? You gonna tell me Dowell don't know that? Are you gonna tell me Dowell don't know that? Dowell is in adultery, y'all, right now. And I got all the video proof. I got all the video proof. I got all the testimony. I got everything. Do you understand me? We're going to deal with that in other videos. But I got all the videos. I got all the proof. I got all the testimony. See, what goes on the web stays on the web. You know? And if you notice, ladies and gentlemen of the court of public opinion, if you go to all the videos where there is a Mama Nellie, all the comments are turned off. Go look it up. Go find any video with Mama Nellie. You will find the comments turned off. You know why? Because people had a lot to say. Just like with all the videos where Dowell and his cronies talk about either me or anybody else, they normally turn the comments off. Why? Because they don't want you to share your thoughts. They don't want to be held accountable. That's an evil spirit that's in operation. There is nothing that can save Dowell at this point. He's being held to public scrutiny. He claimed he's a man of Yah. He disrespected me. He disrespected Rufus. He disrespected the body of the Most High. And this is a problem. The body of Christ, I should say. He disrespected everything. He disrespected his position and the church. And now he is being held accountable, as the scriptures say. I am a watchman. That's what I do. I teach, I edify, I rebuke, and I expose. False prophets and false teachers will all be held to the fire. I don't care who you are. If you get in the way, you will be cooked, barbecued. Just that simple. Not with me, not with no bochinche, not with no garbage, with your own words. By your words, you'll be justified, and by your words, you will be condemned. So to Dowell, don't waste your time making videos saying, y'all want to reach out to see if Ringo would call. Ringo is not calling you. You're not a man worthy of anybody calling you. You need to call out to the Lord and ask for forgiveness. You need to take that woman that is not your wife and you need to give her back to Eric. You need to clean up Straightway. You need to restore order. You need to get that evil spirit out of your body. You need to go on a major fast. You need to do a lot of soul searching, a lot of repenting, a lot of cleaning. You need to get leadership in order. You need to regulate Straightway. There's a lot of things you got to do. And you need to do it before you check out. So you got time. Right now, the Most High has given you time to get yourself together. Humble yourself, do what you got to do. I don't want to hear anything. Don't waste your time asking me anything. You know what I mean? Do what you got to do to restore yourself, because you're in a lot of mess. You're my goodness. This is crazy. This testimony from Jamie is very telling. Very, very telling. You know? Let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. Because a lot of the false prophets and pastors, they like to twist Bible verses. Let's see. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 9 to 16, excuse me. But if they cannot contain, let them marry, for it is better to marry than to burn. And unto the married, I command, yet not I, but the Lord. Did you hear that? Listen. And unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord. Let not the wife depart from her husband. But isn't that what Nelly did? There was a controversy in Straightway where Eric was messing around with another woman who's also came from another situation with another man. That's right. And basically, Eric was like, yo, if I'm guilty for my sins being with this woman, then Dowell is guilty for being with my wife. And that's true. At least Eric stood in the light to be judged. Whereas Dowell, he's out here parading around with a woman with head wraps and scarves and, you know, talking a bunch of stuff like y'all making a mockery of the Most High. And y'all really think y'all above reproach and criticism. And that's the same woman that was disrespecting Jamie, and Dowell allowed it to go down. He allowed a woman to disrespect a man while he was trying to apologize to her. He was apologizing. He was apologetic. He was humbling himself. He didn't have to go through all of that, but he felt that it was the right thing to do because he did, in fact, say some things about the woman. And rather than Dowell rebuke the woman, he didn't say nothing. You know why? Because he already was with her low key in preparation to make her his wife. And then when Jamie left the camp, it didn't even take that long for Dowell to come in and make this Nelly, Mama Nelly, whatever, his woman. That's what went down. All right? So now check it out. And unto the married I command. And also for those of you that are on the Ringo TV Raw channel, understand that we're also streaming simultaneously on the Ringo TV Reactions channel where you can see all of the things that I'm talking about and sharing. You know, this is the vertical version, which is suitable for over here while I'm doing the other work on the other platform, right? So just to let you know. So shout out to everybody that's on the Ringo TV Raw channel. All right. So verse 11 says, but, and if she depart, let her remain unmarried. What? Let her remain what? Hold up. Unmarried? You sure, Ringo? I mean, shouldn't Dowell know this? Let me see. But, and if she depart, right? Because notice what it says in verse 10. It says, and unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord, let not the wife depart from her husband. Let not the wife depart from her husband. Don't let your wife depart. Let not the wife depart from her husband. But if she depart now, because you know in these churches, they try to set up divorces and do all this mess. This is why Dowell was going back and forth with Geno Jennings. Now it all makes sense now. It had a lot to do with this. It had a lot to do with this, y'all. But, and if she depart, let her remain unmarried or be reconciled to her husband. You see that? And let not the husband put away his wife. Are you getting this? So she's to remain unmarried. And if she wants some D, she got to go be reconciled back to her husband. I got to say it straight. In other words, if you're a woman, you separated from your man, but you got a little thing, you want a little tickle. The Bible says you need to go be reconciled back to your husband to get that D. It didn't say go find a new boo. It said be reconciled back to your husband. Right? Now, verse 12, it says, but to the rest. Listen to this now. This is where these pastors will mislead you. This is where all these pastors are misleading you. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, when it comes to these breakdowns, I'm number one because the Most High has anointed me to do this job. Listen very carefully. Verse 12, but to the rest speak I, not the Lord. Did you get it? Do I need to go on any further? In the beginning, what did he say? He said, check it out, and unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord. So in the beginning part, he told you, hey, the Lord is speaking this. Let not the wife depart from her husband, but if she do depart, let her remain unmarried. Or what? Be reconciled back to her husband. And let not the husband put away his wife. But now watch this now. But to the rest speak I. not the Lord. Not the Lord. So the Lord is not speaking at this point. It's I. No commandment. So what are we supposed to be following? We're supposed to be following what's above. That's the Lord. Watch this. But to the rest speak I, not the Lord. If any brother hath a wife that believeth not, and she be pleased to dwell with him, let him not put her away. So what's happening at this point? He's given you suggestions on how he feels based on his opinions of the circumstances on what you should do. The Lord is not speaking here. This is him giving his opinions of what he feels you should do. Verse 13. And the woman which hath an husband that believeth not. Now remember this. Watch this. Watch this. Remember this. 1 Corinthians 7:39. It says, the wife is bound by the law as long as her husband liveth. But if her husband be dead, she's at liberty to marry whom she will, only in the Lord. So as a woman of truth, you should only be with a man of truth. Not really with a man that don't know nothing. Not with a man that's lost in the world. So the goal, the way it's supposed to be, is you're supposed to be with a man of godly character, a man of truth. Not a Pookie, not a Ray, none of that mess. Right? Okay, now, let's go back here. Verse 12, we're going to read it again from the top. But to the rest speak I, not the Lord. So the Lord is not speaking right now. If any brother have a wife that believeth not. Okay, you have a wife. She's not in the truth. She don't care about the Bible. If she be pleased to dwell with him, let him not put her away. And the woman which hath an husband that believeth not, and if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband, else were your children unclean. But now are they holy. But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or a sister is not under bondage in such cases, but God hath called us to peace. For what knowest thou, O wife, whether thou shalt save thy husband? Or how thou'st know, O man, whether thou shalt save thy wife? Now watch this. This is where religion get in the way. But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or sister is not under bondage in such cases. This is where the Christian church and Israelites twist the Bible now for their affairs. In the case of Nellie, right? In that particular case, what happened was this. Eric was being accused of messing with a woman who was also married. It's even said that they were caught doing things and doing this and doing that. I got the tapes. Now, no bochinche. We're talking about receipts. So because of this, the woman his wife going through a divorce. Are y'all putting it together? Put the puzzle together. Are y'all seeing what's happening? In other words, you messing around with that woman, Nelly is seeing it. I want a divorce. Watch the hypocrisy now. The very same woman that wanted a divorce from the husband that was messing with that other woman who came out of a relationship with another man, right? Now that very same woman is with a man, Dowell, under polygyny. Make it make sense, y'all. You got mad because Eric was with that woman. You wanted a divorce. Now look. Now you with a man in an adulterous union. That's what's going on right now. And what they love to use is, but if the unbelieving depart, let them depart. A brother or sister is not under bondage in such cases. Well, if that's the case, then that means we're going to have to throw away everything in the book of Romans 7, verse 1-3, that says a woman is bound to her husband as long as she live. As long as the husband live, the woman is bound. What part of that don't we believe? Are y'all seeing the loophole? A woman is bound to her husband as long as he liveth. And the only way she can be with another man is if her husband be dead. What part of that don't people understand? But see, in the religion of Christianity, as well as in Israelite communities, nobody follow the Bible. You have adulterers and adulteresses coming together, creating these relationships. And because everybody's doing the same thing, they ignore all of these scriptures. And they'll use the excuse of, well, he abandoned her. Remember earlier in the stream, I believe it was Rufus who said that they heard something along the lines of, somebody was in, what in the world it is? What he said, man. It was Rufus, I believe. He said something about somebody was abandoned. That's what they would use. The reason why, and I'm not saying Rufus did it. I'm saying the word on the street is that Eric abandoned. I got the videos, right? I'm gonna review that video as well, right? I'm gonna eat after, fam. My food is this. Remember what the Messiah said? Remember what the Messiah said when they came to him and said, and I'm not saying I'm the Messiah, so, you got to make everything clear because people, they jump and run with it. Remember when the Messiah was like, when have he eaten? He ain't eat? He's still out here preaching? He ain't eat yet. That man ain't eat yet. This is my food right here, fam. This is my food. So with the situation with Eric, like I said, he on camera, I got the video, he's explaining the situation. It's very clear and evident. He know what it is, and it don't look like he's leaving that woman anytime soon, but he know what it is. And he made it very clear. If I'm guilty for what I'm doing, then Dowell is guilty for being with my wife. And he got a serious point. If you gonna say Eric is guilty of sin and adultery or whatever the case is, because that was the word that was going through the community, is that Eric was with some other guy's wife. I don't know if it's a guy that's in the community's wife or a situation where you had a woman who was married and for whatever reason, he's messing with her. And because of that, it got back to Nelly, right? But I believe it got back to her as a play so that Dowell can take her. So that he could set up this polygyny thing to get his second wife. And because people see him with Sister Carol and now he got Nelly by his side, it'll be easy to get any other wife because the women in the church will see that, hey, I got 2 wives, see? So now I look good. Similar to when you got people that want to look important, they get married, especially in the church. If the pastor have a wife, it make him look stronger because people will respect him more because they're like, oh, he got a wife. But if you're a preacher and you don't got no wife, people tend to not listen to you. They don't take you serious because they're like, you don't even have a family. Remember, they look at scripture, so they look at, oh, you know, he's a bishop or he's this. How can a man lead the church unless he rule his house? So if a man don't have a wife or a family, they look at it like he's a novice in the faith. This is why they were pushing this thing of, oh, Nellie was abandoned. She was abandoned. So since she's abandoned, let's go and let's twist the Bible, right? And let's use verse 15 that says, but if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or sister is not under bondage in such cases. Okay, where is that out of the mouth of 3 witnesses? Where is it? Where is that verse out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses? You don't got it. That's not even the word of the Lord. That's his suggestion. Again, what did he say? What did he say at top? Remember, in verse 10, and unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord. So the Lord is the one giving the command. But then now, if you go to verse 12, it says, but to the rest speak I, not the Lord. Not the Lord. So the Lord ain't giving no more commands. So everything else you reading after that is suggestions. Pure suggestions. And you got these pastors and preachers following suggestions rather than following what thus saith the Lord. Why? Because they're looking for a loophole to sin. They're looking for a loophole to take another man's wife. That's what they're doing. They're looking for a loophole to find and take another man's wife. Well, Eric is guilty too. I'm not saying Eric is innocent. He's guilty too. But the thing that's crazy about this is he went and got with that other woman. I don't got her name, but I got the video. I seen Rufus had posted some names, but I'm not sure if there was the names of who it was, but because I'm flowing right now. He guilty too. The thing that's crazy about this is that if Eric was messing around with that other woman, because even Eric was like, look, I thought we're doing polygyny, which proved that the men at Straightway may have a misunderstanding of how polygyny works. That's not taking other men's wives. Polygyny is not about taking other men's wives and making them your wives. But that's what Eric was saying in a video. He was like, what's the problem? I mean, I thought this is about polygyny. You got a lot of guys that claim they Israelites, but they don't have no understanding. They think they could just go get with anybody's wife now. You know? So he's going to be held accountable too. I'm not here defending Eric. But Dowell took his wife. His wife is with him. And what's crazy about this is he don't even announce these things as wives. I mean, people know it's his wives, but he don't call them that. He just say Sister Carol, Mama Nellie, and he called another lady something else. I don't know. I think he got like 4 wives, 4 wives or something like that. But the thing is, Nellie getting divorced only to get with another man and now she's under polygyny in adultery. Dowell did Jamie bad, man, because he wanted the woman the whole time. That mean when Jamie asked Nellie the question, Nellie went and told Dowell. Dowell got upset, and after that, Jamie was on Dowell's radar. Because he was looking at it like, you trying to take what I'm after. I'm trying to get this woman through her divorce so I can make her my second wife, because none of the women in the church is going to be my wife, you know what I mean, under polygyny, because, you know, I've been listening to Ringo. I've been listening to Handu Solomon regarding polygyny. So, you know, I gotta get my second wife. So I'm going to take his wife. I'm going to take his wife. That's what I'm going to do. Because I have the, whatchamacallit. Matter of fact, let me text my wife real quick. Let me text my wife. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna get this woman, make her mind, and do what I need to do. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. All right. Remember this book, Dowell? See, Handu Solomon been teaching on the polygynous papers, and you interviewed him, remember? I've been teaching on polygyny for years. You know? Hold on a second, because my wife didn't lock my door. Okay. All right. You interviewed Handu Solomon, and that was your way of trying to introduce polygyny to your congregation, because you were not pushing these messages. You were learning. And you said, you know what? I got to get me another wife. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take Uriah the Hittite's wife, I mean, Eric's wife. It is a David situation. He pulled a David. He pulled a David, a King David. You understand? Go look it up. Go on his channel and type in Handu Solomon. Handu Solomon. You'll see it. He interviewed him. He interviewed Handu Solomon regarding the polygynous papers talking about polygyny. Because back in the day, me, Handu Solomon, and some of the other Israelite guys, we were pushing the topic of polygyny heavy, right? And it was very controversial. A lot of people, you know, was complaining. They were getting upset. They were getting mad and whatnot. But we didn't care. We did what we had to do. And basically, he had Handu on the platform, you know, talking about polygyny and whatnot. And that, I know I have the original video downloaded. So he probably would have, if anything, he probably put the video on private, or maybe the video is on Handu Solomon's page. But I know I have the raw copy of the video. I just don't have it in front of me. Right? Let me see if I can pull up some info. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Over here, wrong spelling and whatnot. Okay. I don't think he still posts content? All right. Handu Solomon still posts content. All right. Okay, it's been a minute. All right, he been doing this for years. He's been doing this stuff for years. But I downloaded the original video because I have records of every single thing. All sorts of stuff. I don't play around when it comes to history, commentary, messages. I don't play around with stuff like that. All right? I don't see the video. He must have took the video down. Or whatever the case is. Probably took the video down. Let me see. That's why I'm glad I always download everything. I'm good. I got my copies. Oh, here we go. So it's on Straightway University. That's where it's at. It's on Straightway University. Okay. So he invited. See, this is where, when he invited, oh, my mic is good? Okay. I'm not gonna play no video. I'm just gonna talk. When he brought Handu Solomon to Straightway to do that interview, that was him really trying to push polygyny on the congregation, you know? Let me see. Wow, 8 hours? Yo. Yo, 8 hours? Yo, they gonna make a video about me, man. Yo, 8 hours. Yo, I kid you not, fam. It don't feel like 8 hours to me. It feel like we're at the 2-hour mark right now. That's how it feel to me. Time is like, it's flying by, but for me, it feel like 2 hours right now. That's how it really feel. I kid you not, right? Yeah, so let me do this real fast. Wait, let me take this off the screen. This right here, that's brother Handu Solomon. That's his channel, right? And as you can see, you have Dowell interview with Pastor Dowell and Handu Solomon. He pretty much was heavily influential in the topic of polygyny, right? So Dowell invited him to Straightway to talk about these things and whatnot. And that was his way of introducing polygyny. You know what I mean? Not that he didn't hear about it before that, but my point is bringing him on was a way of getting the message into the congregation so that I guess all of the fellowship would, learn more about it from a biblical standpoint, historical standpoint, and stuff like that. The polygynous papers from Handu Solomon is organized, researched. So, they was also talking about that book in there. But my point is, in the process of all of that, he like, look, I got to get me another wife. And it's just me speculating at this point, right? I got to get me another wife. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go take this guy's wife. I'm going to go take his wife, make her my wife. That way I can look good in front of the brethren, show them how it's done. You know what I mean? Hey, guys, this is my wife. This is my wife over here. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? Because you have to understand, if a man have 2 wives next to him, it'll be easy to get more. I'm just telling you, man. And it'll encourage other women in the church to get with it. I'm serious. I'm telling you the truth. So he had to do what he had to do, but he ended up with another man's wife. That's the problem. And I believe that because of that, that's why Straightway is dealing with the issues that it's dealing with right now, is because of the sin. You know? Aya says 8 hours, all about Pastor Dowell. Why? Why? If you watch the video, you would know why. See, this is the problem. You know what this shows me? This show me you never been to college, you never been to a lecture, you never been educated, you don't know nothing. You're asking why, and you didn't even watch nothing. You're saying 8 hours like 8 hours? You don't got nothing better to do? That's the question you should be asking yourself. I'm at work. You know, when you go to your 9 to 5, you're there for 8 to 12 hours. I'm at work. It's crazy when you ask why and you didn't even watch the show. You didn't even look at nothing. So you didn't even look at Jamie's testimony. This is how you know a lot of people are blind and they refuse to listen. And this is why the church remain where it is and the people remain in bondage, because nobody's paying attention. The person is saying why as if though I'm doing something wrong. 8 hours? You're talking about him for 8 hours? Why? Why? Did you hear about the adultery? Did you hear about the affair? Did you hear about how Jamie was treated? Did you even try to listen to anything? Of course not, because you're under strong delusion, just like the Bible says you would be. Strong delusion. Let's get back to the tapes, because It's crazy in these streets, man. Very crazy.
So basically, we left, and I got a call about a blog talk that he did about me and my sons, telling me how basically I'm wicked. And my sons have the same spirit.
Wow. Disrespected
My
his sons.
have the same spirit. My youngest was 11 years old, and I think my oldest was 16.
16 and 11. And you disrespect this man's sons, disrespected his kids, talking about they had the same spirit. Really? Come on, man. That's sad, bro.
At the time, they have my wicked spirit, my children, because they chose to come with me, because they didn't like how they were getting treated.
See, he wanted your sons to remain at Straightway so he could raise them up as slaves. That's what he wanted. He wanted that labor, that free labor.
You can't have kids or playtime there. It's all about work. Work. Even the children.
Work. Even the children, y'all. Y'all heard that? Work. No playtime. Work. I don't want that. I don't want it. So you don't got no time to be with your woman. No time to do nothing. This is crazy.
That's all we did. Like, I'm a family man. I don't have much time to spend with my wife because he expects you to study all the time. Like, all the time. Work all the time. Okay, I get you have to work. You need to learn and grow. I understand all that. But there's got to be time with your children. There's got to be time with your wife. Not just the little bit of time you give us.
Listen, I even seen a video clip. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I saw it at. I know I seen a video. I've been watching a lot of videos where they talking about, we'll watch the kids, you know what I mean, so that you could go spend time with your wife. I guess you got to ask pastor for permission to go on a date with your woman. Who wants to be under that bondage? That's crazy, man. I don't got time for that.
Or we always had something to do afterwards, or this or that, and that's good. I don't mind certain things, but we're not meant to be under no dictatorship.
Right.
Not like that. You don't follow no man. It's good to guide, help, teach, but follow? Nah, not me. I'll never follow another man again. I learned. So, after I left, he did the blog talk. A brother of mine contacted me and said, "Hey, did you see the video?" I was like, "I don't watch that stuff no more. I'm done. I don't pay attention." He's like, basically, he's dogging you, and the reason is pretty much that you got basically the way you were treated or whatever, was that you wanted that sister. You wanted that married woman. I'm like, huh?
Wow.
So I started putting everything together. This was after I left, though. I'm like, so that's why she came in the trailer and said all that stuff to me, and I'm sitting there confused, like, what are you talking about? She assumed that I wanted her because I asked that question. But wasn't it at all.
So who influenced her? Who put that in her heart? Come on now, put the puzzle together.
And she told Dowell that. So without even questioning me, asking my side of the story or anything, I was accused of it behind my back. But it was all behind my back. Every bit of it was behind my back. And that's when he started talking to my wife and this and that. And so it was the reason that I was treated the way I was because I wanted a married woman, because she was confused by a question I asked. That's what happened. That's why I got treated so shitty. Because no one ever thought to ask, what's your side of the story? What happened? And guess what? Shortly after her divorce, like, it started immediately.
Wow.
He was courting her and wifed her. Dowell did. The same woman that I got accused by him behind my back that I wanted. Who wanted her? Who ended up with her?
Are y'all getting that? The same woman he was being accused of, Dowell courted her and took her in as a wife. That's the truth straight way, right? Man, oh man. That's crazy.
I heard you say, Ringo, that he was directing or projecting what was in his heart towards the brother. That's exactly what he did to me. He wanted her, and he assumed that I did too, and you ain't getting her. I want her, but I'm gonna do it like secretly, kinda. That's what happened.
You know what this remind me of, man? It kind of remind me of a lot of the nonsense that go on in a 9 to 5, when like you could be on a 9 to 5 and you have like a supervisor, and it'd be a situation where there's a young lady that you might be interested in, but your supervisor, he's C blocking you. So he'll come into the room, he'll try to divide you from the lady, and he'll put you somewhere else where you're far away so that the lady is close to him, because he really want her, but he's trying to use business resources to C block you. You know what he's doing, but he's trying to make it seem like he's helping you. Like, I need for you to go over there and do the job on that end. But really, he's just trying to get you out of the way because he wants the woman for himself. That's exactly what was going down over there. Same thing. Let's go.
So I lost my wife.
Lost his
separated.
wife.
Never got back together.
Wow.
We talk now. We're friends, but it's not the same anymore. Everything changed.
Everything changed. Now, he said they still talk, but everything changed. It's not the same anymore. Do you see who caused that? Dowell. That's right. Ruined this man's marriage with his wife. I don't know how long he was married. He said that during that time, I think one of the sons was, he said 11 and 16. So he probably been with this woman probably he had to been with her probably more than 16 years, probably about 20 years he probably been with her. So that's a long time. So he was invested. So that had to hurt, and it wasn't no joke. How many other relationships been destroyed same way? How many?
My sons still live with me. They still live with me. So, yeah. It was it was a crazy journey. It took a lot of healing. Changing my mindset. Unlearning to relearn. I hope this helps somebody. I really do. I'm not about no drama. I don't want no drama. I don't even know if I'll pay attention to anybody really after this or I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. But once I seen that, and I seen the spirit that Pastor Rufus has, this man's telling the truth. If you cannot see that man is telling the truth by his spirit and his soul.
So it's confirmed. Rufus is telling the truth. It's confirmed by Jamie. So to all the naysayers, to all the folks that are saying, oh, y'all believe in his story, whoopity whoop, all this mess, Jamie confirmed and said, if y'all can't see that he's telling the truth, something wrong with you. So all the smear campaigns and character assassinations that's going on Dowell's side, that's not going to work. You're wasting your time. We have in court the right way.
You can't discern.
+20 years married.
You can see it all over him.
That's
what.
Yo, Dowell, you should be ashamed. You messed up a man's marriage. He was married 20+ years. You know what that is? You know what that is, man? That's like that man's, like, half of his life. You just took that away. That's crazy, man. That means that he knew his wife from the sandbox and you came in and sabotaged it. That means he was with his wife, most likely teenagers.
I like to see that, though. I like to see that. I like to see people doing good. He's not in, the situation, I get it. But his heart, proud of you. I'm proud of you. Because it's hard to get through that. It is. It's very hard. I just want to say thank you to Ringo and whoever else gets this out there. This is my experience, what I had with Straightway, Dowell. And mind you, I'm talking about Dowell, not the others. It's Dowell. That man is wicked. I don't talk bad about nobody. I try to hold my tongue because I know I ain't perfect. I still got growing to do. And I know. And I'm okay with that. And I don't mind it. Because once you learn your lessons, you can grow, you can move on. And it makes you happy. It makes you become a better person, a better man, a better dad. I still teach my children. They're all grown. I have 3 children. And I'm still teaching them to this day. Lessons. Stuff I'm learning and growing. I'm still teaching them. Because I care.
Yes, he did say that he's proud of you at Rufus. He did say that. You know what I mean? He said that I'm proud of you meant the world. Yeah, he did acknowledge that.
I care a lot. I care about people and I care about souls.
And the way he looked in that video, many years back, it looked like y'all were cool. Looked like y'all were all cool. Y'all used to work together, do whatever y'all had to do. He looked like y'all were just cracking jokes, having fun and whatnot. That's how he looked, like one of them type of guys that just, what I'm saying, hey, pass so-and-so and so, hey, what we going to get for lunch? You know what I mean? Just kind of hanging out and chilling. Looked like one of them situations. That's what I got from that video. I just didn't like when, if anybody go back and find the original video, Dowell made Rufus, he asked Rufus questions, and then Rufus shared his thoughts. He asked the other gentleman behind him what he think, and I think he was brief. Then he asked the elder guy, and I think Dowell said, oh, the elder guy got money. You know what I mean? And he just said he's just here to just kind of, but he never allowed Jamie to do anything. He ain't asked him nothing. I was like, you ain't gonna ask him something? I wanted to hear you speak, but he ain't asked him. I felt some type of way about that. It was almost like, I don't want nobody to know you. Stay in the background. It was one of them type of things. Let's get to the tapes. We almost done. I got about 7 more minutes left.
And this man has hurt a lot of people. A lot of people.
A lot of people. And we need all of those people to come forward. I need videos. I need testimonies. I want to see videos from people that had experiences. Use Jamie's blueprint of how to present your case and just be yourself. Don't try to be all professional. This is not about being professional, looking professional, dressing the best. This is not about none of that stuff. This is about be yourself, come as you are, open up, share what happened, what you've been through, and be honest. No lies, no bochinche, no nonsense. Talk about your experience. In other words, like if you went to a concert, what was it like? That's it. Let's go.
And he doesn't care. And I just don't want to see nobody feel like that no more or go through it. So.
Also, let me put his channel too. I forgot about that. My bad.
So much love.
Let me put his channel.
I just hope you can see the truth through my words, through my actions. You can see my spirit through my eyes, my soul. That I speak the truth. With that said, I'm sure I might have missed certain things or certain stories that I wanted to say or speak on, but I got the main part out, what I wanted to say. And a little bit more understanding of what goes on the land. His work ethic. Oh, real quick. By the way, let me get to that real fast, real quick, and I'll end this. What he does is, this is how this works. The brothers do majority of all the work, and I'm not lying. He'll come out and make a video, work with us for.
Hold on a second. I don't know what went wrong, but I'm gonna rewind it back a little tip. It's like the voice went out of sync for a second. But that's his channel in the link right there. So, you know, you can support his channel. You know what I mean? Let me rewind it back a little bit. Because what he's talking about here is work ethic, which is very important. Work ethic. Right? Let's go.
What he does is, this is how this works. The brothers do majority of all the work, and I'm not lying. He'll come out and make a video, work with us for a few minutes, and then he leaves. That's his work.
Wow.
He's got to go back and do the ministry. But as only reason, and I agree with, I understand, you know, you have to study and learn a book and, you know, feed the people, the flock, whatever, however you want to say it. I get all that. I get that. But you're portraying it like you're out there working, holding up your hands with all these calluses and all that.
You know how when Dowell, he loves going like this, showing you his hands like he's just out there working all day? Basically what Jamie is saying is all of that is baloney. All of that is baloney. Trying to make the brothers feel like we not out here working and we not doing this, we not doing that. Listen, Jamie had boots on the ground in Straightway, Georgia. So he put in work along with Rufus. So he was there and he seen and he heard. You understand what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. His testimony matters in the court.
You make a video, put on a show, and then you go and leave.
Wow.
That's the truth. Straightway.
Man.
That's what happens. That's Mr. Dowell's work ethic.
So everybody else is doing all the work. Everybody else is doing all the work, drilling and going crazy and sweating bullets and going crazy, while he just comes in. Hey, everybody, we at Straightway. Yeah, we're right here. We're getting the cattle. We're getting everything together. Yeah, we're doing it in. King is coming. Make sure y'all sign up. That's what he does. Let's go.
I was told by him, out of his mouth, that I put in all the work before you all got here, and I've been doing this and all that before you guys got here. I don't get deliverance because I did all that before I got here, all this and that. He always had an excuse. He already did it all. He don't need to do it no more. That's how that works? You just stop?
Wow.
You don't need to grow no more? You don't need to... I thought we continue to grow, learn. That's how we become wiser and wiser.
Think about this, guys. He's a skilled trades worker. He got skills. This is a man that's telling you what it is. His testimony is explosive in this case. It's not like me saying this. This is somebody that been there, done that, been through the fire, and left. And Dowell had the nerve to call Rufus lazy. Based on Jamie's testimony, it's Dowell who's lazy, because these men are the ones doing all the work. And Dowell get the credit. And have you all thinking that he out here doing all of this work. That's why when you see him lifting 300 and something pounds, that's him trying to show off. Like he macho and full of bravado. Like, yeah, I'm macho. I'm 57 years old and I'm doing all of this stuff. You young guys out here playing games. Nah, that's a bunch of showing off, fam. You ain't out there working. 57 years old, bench pressing 380 pounds. You trying to catch a heart attack. You ain't got no time to be doing that. Trying to show off for the cameras. I thought you supposed to be working.
That's a wise man that can be humble enough to continue to learn and grow. Not one that wants to dominate and control.
Wow.
That's not a wise man. It's a cult leader.
Woo.
That's what that is, a cult leader. I don't consider him a pastor. That's why you didn't hear me say that in this video. A pastor wouldn't teach, guide, help the people like that. That is not a pastor to me. Not at all. He's not no shepherd. Not in my eyes. I've seen way too much. And you may have a different opinion. And that's fine. It's okay. This is my story. This is my story. This is what I went through. So, I live there. I have a right for my opinion and my truth to be spoken. And I don't care what he says about this video. I don't care what he tries to say about me, that I back my heathen ways and blah, blah, this and blah, blah. I don't care. I don't care. Truth is truth, and I'm about the truth. That's one thing about me. I'm about the truth. I don't call myself Israel no more. I don't call myself a Christian. I don't title myself. You know what I call myself? I'm spiritual. And I have him. I'm spiritual. I don't need anybody. I don't need to follow a man. No, I learned that. Straightway taught me that. That's one lesson, a hard lesson. One hard, hell of a lesson to learn. I learned it though. And I ain't about to learn it again. I'm not about to repeat that lesson in my life. I've evolved from that. I've been set free. My heart has been set free. I'm a free man. I'm happy. I'm excited about life. I'm growing and I'm learning every day. And it all comes from inside of me. Every bit of it comes from inside. It's all in us. Thank you again for letting my story get out. If you play this, like I said, I lived there from 2011 to 2015. I lived there pretty much. You can probably go back and see videos. I'm not skilled in that area. You guys are. You are. Very good at what you do, I see. Very good. So you could probably go back if you're interested or just want to play the video. However you choose fit to use it, you're more than welcome to use it anyway. So I hope this helps. I hope this saves a soul from going through anything like that, because we deserve much better. Much, much better. Much more compassion and love, that's for sure. So I hope you feel it, my love, and the truth in my message and my story. And my journey will happen. So blessings to you all, and thank you again.
Okay. There you have it. 8 hours and 33 minutes later. Wow. Powerful, powerful, powerful testimony. Man, very, very good. You know I'm tired, right? Tired, really I'm hungry, not really tired, but I gotta take a break. So, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming through. Everyone on the Ringo TV Raw channel for stopping by to get this message. Everyone on the Ringo TV Reactions channel for your support and dedication to, considering this material. And shout out to Brother Jamie for taking the time and being strengthened by the Most High to actually publish your story, because it takes a lot to share your story, and you shared it in one take with no editing, no starting, stopping, no stuttering, nothing. You just kept speaking, which means your spirit was speaking. And hopefully throughout this entire broadcast, which I don't know if anybody gonna even watch, but it's 8 hours and change, man. I don't expect anybody to watch 8 hours straight through, unless you're a trucker, security guard, anywhere where you're stationed, and you like, whatever the case is. Then now it'll help you. But I really appreciate that you took the time to talk about this, because it's needed. People need to hear that. Sometimes it's your voice, your one voice, that sets everything. In other words, you're the one the Most High used. And it just solves and answers all sorts of questions. Dowell need to repent. He have a lot of repenting to do. A lot. Just that simple. The tree is known by its fruit. By your words, you'll be justified. By your words, you'll be condemned. We have to feed the flock. That's what the Bible says to the pastors. Feed the flock. you know? Don't try to rule over them and boss them around. Be gentle. Teach them. And when the true shepherd is revealed and show himself, you'll be rewarded. People's lives are at stake. That man lost his wife. He loved his wife, I'm pretty sure. But at the same time, when everything happened, you know, I don't know all the intricate details and whatnot, even though, you know, I add my humor to the stream. I would hope that Jamie would understand it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, sir, in no way. I'm running a show. You have to understand, I got to crack some jokes, right? You got to smile a little bit sometimes. You know what I mean? But I wanted to be very careful with this particular issue and present it as best as I can to the public, because it was heartfelt from the beginning. And I felt the energy and knew that this was something special, because a man's testimony and story and truth can change a lot of people's lives, and it can strengthen others that may have lost their voice. He even said it. Dowell would, you know, scold you, and before you know it, you lose your voice. You can't even speak no more. Grown men afraid to speak. Hopefully, the captives were set free, and more will come forward. You know what I'm saying? I think there was a lady in the chat that said she came out of there too. Hopefully we hear from her. Hopefully we hear from others. You know? So, hey, I'm going to get me something to eat. Right? So let me read off these cash apps, those that supported the show. Some of y'all, before I started the show, you were on your way to work. You got off of work, and I'm still on. That's crazy, man. Okay. All right. Shout out to Uncle for the support. Uncle. We got Mary. Wait, this name is different. Is that Ericia? I thought it was Eric. Wait. My apologies if I can't even read. But when you've been streaming and talking for 8 hours, going on 9, literally it's almost 9 hours, fam. That's crazy. And I got to get off because YouTube only archive these videos at the 12-hour mark. If anything over 12 hours, YouTube won't save it for you. You'll only get saved up to 12 hours. Everything else will be deleted, right? I learned the hard way after having streams going up to 14 to 24 hours. And all the rest was not archived, so I lost it. But shout out to Mary for the support. Is this? I'm just gonna say Erica or Ericia. I guess it's Erica. Again, my apologies if I can't read right now. It's what happens when you need some food, fam. Like, seriously. Shout out to Ronald. Darnell for the support. Darnell. Latoya for the support. Shout out to Sherelle, moderator, for the support. Shirley. I don't know what's going on with these lengthy streams, fam. You know the Most High got to be with you, right? To do these streams. That's crazy. That mean, hold up. It's 10:47? Yo, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy, man. So shout out to Shirley for the support. Appreciate you. Brother Rufus, appreciate you for the support. Joe, shout out to Joe. Joe, salute to Joe for the support. Appreciate you. Rich Righteous Teacher, appreciate you for your support. Sean the Navigator, moderator, appreciate the support. Denzel, I thought it was Denzel Washington for a minute. I thought it was Denzel Washington for a minute, but shout out to you, and I'm not making fun of you or anything. You know who Denzel is, fam. Come on, you know. But shout out to you for your support. Appreciate you. Says, for doing the Lord's work. Ringo, keep it up. Imagine that, bro. Imagine you doing a live stream, fam, and Denzel really shows up, fam. Like, literally shows up in the live stream. Like, yo, I'm Denzel, fam. I'd be like, yo, Denzel, man, hit that Cash App. I don't know if you're the real Denzel when you hit that Cash App. You know? You know what's so crazy? I never heard the only person who I ever heard name is Denzel, you know, from the movies. I never known anybody else named Denzel. That's crazy. I never heard of nobody else with a name, is what I'm trying to say. Remember, I need some food, man. But okay, guys, we're gonna get on out of here, man. This has been, and I'm not making it go to 9 hours, man. No, hermano, no doing that, man. I tried tell him, man, he no listen to me, papi. I tried tell her, she no listen, man. I tried tell her, papi, I tried tell her. You know, she no listen. Mi madre, she come to the country and, you know, I go to the escuela. You know, I ride mi bicicleta and, you know, I go to the escuela, I go to the school and I come home to mi casa, I go to the supermercado. She no listen, papi. I try tell her. She no listen to me, man. Yo, I'm hungry, man. Hey, man. All right, man, we're going to get up on out of here. So, hey, y'all stay safe. You know, keep the Most High first. Again, to everybody out there, learn from the story, learn from the truth. The truth is the truth. You know what I mean? Nobody can hide behind this. Listen, when I do content, I don't waste no ammo. All my ammo is effective. You know what I mean? So to all the men at Straightway, if you heard anything here and it resonates with your spirit, do the right thing. Have those meetings. You know, talk about these things behind closed doors, sort things out, and do what's right. Right? Don't get in your pride. Don't get in your arrogance and all that other stuff. Don't waste your time doing that, fam. The judgment is going to be severe. I'm just letting you know. All you other guys that made videos talking about I'm hiding behind a monitor and how, you know, sending off these little threats and how the Most High is going to deal with me. No, the Most High going to deal with you. Do you understand? He's going to deal with you. The truth is the truth. Deal with it. No playing, no sugarcoat. To all the people of Straightway, the community, and so forth, you got work to do. You got questions to ask, and you need answers now. So go have all your meetings and do what you need to do. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Look at your leadership. Look at your leadership. You know? Pride goeth before the fall. That's what the Bible says. Just that simple. All a man has to do is humble himself and repent. Okay. I'm pretty sure my wife is listening to me. So, you heard that already? Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got. You know what I mean? Okay. Now you have to build cases because things are not done fair. Look, they didn't listen. Let me tell you something, man. None of this would be happening if Straightway would have had court in-house and do what was needed. You understand what I'm saying? They would have never happened this way. The problem is the evil been going on for so long that the judgment was coming. The judgment is on its way. They were supposed to give Rufus a fair trial. They didn't do that. Everybody's caught up in their titles and their arrogance. It's enough is enough. Most High is not pleased. So I don't know what's going on, who got to do whatever they got to do at that Straightway place, but y'all need to get rid of them sins, clean up the adultery, do whatever y'all got to do, clean up y'all lives, or else it ain't going to be the same no more. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to do my job. My job is to warn, teach, expose, and pretty much all the above. And I think I've done a thorough job regarding this case. But it wouldn't be possible without the evidence of Jamie making that video. I don't know. Probably some of the video probably might have some lag areas and whatnot. You know? I don't know. But anyway, guys, we're going to get up on out of here. Right? Said Mr. Ringo. Lady P says, I'm reading on the Ringo TV Raw channel. Says, hold up. Okay, Lady P said, Mr. Ringo, please get some food now. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go in a minute. I'm leaving right now. So, matter of fact, I'm gonna close out the Ringo TV Raw side. So, to everybody that came on the Ringo TV Raw channel, you know what I mean? Appreciate you stopping by. When we started the stream, you were able to see me while the video was playing, whereas nobody on the Ringo TV reaction channel could have seen me. You were able to see my reactions while watching the video. So appreciate you stopping by, taking the time out of your busy life, because you could be doing something better than watching me, right? So I appreciate you stopping by and whatnot. I really enjoy putting in this kind of work, and hopefully somebody out there will have the courage to step forward in the light. You know, the reason why a lot of times men don't step in the light is because their deeds are evil. So they don't want to step in the light. They'd rather hide. Come into the light, that your deeds might be reproved and wrought in God. A real man of Yah will step forward, do what they need to do. Yeah, Sherelle says, you came out of retirement, exposing everyone. Yeah. There's a lot of exposing to do. A lot of people that are hurting. I just hope more people come forward and don't be afraid. So it's 8:51. I'm making it go to 9 hours, fam. I gotta make it go to 9 hours, y'all. Come on now. It gotta go to 9 hours. Come on, man. I'm making this thing go to 9 hours. I don't care. We at the 8 hour and 51 minute mark. We gotta make this thing go to 9 hours, man. I gotta make the records, man. I got to make the record books, y'all. Come on now. Come on, man. Got to do what I got to do. Let me see. Let's see. Is this the 1080p version? Oh, that's not even it. Wrong video. That's the Titanic thing. I thought that was my song. But where is my song? See, the thing is, on this system, my music videos are not on this system. I got to get it on this system. I have everything on the other one. So that's weird. I thought I would have had it here. Let me see. Is it here? Oh, wait a minute. I think I might. Let me see. I could make those minutes go by quick. Hold on a second. No, this is the 4K version. I can't play this. Can't play 4K footage. Oh, we got the 1080 footage? Uh-oh. We might be able to play this. Hold on, let me see. Oh, this is the 1080p version. Oh, I can play this. I could play my Inner World video, y'all. I could play my Inner World video. I could do that to burn some time. Okay, so we'll do that. Let me see. Let me put this over here. We're going to play the Inner World video, fam. So let me do this real quick. Drag this. Hold on. Drag this in here. Hold on. Let me get the volume. Because I didn't have none of this set up, but I'm trying to burn some time. This is a 1080p version, so this should be able to play without no issues. Right? Let me rewind that back. Inner World. Let me get the volume. Okay, let's play this tape. Let's go. Hold on. Where the volume at? Where my volume? Do I even have any volume? Hold on. Oh, I had it muted. That's why. I had it muted. But hold on. Whoa. Wait a minute. Before we even play it, I forgot to close out the Ringo TV Raw. What am I doing? I'm messing up. But then again, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It don't make no sense I close out this because I want the music to be here too. So let me just play the video. You'll hear the audio on the other end. Right? So I'll go back here. Let's play the tapes. Let's go.
Help me, please. Help me. Help me. Somebody, please. Help me. In a world. In a world. In a world. In a world. You can try me all you want. Try me if
you could tell something went wrong with the stream. You could just tell, like, the video just went out of sync. It's like, I don't know well, who cares? I don't really care. I'm just having fun. Let's get back to it. Let's go.
They don't like when I bring the truth. They don't like when I show the proof. They don't like that I'm living. They wanna see me underground. They don't like how I'm living. They don't like what I'm giving you. They don't like how I'm dreaming. They don't like how I hold it down. You don't like me, so you call. You don't like me, now you fall. Now that you fall down. Now that you fall down. Hold me tightly, yeah. Hold me tightly, yeah. Hold me tightly, yeah. I'm all alone. I'm all alone. In a They don't like how I'm talking. They don't like how I'm walking. They don't like how I'm dreaming. They only try to hold me down. They don't like when I bring the truth. They don't like when I show the proof. They don't like that I'm living. They wanna see me
What in the world's happening, fam? Why the stream dragging like that, bro? What the world going on, bro? Like, what in the world happening? I guess there's a lot of stuff playing in the background now. Who cares? If you want to watch the video, you can always come on the go on the channel and find the video, right? I'm just trying to burn the time. So we have a few seconds before we hit the 9-hour mark. So, hey, I'm closing out the Ringo TV Raw channel. So, hey, everybody here, appreciate y'all stopping by. Thanks for your support. I'm going to close it down so you can come on over to the Ringo TV Reactions channel. So, hey, peace and blessings to everybody over on the Ringo TV Raw channel. Make sure you rate, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to do that. I'll catch you in the next one. Oh, come on over to the Ringo TV Reactions channel. Come on over.
Come on over to the Ringo TV Reaction channel. Come on over. Come on over today.
Peace. We out of here.